Good evening, everybody. How are you doing? It is currently 6:13 p.m. and today's date is the 3rd of March, 2025. How are you this beautiful evening? God is the greatest. We are back for another episode. This may be quick, this may be longer, but who knows, okay? Depends on the kind of fun we have. But with that being said, a lot has been going on. Zelensky, of course, doesn't want to take the deal. He has been going back and forth, but he's been going back and forth around Europe to sort of kind of rally everybody around him to get some funding because it looks like the United States would not be funding the Ukraine Russia war moving forward. A deal has been proposed to Zelensky, which would mean that the United States would be present in Ukraine, courtesy of the rare earth mining deal that they had that he was supposed to sign when he had the back and forth with the commander in chief, Trump. But here we are, okay? He's eventually going to come sign it, but now I don't know if it's going to be the same deal he was supposed to sign that day. This may very well be another deal or a different deal entirely, but let's see what happens when he does sign the deal, because he's going to eventually sign the deal. That's what he has no option. What is he going to do? Keep fighting with Russia without the United States? Is almost impossible to do. But let's listen to what they have to say.
President Trump hitting back at Ukrainian President Zelensky just a short time ago on President Zelensky's comments in London yesterday during a briefing where he said, quote, "An agreement to end the war is still very, very far away, and no one has started all these steps yet." President Trump responded to Zelensky by saying, quote, "This is the worst statement that could have been made by Zelensky, and America will not put up with it for much longer. It is what I was saying. This guy doesn't want there to be peace as long as he has America's backing and Europe." In the meeting they had with Zelensky, stated flatly that they cannot do the job without the U.S. Probably not a great statement to have been made in terms of show of strength against Russia. What are they thinking? But Democrats aren't outraged by President Zelensky. They're mad at President Trump.
If Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Putin believe that they're going to intimidate and bully and threaten President Zelensky to join the club of corrupt and unprincipled leaders, they will literally need to wait until hell freezes over twice, because this is a man who is committed to the survival of his country.
The propaganda is what's coming out of J.D. Vance's mouth, and it's Russian propaganda.
I saw the meeting as a despicable display of bullying by the president.
It was Vice President Vance, particularly, who was on the offense, who was berating President Zelensky.
It is absolutely shameful what is happening right now. The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin.
I just have never felt such shame about American policy before, and I don't know how our allies trust us after this.
Putin and his cronies are probably popping champagne bottles right now.
We have someone that is occupying the White House, and as far as I'm concerned, he is an enemy to the United States.
On the other hand, the rational one, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is standing up for President Trump and calling out Democrats for having a double standard when it comes to peace talks. Watch.
Shouldn't we all be happy that we have a president who's trying to stop wars and prevent them instead of start them? And I just don't get it. I really don't, other than the fact that it's Donald J. Trump. If this was a Democrat that was doing this, everyone would be saying, well, he's on his way to the Nobel Peace Prize. This is absurd. We are trying to end a war. You cannot end a war unless both sides come to the table, starting with the Russians. If there are no negotiations, what is the alternative? Another 4 years of war, another 3 years of war in which the United States and Europe continues to pour billions of dollars into a war in Ukraine? Is that the alternative?
Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno here with my co-hosts, Kayleigh McEnany and Harris Faulkner. And also joining us today, Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business, and the Larry Kudlow, host of Kudlow on Fox Business. Now, Kayleigh, I want to talk to you about the Democrat reaction and perhaps more chronologically accurate, the Democrat carpet that was laid out for President Zelensky, because the reality is the impact on him, the influence on him, and his preparation was far different and did not begin with the Oval Office what we saw on camera. In fact, as we saw earlier, Democrat Chris Murphy came out and said, oh, we had a meeting beforehand, posting a photo on X and saying, and I told him not to accept a peace deal and the mineral deal. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he met with several lawmakers, to your exact point. And one thing is clear. I mean, Zelensky came in with a strategy. And it's confounding why your strategy would be bite the hand that feeds me. And that sounds harsh, but make no mistake, the U.S. has fed Zelensky in Ukraine to the tune of $183 billion. Something that I think was missed by a lot of folks is this. The dispute that we saw play out in dramatic, explosive fashion here on Outnumbered did not take place until 43 minutes into the meeting. What happened in the preceding 43 minutes? It's an important question. Phil Wegman of Real Clear Politics did an analysis of this, looked at the transcript. And if you read the transcript, you find Zelensky continually pushing the buttons of the U.S. delegation. He was bringing up the security guarantee, which President Trump has said explicitly we're not going to put in there as the United States of America. Then he contradicted Trump at several times, trying to correct him. And then Trump said, let's negotiate first. Let's find this peace deal. Then we can talk about security. And Zelensky said, well, that will not work. So the 43 minutes before were Zelensky pushing the buttons of the United States. And then it was Zelensky who instigated it, took this to a new plateau when he looked at J.D. Vance and said, well, tell me what you mean by diplomacy in a rather hostile fashion. That was his strategy. It did not work. And when you're in the face of U.S. public polling that shows Pew right now, do you have confidence in Zelensky? Well, 72% said yes in 2022. 48% say yes now. 78% tell Ipsos they want a peace deal. Where do you think those numbers are today in the face of Zelensky's intransigency?
Great question.
I imagine they are much harsher.
Larry, the whole point is those are arguing, these critics of Trump. So what are you saying? Are you confusing peace with the rote bankrolling and an inability to accept any type of deal whatsoever, a unilateral position? That's not what makes peace.
As Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Friday night, this is the third time that Zelensky has rejected the minerals infrastructure mining deal. Now, let me just pause on this because it's such an important point. In that deal, American companies would come, putting boots on the ground to start the mining and excavation of the rare earth minerals and gold and silver and whatever. This sets up a tripwire so that if the Russians start rolling tanks into these mineral excavations or start bombing them, then they would know that all bloody hell will break loose with the United States and with Donald Trump, who is not Joe Biden. He's a very strong leader. So Zelensky, however, would not accept the minerals deal because he keeps denying the importance for security. This is a major step to secure Ukraine. It puts the United States into Ukraine. It puts our business, again, private sector boots on the ground. You can bet they'll have security forces. So, coming back to what Kayleigh says, I think is right on target. Democrats teed him up to reject essentially all the peace offers here. Zelensky knows full well. Look, he met with Bessent in Kyiv. Bessent said that he was rude and obnoxious to him in those meetings.
Yeah.
He was briefed by White House people before this Oval Office meeting. He knew exactly what was coming, but he was also briefed, you're exactly right, by guys like Chris Murphy, who's a left-wing troublemaker from Connecticut, and he had his left-wing talking points. He doesn't want peace. I don't know what he wants because he's not going to defeat Russia, okay? And the war will go on forever, and hundreds of thousands and millions of people will be killed or they will be injured. But he's a bad actor here. He's a very bad actor. And don't forget, Lindsey Graham basically called for his resignation. Lindsey Graham's the biggest supporter of the Ukraine. So I think this was a fatal mistake. Europe will not bail him out, and Trump has got to stay with his gun. The minerals deal is the key, okay? You sign that, you bring the boots on the ground, that's huge. It's a tripwire. If not, then who knows what's going to happen.
And as President Trump said on Friday, sure, the reality is our president said, I don't want an advantage, I want peace.
Right.
And for some reason, it seems that the openness to using the military should not be confused with a dedication to peace. The warmonger was President Biden.
Trump knows, he's a great negotiator. At this point, he has to be an honest broker, that what's
But
passed,
he has
what's
been.
passed is
Zelensky
passed.
has not been.
That's correct.
I mean,
That's correct.
otherwise we wouldn't have been caught off guard. Otherwise, no one in that meeting would have been caught off guard by what he was saying. Look, this isn't the first time. 2022, Joe Biden knew he had a problem. He knew he couldn't deal with this person. NBC was reporting Biden lost temper with Zelensky in June phone call when Ukrainian leader asked for more aid. Biden wanted an apology and he couldn't get it then. Biden wanted gratitude and he couldn't get it in. You fast forward to last Friday, it looked just like this meeting. Now, we didn't get to see that because that was reported on and it wasn't open to the public. We actually got transparency. We know who Trump is dealing with now. Though the way that I have read what Trump has written in Art of the Deal and other things he said is that now it's going to cost Zelensky something. So the question is, does the American negotiator go back in and say, it's not going to be 300, whatever it was, it's going to be 400, 500 trillion. It's going to be, or a million.
Keith Kellogg, who's a very smart fella and is the principal negotiator at this point, he's going to try, I think, he will try to work some diplomatic magic on Zelensky and try to turn this whole thing back, okay? Because otherwise, we're not going to finance this endlessly. We're not going to keep selling arms to Ukraine endlessly.
Does Trump get the public apology that he asked for a couple of hours ago?
I think that's the first step. Kellogg has to get the public apology, then they sign the minerals deal, and then we can begin the process of making peace. If Zelensky holds out from that, it's almost unimaginable because it means the fighting and the killing is going to go on forever.
We need to get Cheryl in here. Yes.
Real quick, can I add to what Larry's talking? You're absolutely right about the minerals deal. That is the security agreement.
Yes.
It's the minerals deal,
Yes.
1,000%.
The tripwire.
Thank you. Thank you. The other issue is if you looked at European defense stocks today, Larry, they jumped over 10%, 15%, because the Europeans, with Zelensky there, said, okay, we're willing to actually beef up our defenses. You know, Trump could actually win, if you think about it, when this is all said and done, because this forced Europe to finally step up to the plate, which they have not with spending. As you know, they are not, only half of NATO is putting in up to 2% of GDP, which is the requirement. It's ridiculous.
I appreciate the
This is a
point
good
very
thing.
much. I appreciate your point very much. I'm going to give it a...
It's called The Art of the Deal. Okay, this man is dealing with the highest powers in the world. All right, you have Russia, China, India. Okay, so Ukraine, Russia. This will be settled. Okay, everybody, calm down. Okay, calm down, and wait for peace, okay? Because it's coming. Zelensky has to come back and sign the goddamn mineral rare earth deal, and let's get this going.
Big maybe.
All right, on that note,
Europe, maybe.
All right, here's what's not a maybe. Tonight at 9.
Just days after the 47th president's widely watched smackdown of Ukrainian President Zelensky in the Oval Office, Mexico, Canada, China, and Europe move into the president's sights. Friday, a show of strength and a message to Ukraine and to Europe. Pony up or America walks.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
I'm not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling
I'm
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's
with
back
all
to
respect to
you.
your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said they
respect.
should have.
Now, Mexico, Canada, and China await Trump's promised tariffs this upcoming Tuesday for their failure to end the flow of deadly fentanyl into America, which has claimed hundreds of thousands of American lives. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has even gone as far as raising the prospect of U.S. troops on the ground in Mexico to take on the deadly drug cartels. But first, President Trump will impose a 25% tariff on both Mexico and Canada and another 10% tariff on China, taking its planned tariff to China to 20% after an initially announced 10% last month, all beginning this upcoming Tuesday. President Trump is also planning to implement reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd on all other countries deemed by the administration to have been treating the United States unfairly. Among the countries the White House is targeting, India, Japan, and the European Union, with the EU facing a U.S. response beyond just unfair trade, but to reciprocate against Europe's VAT tax and its fees and lawsuits against American companies. Joining me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the nation's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. Secretary, great to have you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Great to be here, Maria.
Well, Secretary, you were sitting across from the president on Friday. Before we get to tariffs, I want to get your reaction to what went down. How was it in the room? And do you believe Democrats were egging on Zelensky to not say thank you, to stay tough and not sign that rare earth minerals deal?
No, so we were 40 minutes before the cameras came in and 45 minutes before the meltdown. And the fact was Zelensky never stopped asking for, I will give no concessions. They've got to leave my land. I want reparations of $300 billion. And I want the United States to give me security guarantees while they're at war with Russia. And that's why the president called it World War III. You're gambling with World War III. We're not going to give you security guarantees while you're at war with Russia. It's just ridiculous. His requests were ridiculous. They were not reasonable. The president let it go for a while, he was there to make peace. Our president is there to make peace. As he said, end the death. And Zelensky was not there to make peace. He was there to strike some sort of make-believe bargain that he had in his mind. And eventually that just ran its course. And Donald Trump said, I can't take this nonsense anymore, and made it crystal clear he's the peacemaker. And if Zelensky's not interested in peace, then he should go home and think about it.
And that's what happened. He was asked to leave. I don't know exactly the language President Trump used, but he said, get the heck out of here. Do you think that Zelensky had met with Democrats before meeting with Trump, and basically they told him, stay firm, don't give in to anything, don't do the rare earth minerals deal?
I can't imagine that. I hope not. I mean, that would be dreadful. So the fact is the president just wants to make peace. He tried to make peace. We had a beautiful lunch arranged. We had a signing, tables all set up. This was designed to be beautiful. Right. And instead, we had lunch by ourselves without the Zelensky crowd there, because they just did not come for peace. And our president's there, as he said, to end the death and to create peace. And that's who Donald Trump is, and he knows how to do it. He even said, you have to be reasonable to Putin. You can't say, Putin's a terrorist and then call the guy up and try to make peace with him. So you have to play balanced. Donald Trump knows how to be mediator. He knows how to arbitrate this, and he needs Zelensky on side, and Zelensky needed to hear it directly from the funding mouth of the United States of America. We're not going to give you money unless you're here for peace.
And now we've got the tariffs beginning on Tuesday against Mexico, Canada, and China. China has already said it's going to retaliate. Are you expecting American goods prices to go higher in the short term, given the fact that this looks like a fight here as well?
Well, look, we cared about two things, right? The March 4th is about the border, and both Mexico and Canada have done a reasonable job on the border. They're both working hard on the border. We've had the lowest crossings ever under Donald Trump because of his ability to negotiate with Canada and Mexico. But the fentanyl continues to come into this country and continues to murder our people. And the ingredients are made in China. They're sent to Mexico and Canada, and then they come and attack our country, and that's got to end. So the president's been crystal clear on those 2 points. They have done a lot, so he's sort of thinking about right now how exactly he wants to play it with Mexico and Canada, and that is a fluid situation. There are going to be tariffs on Tuesday on Mexico and Canada. Exactly what they are, we're going to leave that for the president and his team to negotiate, and obviously I'm talking to him all the time to discuss what that's going to be on Tuesday. But China's got to stop making these ingredients.
I just saw a comment. Somebody said there should be no stipulation to helping your allies. I think that's almost total BS. It's not total BS. It's just almost total BS, because you have to, it's you first, okay, then your allies. So if you're saying there should be no stipulation, then what about yourself? Okay. If you're helping your allies, you can help your allies. But if it comes at a cost to you, if it's going to be detrimental to you, then why are you saying no stipulations? Helping our allies without stipulations. That's why I said almost BS. Okay.
Remember, in 2019, the Chinese told President Trump at that time that they would put the death penalty on anybody who made fentanyl. And today, they're giving the maximum subsidy they possibly can to the people making those ingredients. So the Chinese need to stop this murder of Americans, and Donald Trump is the only president who protects the American people.
Well, it sounds like President Trump knows exactly his customer in China and is dealing with that. But in terms of Mexico and Canada, what I think I hear is there is some room here. Maybe 25% tariff doesn't go into effect on Tuesday. Maybe he's able to negotiate it down, given that they have shown some willingness to help on the border.
They've done a very reasonable job on the border. I mean, I spoke to Tom Homan yesterday, and he was very optimistic about the kind of work that Mexico and Canada are doing on the border, lowest crossings ever. So in that regard, they've done an excellent job, but they just haven't moved on the fentanyl deaths in America, and that's one of those key things, protecting the lives of Americans. So the president is thinking about it. I think there are going to be tariffs on Tuesday on Mexico and Canada. Exactly what they're going to be, I'm going to leave that for the president to decide. He's got great advisors. I'm obviously at the table with him, and so are others. He's going to think about it. He's going to put them into place on Tuesday. You know, the Canadians and the Mexicans have been talking to him. I think China's set. They either end these subsidies, and they end making these ingredients from fentanyl, or he's going to put tariffs on there. And if they think they're going to retaliate, remember, they have so much more that they sell to us than we sell to them. It's not even close that this is not a battle that we're ever going to lose. And the president knows it. He does have the cards, and he's going to protect Americans.
Secretary, what about others and these reciprocal tariffs? You've been tasked with this job to study what reciprocal tariffs look like. When you look at Europe, are we talking about a tariff much higher than 25% because you're including the VAT tax and also all these other things that you've talked about before? It's not just about trade when it comes to Europe, is it?
Well, there's two things going on. Number one, there's reciprocity. Right? They have a VAT tax and they have a tariff on cars. So 10% on cars plus, and all sorts of other products. Plus they have all these non-tariff barriers where we can't sell our hairdryers there, but they can sell their hairdryers here. This nonsense has got to end. So that's reciprocity. And then number two, the president has called out cars. He's called out semiconductors. He's called out pharmaceuticals. He's called out copper, steel, and aluminum. You know, he is focused on bringing manufacturing back to America, and he's going to make sure it comes back. So we want cars made here. We're going to reinvigorate Michigan. We're going to reinvigorate Ohio. This president is totally focused on building America back, and we're going to use tariffs to create fairness so our farmers can finally imagine India has 1.4 billion people, and they won't let us sell our agricultural products there. This nonsense has got to end. Imagine Modi came to America, and in the kindness of his heart, he cut the Kentucky bourbon tariff from 150% all the way down to 100%. I mean, come on. We need fairness, and we need the strength of Donald Trump to make the world reasonable to America and stop picking us off. It's over. Donald Trump's going to end it and make the world trade fairly with America, finally.
Secretary, before you go, real quick, how worried should we be about an economy that is slowing in all of this? We saw the GDP last week. There are new worries that the Wall Street Journal wrote about, worries mounting that the Trump agenda testing economy's resilience. The Lindsay Group out with a report, can Doge induce a recession? Are any of these moves worrying you that we're actually going to see it cut into growth over the near term negatively?
No. So The Commerce Department runs the statistics of GDP. The governments historically have messed with GDP. They count government spending as part of GDP. So I'm going to separate those two and make it transparent. That lower government spending, it's one thing, it goes like this. If the government buys a tank, that's GDP. But paying 1,000 people to think about buying a tank is not GDP. That is wasted inefficiency, wasted money, and cutting that while it shows in GDP, we're going to get rid of that. We're going to show you how that is. But I'll remember this. When we balance the budget of the United States of America, interest rates are going to come smashing down. When he produces the energy that is necessary, energy prices are going to come smashing down. Inflation is going to come smashing down, and our economy is going to explode. This is going to be the best economy anybody's ever seen, and to bet against it is foolish.
And Secretary, real quick on other deals the president is working on. I know you've looked at the Panama Canal. Can you tell us where you are in that and what it looks like in terms of U.S. interests in the Panama Canal?
I mean, imagine this. So we give the Panama, we spend in current dollars $1 trillion, and 38,000 Americans lose their lives to malaria to build the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gives it to them, but says they cannot favor any nation. And then Panama leases both mouths to the Chinese. The Chinese are building bridges over it. So our military and our ships have to go under a Chinese bridge. And then if you drive across or you ride in one of these barges across the Panama Canal and look at both sides, 70% of every letter and every word is Chinese. Wow. They sold out to the Chinese. The president is absolutely right. For national security, the Panama Canal needs to be ours and our protection. And the president's going to protect America, and he's going to protect shipping, and he's going to help do it. And so you should expect the Panama Canal eventually to come back under our oversight, because we need to protect ourselves. And the fact that they sold out to the Chinese is ridiculous.
Okay. Secretary, it's great to have you this morning. A lot of information, and we so appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Facts. Everybody the president employed, everybody he's working with, his cabinet members are all knowledgeable people. You can hear from his commerce director right here. This is wow. Zelensky.
Zelensky's got a chip on his shoulder. Every European leader applauds him for standing up to Trump. All I can say is a missed opportunity. He doesn't even begin to explain it.
Okay, that was Senator Lindsey Graham, clearly frustrated in the wake of that chaotic Oval Office meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, leaving the future of U.S.-Ukraine relations perhaps more uncertain than ever. Joining us now, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, who sits on the Foreign Relations Committee. Welcome. Good to have you.
Shannon, good to be with you.
Okay, so this didn't happen suddenly on Friday. We know that there have been growing tensions. There have been a number of Trump administration officials who've sat down, who've met with Zelensky or his inner circle, and have said they've been very heated meetings. There have been attempts to come to some kind of agreement on a number of things. They feel sometimes they've come out of these meetings and they've been misrepresented or misconstrued what was actually discussed there. I want to play something from Secretary Rubio that he said Friday night about all this.
And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction, because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyway, you start to wonder. I don't like to impugn people's motives, but you start to wonder what's behind it.
You voted for Secretary Rubio. Do you have confidence in him and the way that he's trying to manage this?
I did vote for Senator Rubio to be Secretary of State. I regret that vote because as a member of the Senate, Secretary Rubio was somebody who stood up for American values, American principles. He acknowledged that Russia was the aggressor against Ukraine. He realized that it wasn't Zelensky who was the dictator. And now he's simply taking his directions at the State Department from Elon Musk and essentially parroting the president's position, which I understand, but it's very different than what Senator Rubio used to talk about.
Okay, so we've got Secretary Bessent. He described the meeting that he had with President Zelensky in Kyiv. He said they wanted to get this deal done on the rare earth minerals. They wanted to show a bond and come out of that meeting united against Russia. He said it was very tough, 45-minute meeting, very loud decibel level. He wanted no daylight between the two. He says he refused Zelensky to sign that. And he said, I'll sign in Munich. Didn't sign in Munich. Came here on Friday, which we thought was going to be a celebration of signing this deal. And Secretary Bessent said it was one of the biggest own goals in history. That's how we saw the meeting going down.
I saw the meeting as a despicable display of bullying by the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States against somebody whose country is at war with Putin, a brutal assault by Putin, who's lost thousands and thousands of Ukrainians, who wants peace more than anybody, but he also wants to make sure that it's a durable, sustainable peace. You mentioned this mineral deal. The deal that was on the table at the White House, just to be clear, was very different than what Secretary Bessent first put on the table, both in Ukraine and at Munich.
Was that in part because Zelensky and his team, they had input? I mean, they wanted changes to this deal.
Right, but just to be clear, what happened in Munich was the president's people essentially tried to extort Zelensky and the Ukrainian people to give up half of their mineral supplies in order for past U.S. support and to continue ongoing U.S. support. It was extortion, pure and simple. It would be like in the middle of World War II, FDR saying to Churchill, we're not going to help you against the Nazis and Hitler unless you give up half of your mineral resources and half of your coal. So it did change, but to suggest that, Zelensky was wrong to be rejecting what was essentially extortion earlier on is a warped version of what actually happened.
Do you think that the U.S. should get some return on the billions in taxpayer dollar investment in the way that Europe has, structuring these as loans?
Well, Europe has provided a lot in grants. They've provided some in concessionary loans. I'm fine if the United States wants to include some of its support in the form of concessionary loans. I'm sure Zelensky would support that. I mean, it was Zelensky's idea originally to include some kind of deal on minerals to provide for reconstruction. But what happened is that idea got transformed originally into an idea where it was really extortion. It was like, give us half of this stuff for what we've already done. And then to see what happened at the White House, I will say, was embarrassing because, Zelensky has talked about the sacrifice of his people. He's also been grateful to the United States. Whenever I meet with him, and I met with him with others before his meeting at the White House, he always expresses gratitude. But, Donald Trump does not recognize sacrifice for this greater principle. After all, it was Donald Trump who said of American combat troops who died for our country that they were suckers and losers.
Well, to that point, that there are 17 people who've been on the record who were in those meetings and on that trip who said those words were never said. So that's 17 people saying it didn't happen. It is a popular line to use. You can understand, though, maybe that this administration has got real levels of frustration with this and the way that things have gone down. It's not just them. You were part of this meeting. You said bipartisan senators meeting with Mr. Zelensky before he went to the White House. Lindsey Graham was also one of them. He seemed super frustrated after this meeting that the way he had talked with Mr. Zelensky about how to approach Mr. Trump had not maybe gone in one ear and out the other. Here is a bit of his reaction.
I've busted my try to help Ukraine to make sure we help them win a war that would, get this war over in a way that we don't have further aggression, and Donald Trump's the man to do it. I told him this morning, I told him, don't take the bait. Don't let the media or anybody else get you into an argument with President Trump. What he's doing today is resetting the relationship. You should be grateful.
A lot of folks here in Washington are thinking, if you've lost Lindsey Graham on this, who's been incredibly supportive of President Zelensky and of continuing aid to Ukraine, you may be in trouble.
First, Shannon, I would just say it was General Kelly, a Marine Corps general, who made that statement about what Trump had said about U.S. service people. I choose to believe General Kelly. Senator Graham has been a big supporter of the Ukrainian people. This was clearly an example where he decided to preserve his relationship with President Trump.
Do you think he was not genuinely frustrated? I mean, you were part of that meeting that morning, and it sounded like he was trying to prep him for success.
I was part of that meeting. And in that meeting, we saw President Zelensky again express gratitude to the American people. And he was sitting through this meeting, President Zelensky, for a long time and faced a barrage of misrepresentations, misstatements. I actually thought he handled himself very well under the circumstances. I don't think we should expect foreign leaders to have to come into the Oval Office and play dear leader like the president's cabinet officials and others may be doing. I don't think that that is what we should expect of them. He had to listen to a litany of lies and misinformation, and I thought he did it with incredible calm. And then, of course, you saw the president, the vice president just turn on him and bully him. And that spectacle, as you played earlier today, is being warmly received and embraced by our adversaries, by Putin and the Russians. And you can be sure President Xi is keeping one eye on what's happening on Ukraine as he keeps another eye on Taiwan. This was a total disaster for those of us who believe in American foreign policy where we respect our allies and our friends and we stand up for democracy and freedom around the world.
It is definitely a change in tone from the last administration, and we'll see how it plays out as we hope that these conversations come back to the table. Senator, always.
The only difference here is Trump isn't willing to send billions of American taxpayers to Ukraine. That's the only difference. He supports Ukraine. He understands that the United States is an ally to Ukraine. But he doesn't want to send all of these billions that we're supposed to use here for our people, sending it to Ukraine. I don't think so.
Joining us now, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Welcome to Fox News Sunday.
Good morning, Shannon.
So what is the intelligence community's assessment of Vladimir Putin and his future ambitions?
Well, I want to focus, first of all, on President Trump's goal and the reality that's on the ground. And that's the thing that seems to be getting lost in what we're seeing in President Zelensky's statements in the White House and the European leaders' response to this. President Trump recognizes the urgent need to end this war after 3 long, bloody years and has proven that he is the only person that can do this. President Zelensky has different aims in mind. He has said that he wants to end this war, but he will only accept an end, apparently, that leads to what he views as Ukraine's victory, even if it comes at an incredibly high cost of potentially World War III or even a nuclear war. President Trump is committed to peace and to freedom. We're seeing this big divergence here between his position and his commitment to these values and the interests of the American people and the interests of President Zelensky and these European leaders. This is an issue that has to be resolved. I know President Trump is committed to doing this, and that's really where the next step needs to lead.
Yeah, so what is that next step? Because one of the criticisms of the Biden administration is that they hadn't talked to Putin for years. President Trump is doing that. He's having that conversation. But now it seems the relationship with Zelensky is broken, at least temporarily. How does that get back on track? Because he's got to be part of the conversation as well.
Of course, and President Trump has made very clear that in his previous conversations with both Putin and Zelensky that he wants to engage with both. He wants to engage in honest and real negotiations. And unfortunately, what happened in the White House after close to an hour of conversation, when President Zelensky directly challenged President Trump and Vice President Vance in front of the media and the American people, he really showed his lack of interest in any real good faith negotiations. I can tell you there were a lot of conversations that were happening through different emissaries, both for Zelensky and for President Trump, leading up to his visit there to the Oval Office. And President Zelensky's immediate escalation there was frankly quite a surprise. This has created a huge rift in the relationship. President Zelensky, as you pointed out in the clips that you played, doesn't believe that he did anything wrong and that there was no issue with what he brought up in the Oval Office with President Trump. There's going to have to be a rebuilding of any kind of interest in good faith negotiations, I think, before President Trump is going to be willing to re-engage on this.
One of the things that might have gotten lost in the shuffle as people were trying to listen and now they're talking.
Wait, is it just me or Tulsi looks stressed out? Because, Jesus, she is now the current director of national intelligence. And it's like, she getting stressed out. Her face looks stressed out. They're stressing Tulsi out there.
Over each other. We've all seen the clips there from the Oval Office. Zelensky was saying, we did have ceasefires. I have signed onto other agreements. And yet Putin crossed those lines. He said he blew up the ceasefires. He killed my people. does he not have a valid point that there should be real, understanding his frustrations and skepticism that Putin is actually going to be a reliable partner in whatever deal comes together?
Really, there's two viable paths here. One is that this war continues on as it has for over 3 years. More and more Ukrainians will lose their lives. More and more of the country of Ukraine will be decimated and destroyed in this, what will continue to be essentially a war of attrition. And to what end? To what outcome? President Trump sees this reality. So the alternative to this, which he is so intent on, which he talked about continuously throughout his campaign, that the American people voted for, is his commitment to ending this war and bringing about peace. That requires bringing interested parties to the table to conduct these negotiations. Of course, both sides are going to have their arguments and their interests that they are fighting for. This is the reality of how these negotiations always occur during times of war. Neither side is going to be happy, very likely, with the outcome, but ultimately it needs to lead to peace. And that's what President Trump is so committed to, because he recognizes that the longer this goes on, not only are more Ukrainians losing their lives, but it increases the potential of this escalation towards World War III that he warned against as he sat there with Zelensky, saying that he's gambling with World War III, and that's not a cost that President Trump is willing to accept.
I want to put something up, a recent Quinnipiac poll just days ago. This is before the incident in the Oval Office, if that's what we want to call it. And it asked the American people, do you think the U.S. should trust Russian President Vladimir Putin? 81% of them said no. It's hard to get 81% of Americans to agree on anything, but they're united on that. So why does this administration trust Putin?
I think President Trump goes in with the cynical eye as he does, I imagine, with any deal that he's made. It's not about blind trust at all. It's about looking at the factors that are on the table, negotiating with all interested parties. And then for President Trump, ultimately, he's going to look out for what's in the best interest of the American people, our ability to live in a peaceful and prosperous way in our country, and uphold the values of freedom that we hold dear. So I think, again, President Trump has a very realist view of the picture and what's at stake, which is why he's so committed to working to bring about an end to this war, and frankly, why he's proven that as this war has been waged over the last 3 years, he's the only one that has the ability to do that.
So our next guest coming up, Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen, says that he is very worried about what he saw on Friday, what it communicates. He says the people who are celebrating are Russia and Putin, Xi and China, people who don't have America's best interests at heart. And we do have, over the weekend, a number of reactions out of Russia. You've got Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov saying President Trump's the one using common sense and that we like the way he's acting. You've got the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, saying what the U.S. is doing is changing the game, and it largely coincides with our vision. What do you make of Russia celebrating and saying what the U.S. is doing lines up with their vision?
They're going to say what their position is. What we should pay attention to here in the United States of America is the American people, so many people across the country celebrating the strong leadership that President Trump and Vice President Vance demonstrated in the Oval Office, something we have not seen over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, where we finally have a president who's going to stand up strongly and fiercely and unwaveringly for the cause of peace and freedom for the American people. I know that that is who President Trump has on his heart and on his mind as he is working towards bringing about a negotiated end to this war. I think those who are criticizing his efforts in this way are showing that they are not committed to peace. And in the case of many of those European countries, that they're not committed to the cause and values of freedom. Even though they speak of this, we heard very clearly during Vice President Vance's speech in Munich different examples of how these European partners and longtime allies in many cases are actually implementing policies that undermine democracy, that shows that they don't actually believe in the voices of the people being heard, and implementing anti-freedom policies. We're seeing this in the United Kingdom. We're seeing this in Germany. We saw it with the tossing out of the elections in Romania. So there's something fundamentally deeper here that shows a huge difference in divergence between the values that President Trump and Vice President Vance are fighting for, the values that are enshrined in our Constitution, the interests of the American people in our peace and freedom and national security, versus those of many of these European countries who are coming to Zelensky's side as he walked out of the White House, saying basically that they are going to support him in continuing this war and that they don't stand with us around these fundamental values of freedom.
Well, and they also, though, think that they're in more alignment, and they should be, with the U.S. when it comes to those freedoms and things you talk about. Certainly, those are not things that you would say that Russia or Putin celebrates or bestows on his own people.
That's correct. I would not make that claim, and it's clear that that's not the case, nor does President Trump. But that's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about many of these European countries and Zelensky himself, who claim to be standing and fighting for the cause of freedom and democracy, when we actually look at what's happening in reality in these countries, as well as with Zelensky's government in Ukraine, is the exact opposite. You have the canceling of elections in Ukraine. You have political parties being silenced or even criminalized or thrown in prison. You have the freedom of religion, churches being shut down. You have political opposition being silenced. You have total government control of the media. We could go down a whole laundry list of issues that are against the values of democracy and freedom. So it really begs the question, as Vice President Vance said again in Munich, it's clear that they're standing against Putin. Obviously, that's clear. But what are they actually really fighting for? And are they aligned with the values that they claim to hold in agreement with us, the values that President Trump and Vice President Vance are standing for? And those are the values of freedom, of peace, and true security.
All right, so the way that you describe Ukraine and the way that most Americans and most of the world understands Russia, are you saying it's essentially choosing between the lesser of two evils?
What I'm focused on is what President Trump is focused on, which is peace, seeing the world through a very clear picture and making sure that the president is having honest and good faith negotiations with both of these countries to bring about an end to this war. That is what it's about. That lives are at stake. The potential of World War III, if this war continues to go on and escalate, is what's at stake. And again, President Trump will make his decisions and will stay very focused on what is in the best interest of the American people and ensuring that future of peace and freedom.
All right, and we'll stay tuned to see where the reset is on the Ukrainian side. Director Gabbard, thank you for stopping.
Director Gabbard, definitely. She's a skillful communicator as well. But I'll put Marco Rubio as the number one.
President Trump putting Zelensky on blast again after the Oval Office smackdown heard around the world. 47 sending the Ukrainian leader.
The question here is, why doesn't Zelensky take the deal? Why? This deal positions Zelensky for success, in my opinion, as well as Ukraine. Because if Americans go into Ukraine to start mining this rare earth minerals, this would allow Ukrainians, in my opinion, to be secured, because if anything happens to an American in Ukraine, that would be a problem. Does anybody agree with me, or you don't think so? I think that's the security deal that he wants. He wants security deal with the ceasefire deal. But if Americans are in Ukraine, that is your security. Your security is the Americans in Ukraine if you sign the deal.
To his room for having a bad attitude on a potential peace deal with Russia. And instead of apologizing, Zelensky was running over to his European friends, where he said, quote, "An agreement to end the war is still very, very far away, and no one has started all these steps yet." President Trump not happy with that one.
He should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us. I want one thing to happen. I want all of those young people to stop being killed. They're being killed by the thousands every single week. The money is one thing, but the death. And they're losing thousands of soldiers a week. He said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time. And he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying. Now, maybe
somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long.
President Trump also teasing that he'll have more to say on a minerals deal with
What? What did Trump just say? Man, Trump be going wild.
Ukraine during his joint address to Congress, which you can catch special coverage starting tomorrow at 9 Eastern, right here on Fox News Channel. Meanwhile, the Democrats and the media are screaming, Russia, Russia, Russia.
The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin.
The Kremlin is delighted.
The only winner in that exchange is Putin.
He's very much in Putin's camp.
As far as I'm concerned, he is an enemy to the United States.
And Secretary Rubio is pointing out how President Trump would be getting a Nobel Peace Prize over his efforts to end the war if only there was a D next to his name.
Shouldn't we all be happy that we have a president who's trying to stop wars and prevent them instead of start them? And I just don't get it. I really don't, other than the fact that it's Donald J. Trump. If this was a Democrat that was doing this, everyone would be saying, well, he's on his way to the Nobel Peace Prize. This is absurd.
Judge Jeanine Pirro, I'm not sure if we heard from you yet on this issue.
I'm so happy you came to me.
Looking
I
forward
wasn't
to
here
it.
on Friday. I was sick.
Welcome
back. Thank you for welcoming me back like that. Okay, here's the deal. Zelensky was briefed on why he was supposed to be going to the Oval Office. His people were briefed on what was going to happen in the Oval Office. So he goes there knowing that the United States has given him $350 billion. Gift. The EU has given him $100 billion, which is a loan. Okay, so we're the suckers at the other end. So Trump comes in. He wants to end the killing. And Zelensky, at the end of the day, wants to keep fighting. Okay, he doesn't want to stop the fighting. He says, quote, since the end of the war with Russia is, quote, very, very far away. Now, Zelensky wanted the moral condemnation of Putin. Zelensky wanted, and he started lecturing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance about counting on you to stop Putin. And Zelensky is then trying to renegotiate the deal, which is what got J.D. Vance's backup. He said, you don't come here in front of the cameras to renegotiate the deal. You're here for a reason. Now, here's the stupidity of it all. This guy Zelensky is playing checkers and Trump is playing chess. He wants to end the death. He wants to end the war. And how do we do that? Putin is an evil man. Trump knows that. He may say, I understand him. But more than anything, Trump wants to keep Putin from connecting with China to protect us. So with this mineral deal, we will have not just security and a collateral for our money, but we'll have Americans there, businesses there. We'll have boots on the ground, not military boots, but American feet on the ground. And you can bet your bottom dollar, you idiot Zelensky, that with Americans on the ground, Donald Trump is going to protect us if there is any invasion. How does he not understand that? His ego was so huge, and then the Democrats come in, this Chris Murphy, and says, don't take the deal. This guy Zelensky's a fool. He had a fight with Biden. Biden even yelled at him in 2022 and said, you're an ungrateful pig.
Does this deal go through with the minerals?
It should, right? When you look at what Ukraine has at hand, there's a negotiation to be made. There's a point at which they can come together. And I think all of us have had a chance to watch what happened in the Oval Office play out many times. Some of us have even tried to go back farther and see what that conversation was like before it came to this severe disagreement, or however you want to describe that moment that we all watched together. And it was a cordial discussion before then. Zelensky seems to keep putting himself into an awkward position that he's having to climb out of, saying, to which the president responded, Zelensky saying, this war is very far from being over. President Trump immediately took to Truth Social and, essentially said, paraphrasing, what a ridiculously stupid statement. There is a way to end this war, and it's through peace. And that is the word that the president can.
And why would you say this war is far from over? Your people are basically dying. You're here saying the war is far from over. No, you should be, you know what? I am optimistic. We're going to get a deal, and this is going to be over soon. No, the war is far from over. Meaning what? give us more money to fight the war? Is that what you mean?
Continues to use. So the country and the world is going to have to look forward to tomorrow night. This is going to be critical because the president, when he was speaking today in the Roosevelt Room with that financial announcement, investments coming to America, he was asked about this in Q&A from reporters, and he said, I'll have a lot to say about this tomorrow night. So he has said Zelensky is welcome to come back to the table with conditions, okay? And also highlighting with all this Russia talk, how about Europe? Everybody's quick to point out, the media and the left, to say, oh, look at our European allies, the way they're reacting to this. They're also buying a lot of energy and oil and gas every single day from Russia, lining Russia's pockets. So we'll see what he has to say tomorrow night, but I think that's what's next in all of this.
You were off also on Friday. Were you sick too, Greg, or?
Well, that's what the judge told me to say.
Yeah, we were together.
We were both sick.
That's how rumors get started.
Yeah, I've got to take those pictures down off my OnlyFans. There are two funny things going on right now. One, it's like you're watching the media walking in on a movie at the third act, and they have no idea what happened before. And it's like, oh my God, one man is beating up another man. This is terrible. And then you rewind and you find out the guy that's getting beaten up had it coming. Yeah. He's a criminal, and he deserved it. So right now, I find it funny because to me, this is a negotiation process. Anybody who's been in a negotiation knows there's always a walkout or a blow up. I've done it, I don't know, 10 times. I get up, whenever I'm in contract negotiations, I leave. It's the best tip for anybody. Get up and leave. Yep. And you know what happened? It resets. My prediction is, of course, there's a deal. Yep. This was just a little step along the way. And anybody who freaks out about it has never actually. This is the god of transparency. Donald Trump just showed you how negotiations work. He might throw you out. He's turned this whole thing into Celebrity Apprentice. You know, it's some business. He realizes that if you want peace in the world, you don't spread democracy, you spread business. Because you create business relationships with people, and then they don't want to kill you. It's as simple as that. So the question then, the funniest part is like, what do the Democrats do? How do you respond to, once again, this blunt common sense? It's always going to be about the methods. So whether it's about solving the border crisis or DOGE or now Ukraine, what's the pattern? Because Trump is right on all three, especially Ukraine, when he says, oh, look at all these dead people. And this is a consistent Trumpian vibe. He's a pacifist, hates war. He may hate it from a sober perspective that it's such a waste, or he may be emotional about it. Who knows? He hates war. So he's right on Ukraine. He's right on DOGE. He's right on the border. So if you're right on all those things, what do you argue about? The methods. You know, the border's already changed for the better. We know that. It feels different, but what he did was so mean. Then you look at DOGE. The American public's behind DOGE, but he's so mean the way he's doing it. Then you talk about Ukraine. Did you see what he did to Zelensky? Doesn't matter. He's right. He's right. So you can argue about how he's doing it and that it's so harsh and unbecoming. It doesn't matter because he's right about the solution. So you can quibble all you want. We have a new president. He's got a pulse. He doesn't need a life alert. Zelensky just found out that maybe he should wear a suit next time. Those are tiny little things, tiny little things. The big deal is when you're right on the issues, sometimes you got to be harsh. In all those areas, he's the adult in the room, which is exactly what we voted for.
How proud, Jessica, will you be when Donald Trump receives the Nobel Peace Prize?
I hope he invites me to Sweden so that I can be there in the audience to cheer him on. So I get it. There are a lot of people in the your words hurt my feelings bucket, and that is not the place to be when you're looking at something like this. But I do think that it's important to consider the fact that this quote unquote peace deal that he's offering means that Zelensky essentially cedes his country to Russia. And no one has explained what the sudden change in the last couple of weeks and the way that Donald Trump is talking about Ukraine and Zelensky is spurred by. He didn't used to call Zelensky a dictator. He didn't used to say that his people hated him. He didn't used to say he had a 4% approval rating. He didn't used to say any of total blasphemy that he's been throwing out there the last few weeks. Elon Musk also on Twitter a couple days ago saying, I agree, to someone who said that the U.S. should get out of NATO and the UN.
Blasphemy.
These are all things. Is that bad? I couldn't come up with the right word.
It's
What?
funny.
Okay. Well, have a good chuckle at it. These are all things that Putin wants to hear. And you know that because his own spokesman,
Blasphemy.
Peskov, said as much, said the rapidly changing U.S. foreign policy configurations largely coincides with our vision. Dmitry Medvedev, the insolent pig about Zelensky, finally got a proper slapdown in the Oval Office. Trump is right. The Kyiv regime is gambling with World War III. So if you are satisfying someone that we all agree is a dictator and authoritarian to that level, don't you think maybe the methods aren't that great? And that's not to say that we don't need to come to the table and say, this is what our peace plan is. These are the territorial lines that we are comfortable with. No one thinks that he's going back to a pre-2014 era. Zelensky himself doesn't think that.
I don't think it's smart,
a week
though,
ago.
Jessica.
But you just made a case about it being
that somebody else might agree with your perspective. If that's what you believe, if Trump believes, there's no, okay, Putin doesn't want this war. Zelensky doesn't want this war. Trump doesn't want this. So they're all in agreement.
But they're not in an agreement because this actually has to come down to the brass tacks of how that country gets
and
split
who holds
up.
the cards.
No. I get
it. Ain't
it.
Zelensky.
Big man, I get it. I heard it. Tommy Tuberville was on TV today saying this is about what Putin and Donald Trump want. This doesn't have to do with Zelensky. But guess what? There are millions of Ukrainians who would beg to differ. No, they're not dead.
They don't
They
have
are
a
alive.
future with him. They do not have a future with Zelensky. Zelensky is dependent upon
Do
us.
you guys get what you're saying? You're just
Do
saying
you
that a
get what
sovereign
you're
country.
saying?
Yes, I do. Besides the
what we're
blasphemy
saying
word, which
is
maybe I shouldn't have
it's
used.
time
I know
for-
exactly what I was
It's time
saying.
for Ukraine to start
To
building
become
and stop
part
the
of
killing.
Russia again.
Nobody's
That's what it
making
leads
it
to.
part of Russia.
You're telling them you can't be part of NATO. You're telling them you
No,
don't get your
because that
territory
was
back.
agreed upon decades ago. And every decade they've moved closer and closer to Russia, NATO has. And the Crimea and everything else is a response to NATO.
For Russia. NATO encroaching on them.
They are an independent country who believes, and I'm not pro-Russia at all.
Really?
But
It doesn't sound like that.
Don't give me that,
You don't
really.
give me
No,
that.
don't
Okay.
give me that. You know what? The truth is they stand for this, and they don't want NATO any closer, and it's been decades that that's been agreed to,
They
and for
invaded a
decades they've
sovereign
been
nation
closer.
and
Do you remember
killed
3
tens of
years
thousands.
ago?
They've stolen their children.
Okay,
They were
3 years
stolen
ago-
women.
One
second,
Children.
Jessica.
No.
3 years ago, I sat here and I said the Russian-Ukrainian thing is like a family fight across the street. We don't want to go over there and get in between a family fight. We did. It's 3 years later.
I'm still waiting to hear what Jessica's plan is to remove Russia from eastern Ukraine.
What?
We haven't heard that yet from you. So until you tell us what your peace deal is, I think this is probably the better deal.
Really?
Jessica, how are you going to get the Russians out of eastern Ukraine?
You make a deal
If the
with them.
Ukrainians
You
can,
say-
you make a deal with them.
But the
Oh,
deal
okay.
is not giving up all of Ukrainian territory and calling him a dictator when he's clearly not.
Okay, so how
What?
do you get them to stop fighting and get Russia to leave the country?
I don't know.
I don't know is your answer. I don't know.
Sorry, I left my
Of course, you do not know. Let the expert, Donald J. Trump, do your impossible task for you. And sit back
After a
and
day
relax.
in which European leaders gave urgently needed solidarity and support on the world stage to President Volodymyr Zelensky after his extraordinary meeting in the Oval Office on Friday, he gave a wide-ranging press conference. His first public remarks really addressing what happened in the White House on Friday when he met President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. At first, he was asked if he thought he could salvage the relationship with the United States. Here's what he said.
As regards salvaging the relationship that you asked about, I think that our relationship will continue because this is more than relationships in one moment. We need to be open. Ukraine is not the largest country in the world. However, everyone can see how Ukraine is fighting for its independence and freedom. And we are grateful to the people of the United States.
He was then asked to react to some of the suggestions from Trump's inner circle that perhaps he needs to step aside if he can't fix his relationship with the US president.
Everybody's acting like they don't know what they're doing. Okay. In my opinion, Biden was the president when Putin went into Ukraine. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. We all know that. Now, Trump is the president. He wants to negotiate a peace deal. Everybody's saying, well, you're going to give Ukraine to Russia. And he said, no. However, Russians already took some land from Ukraine. You think Russians are going to give it back to Ukraine? Impossible. Okay, it's impossible. Do not forget, everybody, Russia has the largest land mass on Earth. Russia has the largest landmass on Earth. And you want to go back and forth with Russia? I don't think so.
Here's how he tackled the question of his resignation.
If I am to be changed, and I'll hear, how can I put it, with what's happening with the support to change me, it will not be easy, because it is not enough to simply hold elections. You would need to prevent me from participating in the elections. And it will be a bit more difficult, so they'll have to negotiate with me. And I said that I'm exchanging it for NATO membership. And then it means that I fulfilled my mission.
He also said he was willing to sign the rare earth minerals deal, even though we've heard from US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent that it is at present not on the table. And also, too, he struck a tone which was frankly conciliatory for most of it. Asked, though, directly by a reporter if he would apologise to President Trump, he didn't take that opportunity and instead gave an answer about Ukraine's dead and its suffering and how, in response to suggestions he doesn't want peace, he said he would love the war to stop, not just today, but have never have started in the first place.
CNN's Claire Sebastian is following developments. She joins us now live from London. Good morning to you, Claire. So what more can you tell us about or what came out of this summit and where do things go from here?
Well, look, I think it was very clear, Rosemary, that the summit needed to be more than about nice words. There needed to be an actual action that came.
I don't know what people want. Trump says, sign the rare earth mineral deal. Americans, private contractors are going to go into Ukraine. That is American soul in Ukraine, doing business in Ukraine. What do you expect? If something happens to an American in Ukraine, do you think America is just going to sit back and say, I'm not going to get involved? Absolutely not. America will get involved if anything happens to an American on Ukrainian soil. That is your security, Zelensky. You don't want to sign a ceasefire deal without security deal, which I get, okay? Or security confirmation or whatever. The private miners in Ukraine, that is your security. Because Putin cannot do anything in Ukraine if Americans are in Ukraine. Because now you're antagonizing the United States.
Out of this, so that you see this plan that's starting to take shape, perhaps led by the UK and France, to quote the British Prime Minister, to stop the fighting. We need to see a little bit more meat on the bones of that yet. What we know so far is only what's been reported in Le Figaro, which is that it could include this month-long truce, which would involve, as an initial phase, merely sort of the war in the air, at sea, and then to stop attacks on critical energy infrastructure, moving later to the issue of troops on the ground and on the front line. So that's what we know so far. I think there were two key audiences that Europe was trying to balance here. Number one, of course, Ukraine, to try to strengthen their hand, make sure that they were firmly at the center of this process, to try to build them back up so that they could build back ties with the US after that catastrophic meeting in the Oval Office on Friday. I think to an extent that succeeded. Certainly was helpful that President Zelensky met with the King as well on Sunday, perhaps easing some of the political pressure that the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has felt after offering President Trump that second state visit with the king. I think the second audience clearly is the US. It is very clear, listening to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, that their pre-approval for this plan was sought. He spoke to President Trump on Friday night, he said, and on Saturday night. A lot of pre-work was done before the leaders met in London on Sunday, and so I think President Trump was party to that. And I think you do see in this idea of a truce perhaps some nod to the sort of the actions that President Trump has spoken about. He has been pretty clear that he didn't want to talk about security guarantees before there was a ceasefire. So the idea of a truce perhaps gets closer to that. But look, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was on ABC on Sunday. He said not a lot about this plan. He said he'd spoken to the British and French foreign ministers on Saturday, but he seemed to suggest that not much had changed in the US position. Take a listen.
Everyone knows the history here, the back and forth. We understand that. We all understand that. But the question now is, can we get them to a table to negotiate? That's our goal. Don't do anything to disrupt that. And that's what Zelensky did, unfortunately, is he found every opportunity to try to Ukraine-splain on every issue. Then he confronts the vice president. When the vice president says, the goal here is diplomacy, he immediately jumps in and challenges the vice president. Well, what kind of diplomacy? So we all understand, okay, that Putin is not going to be an easy negotiator.
Well, I think, look, there's several problems there, specifically for Ukraine. The use of the phrase Ukraine-splain is clearly negative and doesn't suggest that much progress has been made in repairing the fraying ties that we saw in the Oval Office on Friday. I think, look, if you count the numbers of times that we heard the phrase lasting peace from European leaders over the weekend, there is a serious concern that the US approach of bringing Russia to the table first, of essentially elevating Russia while diminishing Ukraine, would not achieve a lasting peace. But look, the reality is Europe and Ukraine continue to insist that they cannot do this. They cannot get to a point of a real deterrent, a post-war deterrent that would actually work and deter further Russian aggression without the US. So I think the focus now potentially goes back to Zelensky. Is there some kind of strong gesture he can offer to the Trump administration that would repair this frayed relationship, Rosemary?
And Claire, how is Russia reacting to all of this?
So clearly, this is more and better than Russia could have ever hoped for, and they are very much exploiting the ongoing PR wins that they're getting at.
I just saw a comment. Somebody said, you cannot make Putin do anything. You can ask Putin to do something, but you cannot make him do something. That's a pretty bold statement. I don't know.
The rhetoric increasingly that we see from Russia is sort of emphasizing the idea of Europe and the US being divided. Clearly, this is grist to their mill. They have long been looking for holes in the NATO alliance. They're continuing to sort of praise Trump as the grown-up in the room here. And I think the overt or indeed veiled criticism that we hear of Zelensky and Ukraine from the US just fuels the argument in Russia that Zelensky is, number one, incompetent, number two, illegitimate, and number three, unwilling to seek peace. So we saw a new interview from the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, on Sunday. Take a listen to a portion of that.
If you look at history in retrospect, you will see that the Americans did not play any such inflammatory role. And now, after Biden's presidential term, came the people who want to be guided by common sense, who bluntly declare, we want to put an end to all wars, we want peace. And who is currently demanding the continuation of the banquet in the form of a war? Europe.
So, I mean, look, you have to point out that...
Well, you guys who don't know, the presidential election in Ukraine were scheduled to be held in March or April 2024. However, it was not, because there was martial law in effect since February 24, 2022. So legally, Zelensky should have had another election or re-election if he wins again. But he's been there over a year past the time he's supposed to be there. But there's war, so how is an election going to take place? But this is what the Trump administration is talking about, saying he's not even supposed to be the legitimate president of Ukraine. But they have martial law, so there's no way an election would take place.
On the campaign trail, a recurring promise from then-candidate Trump was he would end the war between Ukraine and Russia on his first day back in the White House.
There we go.
Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. After we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
You said that you could make that deal before you take office. Do you still think you could make that deal?
I'm going to try.
But after the fireworks in the Oval Office, it may be even more difficult to end the war anytime soon. CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton joining us now to run the numbers on this. Hello, Harry.
Hello.
Obviously, any negotiations to end this war are complex, but tell us where Republican voters stand on ending the war.
Yeah, I know a lot of my Democratic friends couldn't believe what they were seeing in the White House yesterday between President Zelensky and President Trump. But I think a lot of Republicans were cheering President Trump on, and I think this gives you an understanding of what's exactly cooking on that side of the aisle. Republicans on the Russia-Ukraine war, look at this, want a quick end of the war, but Russia still keeps the captured land from Ukraine. Look at this. Look at the majority of Republicans. 74%, three-quarters of Republicans, near unanimity on that particular subject, compared to just 25% who say that they support Ukraine's fight, even if it means a longer-lasting war. The bottom line is this, is it's very clear, very, very clear that Republicans want an end to this war. They are willing for Ukraine to give up that land that Russia currently has. They do not want this war extended. And I think what we saw yesterday in the White House was a clear illustration of that Republican point of view. Donald Trump representing Republicans well on this issue.
And so what is the trend line, though, on how Republicans have felt about the war ending?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I just go, oh, my goodness gracious. You see a trend line just sort of jump out at you off the screen, right? So Republicans who want the Russia-Ukraine war to end, even if Russia keeps the captured land, you go back to August of 2022, which is 46% of Republicans. You look by October of 2023, it was 55% of Republicans. But again, look at where we were by the end of last year. 74% of Republicans, my goodness gracious.
Deal would have been better. The deal would have been better in 2022 or 2023. Now it's 2025. Everybody's talking about, well, let's make a peace deal. They could have made this peace deal. Biden could have made this deal around 2022, 2023. But now it's 2025. Russia has gone deeper into Ukraine. You think Russia is going to give up those lands? I don't know. It's almost impossible. However, this deal could have been made or even presented to Putin in 2022 or 2023. Well, what am I thinking? Biden was the president.
This is the type of trend line that leads to what we saw in the White House yesterday, whereby Republicans have changed their point of view on this war tremendously from where they were 2 years ago, let alone 3 years ago, back in August of 2022. The bottom line is that Republicans want this war to end, even if it means that Russia keeps the captured land from Ukraine, Jessica.
It is an incredible trend line that you map out there. What about Republican feelings toward Vladimir Zelensky?
Yeah, I mean, again, what we saw yesterday in the White House is just a clear illustration of where Republicans are on this issue. Republicans on Zelensky doing the right thing when it comes to world affairs. 67% back in 2022 believe that he will do the right thing, compared to just 32% said he wouldn't. Look at where we were by last year, though. 55%, the clear majority, say that he won't do the right thing. He won't do the right thing. So yesterday in the White House, I think a lot of Republicans felt there was an illustration of that, compared to just 34%. Look at that, a 33-point drop from where we were in 2022 who said he will. The bottom line is I think yesterday confirmed the priors for Republicans who believe Zelensky will not do the right thing when it comes to world affairs.
It's almost for sure that Zelensky would not do the right thing when it comes to making the right decision, like taking this deal. However, I see some people in the comment section saying that Russia invaded Ukraine. Of course, everybody knows Putin invaded Ukraine. Everybody knows that. However, what is the path to peace? You could say Putin is the devil, Putin is a whatever. What is the way to peace? What is the path to peace? How do you get to peace? You cannot command Putin to leave Ukraine. It's not possible. It's not possible. Like, you need leverage to tell Putin to leave Ukraine. But who has that leverage? Almost nobody has that leverage against Putin. So it's like, what are you going to do? What? Make a deal, lick your wounds, and move forward. And technically, the reason this war started in Ukraine, probably in 2014, when they started invading Ukraine gradually until now, is because partially, in my opinion, it's because of NATO. Ukraine promised that they would not join NATO, and eventually they joined NATO. And NATO kept getting closer to Russia. So it's like, what do you expect Russia to do? This is my opinion, okay? And if NATO played a big role in enabling the war, not particularly enabling the war, but like sort of causing the war because Ukraine joined NATO and Russia said no. They already had an agreement years ago, okay, that Ukraine would not join NATO. Ukraine joined NATO. NATO started moving closer, and Putin was like, "Well, let's have it."
And what about how Republicans feel about the U.S. role in helping Ukraine?
Yeah, again, I mean, look at this trend line. Look at this. GOP, who say the U.S. backs Ukraine too much when it comes to the war. Back in February of 2022, it was 6%. Look at where we were by last month. 62% of Republicans say the U.S. backs Ukraine too much. Again, I think they'd be big fans of what they saw in the White House yesterday, Jessica.
Yeah. And lastly, Zelensky tried to make the point yesterday that what happens in this war will eventually matter to the U.S. But do Americans feel that way?
Yeah. Do Americans feel that way? Do Republicans feel that way? GOP on the Russia-Ukraine war outcome matters a great deal to life in the U.S. Back in March of 2022, was half of Republicans, 50%. Look at where we were by last month, just 15%. Again, Republicans will agree with Donald Trump. They disagree with Zelensky on this particular issue. It's just the story of a changed Republican Party, Jessica. It
certainly is, Harrington, and you lay it out with all those numbers. Thank you so much for that.
This morning, Moscow is celebrating the Oval Office attack from President Trump on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said, quote, "The new U.S. administration is rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely coincides with our vision." With us now is David Frum, staff writer for The Atlantic, former speechwriter for President George W. Bush. David.
And this is the thing, like if you go do your research and say, is Ukraine a part of NATO? It would tell you, technically, no. Although they are cooperating with NATO. Ukraine is cooperating with NATO. So it's like, are you in NATO or are you just cooperating with NATO? But according to research, it says Ukraine remains a neutral country, but they are cooperating with NATO after it was attacked by Russia in 2014. Tricky.
David, nice to see you. You write in The Atlantic a fascinating piece where you basically argue you're glad that this played out in the open for the world to see in the Oval Office. Why?
To date, supporters of the Trump administration who also want to be patriotic Americans and support our allies, uphold NATO, defend Ukrainian democracy, they have said, well, it's true that Trump looks very pro-Russian and Vance looks worse, but back of it, they actually have a secret plan to help Ukraine. They want to do things for Ukraine. They're trying to negotiate a deal. They're concerned about mineral rights. There's something else going on. This is not just simply pushing the United States to obey Russian foreign policy. Well, after that meeting, the Oval Office, I think all of that is dissipated. We can now see clearly there is no agenda in the Trump administration other than to help Russia win the Ukraine war on Russia's terms.
You, in this piece, compare Alger Hiss favorably to the president and vice president. I didn't quite expect to be reading that in The Atlantic this weekend.
Well, I didn't say anything favorable about Alger Hiss. What I pointed out was Alger Hiss, who of course was a traitor and spy in the United States in the 1930s and 40s, a huge uproar over the Alger Hiss case. Now, when Hiss was an active spy in the 1930s, he was not a very important person. He didn't have access to important secrets. What people were so worried about him was Hiss was this extremely distinguished person, very capable lawyer, and he rose and rose and rose in the U.S. bureaucracy. He was the kind of person you could imagine as Secretary of State or imagine as head of the CIA. The idea that a person who was loyal to Moscow would rise to those jobs. That was terrifying in the 1940s. But now we see this open sympathy for Moscow in the very highest jobs in the land. And again, that meeting in the Oval Office gave the lie to any claim. This is about strategy. This is about pivoting to China. This is about concern for securing minerals. This was a gang up on the Ukrainian president as his country's at war, as his people have lost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of thousands of its people to displacement, and an attack on him to serve the interests of Vladimir Putin, who, as the president said, has gone through so much with Donald Trump. They talked about each other like an old married couple.
You brought up Vladimir Putin. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster was on 60 Minutes, and he basically said Putin is playing Donald Trump. Listen to this.
He appeals to President Trump's sense of aggrievement, right? That, Donald, like me, you've been treated so unfairly. And he's been very successful at it because he's a master manipulator and one of the best liars in the world.
What do you think of that?
And it's like when you say Putin is playing Trump, you think Trump is like a baby, he's just waiting to be played? Man, these folks.
We have not one, but two former Trump national security advisors who say that President Trump is enthralled to Vladimir Putin. We have past Trump secretaries of state who say Trump is enthralled to Vladimir Putin. We have past secretaries of defense, Trump secretaries of defense, who say the same thing. Also, you just saw it on your television. So the point of my piece is, it's really time to face the problem we've got, and not to pretend we have some easier problem that's easier to solve. People want to believe something different, but it's not true, and you saw it on television. This president, this vice president are helping Russia achieve a foreign policy aim at the expense of American national security and Ukrainian democracy.
Given that, David, what could/should Volodymyr Zelensky have done? I'm not trying to victim blame here, but given the reality that you're painting here, saying that people need to come to terms with this fact, what should Zelensky have done and now do?
I think that there's a suggestion in some Republicans that Zelensky should have, engaged Trump in some way or appealed to him or flattered him. This is the bravest living leader in the world. This is a man who turned his face to the enemy when they attacked a city, did not fly to safety, who has faced a half dozen or more very credible assassination threats. And a lot of people said he should just have been afraid. He should have just cowed to Donald Trump the way Trump's own cabinet members do. He is a brave man fighting for a brave people, and he showed dignity, and he showed us all the truth. I think we're all, again, in Zelensky's debt, again, in the debt of the Ukrainian people.
What do you think?
You can never make this up. You can never make this up. This man just said we are in debt to the Ukrainians. Okay, that's it. We're watching something because this right here. What do you mean?
My next guest is trying to light a fire under the Democratic Party as they look to counter President Trump. Here with me now is Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
What's your reaction to what you just heard from the president's national security advisor? Do you think there's hope of salvaging this relationship with Ukraine?
So it is absolutely shameful what is happening right now. The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin. Every single day you hear from the national security advisor, from the president of the United States, from his entire national security team, Kremlin talking points. For the last week, the White House has been pretending as if Ukraine started this war. That's essentially saying that Poland invaded Germany at the beginning of World War II. There are still facts in this world. And the fact is this: Vladimir Putin is a brutal dictator. Russia started this war. And the entire pretext for that meeting yesterday was an attempt to rewrite history in order to sign a deal with Putin that hands Putin Ukraine. That is disastrous for U.S. national security. That means that China will be on the march. Putin may not stop. America may be at war with a nuclear power. And for what? For what? It appears as if America is trying to align itself with dictators, that Donald Trump wants us to have our closest relationships with despots all around the world, because that makes it easier for him to transition America into a kleptocratic oligarchy where Elon Musk and Donald Trump rule and steal from the American people. If we were allied with democracies, that would be harder. But if the United States' closest partner is Russia, then it makes it a lot easier for Donald Trump, Elon, and their billionaire pals to steal from the American people, to steal our data, to steal our Medicare, to steal our Medicaid in order to enrich themselves.
There was a lot there. Let me just go back to the notion of trying to end the war. Is there a way to do that without negotiating with Vladimir Putin?
Listen, I have no problem with a diplomatic solution. What Zelensky asked, I thought very understandably in the White House, was a simple question. How are you going to trust Vladimir Putin when he has sat down at the negotiating table multiple times before and never honored the agreement? What Trump is suggesting is that there is going to be a ceasefire that will require Ukraine to withdraw from the front, which then allows Putin to just march straight into Ukraine. So all Zelensky asked yesterday was, how do you know that diplomacy will work? And because he had the audacity to ask that simple question, he was ushered out of the White House. Contracts were canceled to support Ukraine's electricity grid. And apparently the United States is going to do Putin's bidding and hand him Ukraine potentially without a negotiation now.
You were part of a bipartisan group of senators who met with President Zelensky right before that Oval Office. One of the other senators there was Senator Lindsey Graham. I want you to listen to what he said right after the Oval Office meeting.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
A couple things. One is I want you to react to that, but also Senator Graham said that he was trying to help Zelensky before he went to the Oval Office, coaching him what to say, what not to say. Were you part of those conversations?
Well, I can't speak to every conversation that Senator Graham had, but yes, I met with President Zelensky that morning, and President Zelensky was ready to sign that minerals agreement, no matter how insufficient it was, but had an obligation to have a conversation with the President of the United States about the disaster that would be wrought for Ukraine if they signed an agreement that didn't have Zelensky at the table and trusted Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is not to be trusted. And so Zelensky had an obligation to raise that issue. And Vance seized on that moment to start a litany of Russia-baked talking points about how weak the Ukrainian army was, about how corrupt the nation is. The back half of that meeting ended up just being the Kremlin literally driving the message of the White House. It is a sad day in America when we are getting closer and closer to Russia, a brutal dictatorship, and we are getting further and further away from democratic allies. Nobody in America wants that. People in America want that war to end, but they don't want it to end by handing the entirety of Ukraine to Russia and elevating the power of a dictator in the Kremlin.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio was there. He didn't participate in the conversation, but he was with the National Security Advisor when they asked Zelensky to leave the White House after that blow-up, and he has been very supportive of what happened in that meeting. You voted to approve his nomination to be Secretary of State. You still think you made the right choice?
Nope, it was a mistake. It was a mistake. I think a lot of us thought that Marco Rubio was going to stand up to Donald Trump on an issue like this, that when Donald Trump decided to align America with dictatorships, again, in order to make it easier for him to steal from the American people, to turn America into an illiberal democracy in which, just like Russia, the oligarchs, the economically powerful people in America rule and the rest of us just feed the powerful. I thought when Donald Trump decided to do that, when Donald Trump would come to him and say, help me move America closer to Russia and to Russian values, Marco Rubio would stand up to him. Marco Rubio has not, and that's been a great disappointment to many of his former colleagues in the Senate.
You have been trying to lead your party, lead your colleagues in being aggressive and pushing back, as we've heard a lot this morning, against Donald Trump. You're skipping his joint address to Congress on Tuesday.
Nobody wants you there.
Other Democrats, House and Senate Democrats, should do the same, and why?
Oh, I think every Democrat needs to make up their own mind. I think that.
I mean, think about this. This is a leader in the Democratic Party. This is a senator saying he's going to not attend the meeting tomorrow where Trump is supposed to meet with both Democrat and Republicans. And he's supposed to be your president, the commander-in-chief. That's just not healthy for the American people. Go there and do your duty, okay? Do your duty and lead. Be there, attend for your people, all right? Like, why would you not go? I don't want to go. I don't want to go there. This is what Democrats always do. They never show up and they assume they know what the voters want. They assume the voters want women in men's bathroom or man in women's bathroom or man in women's sport. This is what they think it is. Show up and listen and contribute. Nope. They don't want to show up.
That State of the Union speech is going to be a farce. I think it's going to be a MAGA pep rally, not a serious talk to the nation. I think Donald Trump is going to spew a series of lies about his alignment with Russia, about what he's trying to do to allow Elon Musk to essentially monetize the American government to enrich Musk and his billionaire crowd. And I'm just not going to be a part of that. Listen, the case I'm making to Democrats is that we have to fight every single day. Every single day.
Fight
Republicans
who,
flood the zone. Democrats
fight
have to flood the zone. They flood the zone with lies. We flood the zone with truth. We are going to stop this billionaire takeover of government. We are going to stop their destruction of democracy.
Well, go tell George Soros.
They have to do, because what they are attempting to do, gut Medicaid in order to feed another set of tax cuts to Elon Musk and his billionaire friends. It's unpopular. We're going to stop that billionaire takeover, that destruction of our democracy, only by fighting them every single day. A lot of Democrats think maybe you should, fight every third day. You should reserve your power and jump out of the bushes at the right moment. I just think that we have to be on the offense.
Man, please. All right. If you are in North Carolina,
so the scenes in South Carolina
there's been a
weekend,
wildfire in North Carolina. It's getting crazy. But if you are in North Carolina, there are some places in North Carolina that's going through wildfire. So be very vigilant, okay? Listen to this.
What you see behind me, emergency responders, residents rushing to get out of the way of fast-burning fires that erupted there. One forest fire near Myrtle Beach has burned upwards of 1,600 acres, prompting some evacuations. And that is just one of the 175 fires that are now burning in that state. Several fires are also reported in North Carolina, threatening some of the areas still recovering from the disaster left behind from Hurricane Helene. CNN's Nick Valencia is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for us this morning. Nick, what's the very latest there?
Yeah, good morning, Kate. The flames have died down here in Horry County, which is a welcome blessing for the firefighters that are working on getting those hundreds of fires contained. This is the big one, though, the one that's burning behind me this morning in the Carolina forest. The humidity, though, in the air has really helped improve conditions, but over the weekend it was just absolutely disastrous. You could see the haze still blanketing this part.
Exactly. This is what Trump should be focused on, okay? I get it. He wants to stick to his campaign promises, which is end the war in Ukraine, make sure Russia kind of like succumbs to peace. However, this is what is going on in the United States right now. North Carolina needs help, okay? People need help. A lot of people are waiting for the $5,000 from the Department of Government Efficiency. Tell you that much. I tell you for sure. A lot of people are waiting for that $5,000. So I, in my opinion, believe that Trump should not even waste his energy on Ukraine or Zelensky. Focus on the border, the economy, okay? Interest rate, mortgage rate. However, this Ukraine and Russia situation is still tied to inflation in some way, shape, or form. And Trump has to end this war to get the maximum greatness he wants for the United States. But hopefully he gets it done quickly.
of the state. Well, even miles away, 10 miles away, there along the beach in Myrtle Beach, raining ash down, fueled by those whipping winds, about 30, 35 mile per hour winds that was just really fueling disastrous conditions. We want to bring in South Carolina Forestry Commission, Russell Hubright. Tell us about what's going on this morning. What are you guys dealing with?
Good morning, Nick. So as you mentioned, haze and smoke is a real problem right now. Two aspects. One of just our firefighters driving around through the area, using their bulldozers, trying to figure out where they are. The second is aircraft. So they can't really do any water drops this morning because they can't see. You know, it's a blanket of fog.
You were telling me about 175 fires. I mean, explain that to us. How is that possible?
Right. So Saturday in particular was a big day. Yeah, over 150 fires across the state. Now, most of those fires we were able to contain at under 100 acres, and that's fairly common. So we will have 3,000 or 4,000 fires during a whole year, but the vast majority of those are small. This one is an outlier.
And those rural fire departments really get on those smaller fires. Talk to us about the threat here. Structures have been threatened. Residents have been evacuated. What's the status right now?
So, as you mentioned, numerous structures threatened, a lot of homes evacuated. Those evacuations have been lifted, which is great this morning. So folks are back in. There's a great presence of the fire service just in case it needed in those neighborhoods. So looking a lot better this morning.
Yeah, visibility is still a major issue. Russell, we'll let you get back to it. We know you have hundreds of personnel working on these fires. They're going to be doing that all day long. Thankfully, though, those flames have died down, and they're hoping that these improved.
So if you are in South Carolina, especially close to Myrtle Beach, be safe, be careful. Hopefully you survive all of this turmoil going on. 2025 has been a year. I'm not even going to lie. I would never forget about 2025. There's been a lot that has happened this year, and it's not even like mid-year yet.
Advice to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning. If he's listening, what do you think he should do?
Sign the deal.
Well, John, it's good to be with you. I've also seen recent polling that shows the American people by 80% still distrust Putin, right? They know that he is a bad guy. So I think we need to be careful on how we approach these polls. Look, what happened in the Oval Office the other day was reprehensible, right? Because we watched the president and the vice president bully President Zelensky, who has always said that he appreciates American support. I was part of that meeting that took place just before his meeting with the president, with other senators. And he, again, bent over backwards to talk about how grateful he was to the United States. So, look, if I'm President Zelensky right now, number one, I need to continue to solidify my support in Europe, because I will tell you, John, right now, Donald Trump, President Trump, does look like he's very much in Putin's camp. I didn't think we would see the day when we had the Russians openly gloating as they are today and the day before, about the Trump administration's position, saying, wow, the Americans accept our vision. Well, that vision is one of continuing aggression against the people of Ukraine, and their continuing efforts to be an autocratic regime. So if you're Zelensky, you are in a tough spot. He was willing to sign the most recent version of the minerals agreement. And if the Trump administration wants to proceed, I'm sure he's willing to proceed, excuse me, as well.
So for those of you who do not know, at midnight tonight, okay, 25% tariffs hit Mexico and Canada, 30% for China. Never forget, at midnight tonight, 25% tariffs hit Mexico and Canada, 30% for China, okay? Of course, this allows every major stock index close in red. All top cryptos are down, of course, okay, because of this news. But calm down, okay? Just relax. This man has only been here in the Oval Office for what? Almost 40 days now? Like over a month? Over a month. So relax, okay? Just relax and see what's going to happen, all right?
Look, you noted that Russia is gleeful this morning, and they are celebrating what happened in the Oval Office. What do you think happens if this trend continues. Where does this go?
Well, it trends in a very dangerous direction, meaning that our friends and allies in Europe and other places around the world will see that we're just totally unreliable. And who knows what will happen when NATO, if it splinters. I mean, you have Elon Musk out there, calling for the end of NATO. So what we're watching, in my view, is a big realignment. You have President Trump, who no longer believes that the United States is the leader when it comes to defending and promoting freedom and the rule of law and democracy. However imperfectly we've done that, he is discarding that whole paradigm. He sees himself more like Putin or Xi as this strong man who is going to abandon our friends whenever he thinks it's in his personal interests. In my view, that's not America first. That is America in retreat.
And again, I know you voted to confirm former Senator Marco Rubio, your former colleague, as Secretary of State. If you can still hear me, I see you adjusting your earpiece. How do you feel about your vote to confirm Senator Rubio as Secretary now?
Well, I regret that vote because, when it was Senator Rubio was somebody who understood that Putin was the aggressor and the Russians were the aggressor. He didn't go around calling Zelensky a dictator. But it seems like he's had a total lobotomy or heart transplant. I don't know what it is. But first of all, he allowed Elon Musk essentially to take over the operations of the State Department. We saw how they're trying to dismantle AID. That was an Elon Musk initiative. And now he is just parroting Donald Trump. Now, if that's why he took on the job, just to do the dear leader thing with Donald Trump, then I'm extremely disappointed. But that seems to be the direction that he's headed.
Are you going to go to the president's address to Congress tomorrow night?
Yeah, we go.
Will you be in attendance?
I decided to attend, but bring a guest. This is the head of Democracy Forward, Skye Perryman. They're the organization that has successfully brought a number of these lawsuits against the law-breaking spree by Musk and Trump. They brought one of the suits to stop the effort to illegally freeze, appropriations, monies that Congress had already approved of for all sorts of local priorities, as well as one of the lawsuits with respect to protecting federal employees against these illegal firings, where the administration is just lying when they send out these letters saying that people are being fired for poor performance, when we see that their most recent reviews are glowing reports. So these are just lies, John. In any event, I'm going to bring her as my guest as a symbol of our efforts to block the illegal actions of Trump and Musk.
And I know later today you're going to be demonstrating outside NOAA. We just had an official who had been fired from NOAA last week who I think will be there as well. Why are you attending that demonstration?
Well, for two reasons. Number one, I think it's important to show solidarity with all the patriotic federal employees who do good work on behalf of the American people. But the other is to help get the word out and build momentum around the country where people are really getting more and more upset about what's happening, and for a good reason. I mean, at NOAA, for example, what they're doing will make us less safe, right? They provide all the information from the National Weather Service. They're our eyes and our ears for hurricanes and tsunamis. And if you blind yourself or you plug your ears, bad things happen. People get hurt. People can die. So we're getting that word out. You're seeing, John, these town halls across the country where Republican members of the House or the Senate are finally being confronted by angry constituents. And that's because those constituents are understanding exactly what the threat is right now. You've got Donald Trump, who promised to bring down prices. He promised to cut prices. Instead, he is cutting services that are important to every American, that help every American, National Weather Service being just one, and instead rigging the government to help people like Elon Musk, who, by the way, the other day just got another $1 billion contract from the FAA.
Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, for some people who do not know, tariffs are going in effect this midnight tonight. And of course, the S&P 500 lost $896 billion in market cap today. It is the recorded worst day of 2025. I'm pretty sure it's because of the tariff, but calm down, ladies and gentlemen. Just relax, okay? Relax.
Thank you so much for being with us.
The Kremlin is now celebrating Friday's very contentious exchange of Ukraine's leader in the Oval Office and revealing, and I should say, and reveling in the confusion and the worry that has caused a lot among the U.S. allies.
Yeah, there's a lot of concern among the U.S. allies, and today Moscow is saying that Europe's emergency summit on Ukraine was not aimed at achieving peace and that the U.S. is now coming into alignment with Russia. Those U.S. allies will be anxiously tuning in tomorrow as President Trump addresses a joint session of Congress. CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. Jeff, has there been any response to these new comments from the Kremlin saying that the U.S. is now coming into alignment with them?
Pamela, not direct response, but that certainly is hanging over the entire new week here at the White House. The Kremlin obviously was very pleased by what was happening on Friday. You could see that happening in real time as the meeting, the proposed deal, really blew up right in the Oval Office, which sent Europe scrambling over the weekend, and the White House also scrambling to make clear that they are the ones who have the upper hand. But that is a central question here. The idea of a deal being blown up, which was expected to be signed on Friday over the rare earths minerals with Ukraine, potentially leading to a peace process. With that off the table, the European leaders met all weekend long, and the White House now is saying that they welcome Europe's increased involvement in this. But the question that is unanswered this morning, and likely will be in the days ahead, is this going to potentially extend the war in Ukraine rather than retract it? Is this going to give Vladimir Putin more leverage to fight longer? So the White House is not responding directly to what Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin are saying. Of course, they are very sensitive to the glee from the Kremlin because that simply opens the door to criticism that they are aligned with them. But the White House this morning certainly is welcoming a Europeans' leaders' increased involvement in peacekeeping moves in Ukraine, Pam.
And Jeff, do you expect the president to address his evolving stance on Ukraine during his joint session of Congress tomorrow?
He absolutely will. I mean, look, he was expecting and hoping to announce a deal. You'll remember he campaigned. He said he could end the Ukraine war on the first day in office. Of course, that was not achieved, but he was hoping to announce a deal. Now that obviously isn't going to happen, but he is likely to talk about Ukraine, talk about America's strength, how Ukraine will not have a blank check going forward.
Somebody asked me what I think about Trump. Trump, I think, is a very misunderstood human being. He's a leader for sure. He's a successful businessman, human being, father. Some say he's a successful husband. However, he's been a successful president as well. From 2016 to 2020, we saw the economy, we saw the price of gas, we saw the mortgage rate, we saw the border. We didn't have Ukraine and Russia. Americans didn't even talk about Ukraine and Russia. We didn't have to send billions of munitions to Russia, to Ukraine rather. Okay, so we didn't even talk about sending aid to Ukraine. All right, so there are some conversations that we're having now that we didn't even have in 2016 to 2020. But all of a sudden, Biden becomes the president, Russia invades Ukraine, and now Trump has to come clean up the mess. But it is what it is. Greatness is showing people what is possible. Okay, so when Trump does end this war and peace reigns again and the economy bounces back, I feel like everybody would understand and say, you know what, let's just give him his flowers. However, until then, people are going to criticize Trump regardless. You know, it is what it is. But I voted Trump because I believe in his goals and his objectives and what he stands for, which is America first. I believe in America first. You know, I don't believe in any other country first. America first, and everybody else rallies behind America, okay? Because if you're the leader of the world, which is the United States president, he is the leader of the free world. His job is to advocate for peace. If you don't want peace, then it is what it is. However, his primary duty is to secure the homeland, which is America, and make sure Americans are provided for and secured. And that's it. So if Ukraine doesn't want to end the war, it is what it is. America first. But I believe in peace, okay? Because people are dying left and right. We don't want that.
But the central question is, Pamela, how is the response from Republicans going to be? This is still very much a divided issue inside the party in terms of how much assistance and aid the U.S. should give to Ukraine. We are seeing one of the biggest realignments in the world order in U.S. foreign policy in generations here. So the president, yes, will address this, but the question is this advancing the goal of reaching a peace deal? That is very much unclear, Pam.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much.
Yeah, people are saying they're cut to Medicaid. There's been a lot of cuts. I'm not even going to cap. There's been a lot of cuts.
President Trump just took another shot at Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. It happened just moments ago. The commander-in-chief posted the following on social media. Quote, "This guy doesn't want there to be peace as long as he has America's backing and Europe." In the meeting they had with Zelensky, stated flatly that they cannot do the job without the U.S. Probably not a great statement to have been made in terms of a show of strength against Russia. What are they thinking? Now, the president was responding to Zelensky's comments that the end of the war between Ukraine and Russia is still, quote, very far away. Two verys there. He also wrote, America will not put up with this much longer. CNN is covering this from all angles. Chief Global Affairs correspondent Matthew Chance is in Moscow, but we are going to start at the White House with Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, can you explain a little bit more about this escalation that is on top of course, all of the escalations that we've seen starting with Friday?
Dana, it's the latest sign that temperatures have not cooled at all since Friday afternoon.
Yeah, we just saw that, right? Okay, so I don't know if this is a strategy for Trump, but this is what is going on right now. The United States has suspended offensive cyber operations against Russia. Senior U.S. officials are saying, I saw this morning when I was looking up Pete Hegseth. Now, they're saying that there is no
as the Trump administration reconsiders its support of Ukraine, CNN has learned the U.S. has suspended operations and planning for offensive cyber operations against Russia. A senior official telling CNN the suspension is a major blow since planning for such operations takes time and research to carry out, and a pause could leave the U.S. vulnerable to Russian cyber attacks. CNN cybersecurity reporter Sean Lingus helped break this story. Sean, give us the latest.
Well, Brianna, it's actually not unusual to pause operations when you're in a sensitive diplomatic engagement the way the U.S. is right now with Russia. However, what is striking about this is the context in which it's happening and what we've been talking about on the air in terms of other signals from the.
All right, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Linda McMahon has been confirmed as the Secretary of Education. This happened 47 minutes ago, okay, according to the Senate GOP. One more time, Linda McMahon has been confirmed as the Secretary of Education. So here goes school choice.
The Trump administration that it is warming to Russia. U.S. and Russia are in constant state of confrontation in cyberspace. Russia has a formidable hacking units that target U.S. critical infrastructure and do have the capability to shut down some U.S. infrastructure and certainly collect high-value intelligence. That's why for the last several years, U.S. Cyber Command, which is the military's, the Pentagon's offensive and defensive unit, has been engaged with Russia to try to both at times deter them from doing this, but also for the U.S. to collect intelligence on Russian assets. So the pause in operations does have a lot of U.S. officials concerned about what could come next. One would assume that they would eventually resume operations. However, we can't really assume anything right now, given what we've been talking about in terms of the changing U.S.-Russia relationship. So it remains to be seen just when the U.S. might resume conducting cyber attacks. However, we can be sure that Russia will continue to target U.S. critical infrastructure based on all available evidence. And Cyber Command was an important tool that has been built up to try to both protect U.S. democracy and critical infrastructure. So it's really going to be interesting to see what happens next, Brianna.
Yeah, certainly is. Sean Lingus, thank you so much.
Joining us now to talk more about all of these developments, Josh Rogan, the lead global security analyst for the Washington Post Intelligence. We're also joined by retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton, a CNN military analyst. Thank you both for being with us. Josh, first to you, is this step back from U.S. offensive operations against Russia necessary to conduct negotiations over Ukraine?
Well, Boris, it's clear that the Trump administration is granting a number of concessions to the Russians in advance of the negotiations. None of them are necessary, but their theory of the case is that this will soften up Putin to make a deal. And that's what they're doing. That's the thinking behind it. Now, it would be nice, one would think, if some of the pressure that the Trump administration is applying to Zelensky and his team could also be applied to the Russians, and maybe the Zelensky people could have a couple more incentives too, but that's just not the way the Trump administration is playing it. So right or wrong, this is wrapped up into the Trump administration's broader outreach to Russia. And, that is going to go apace no matter what Zelensky says or doesn't say.
Yeah, so, and Cedric, tell us what this is, like in very real terms, what the U.S. is pausing, how this is used, especially in the context of the war in Ukraine.
Right. So, Brianna, when you look at what the U.S. does in cyber operations, they basically conduct reconnaissance operations of adversary networks. Concretely with Ukraine, they also look at what the Russians are doing against Ukrainian networks. There was a particular Russian activity known as Sandworm that attacked the entire Ukrainian electric grid. The U.S. was responsible for helping the Ukrainians determine what Sandworm was, how it operated, and what kinds of mitigation could be done to prevent those attacks, or at least move those attacks in a less virulent area. So that's the kind of thing that the U.S. does. It's very important not only for our infrastructure, but it's also important for the Ukrainian infrastructure as well as NATO's infrastructure.
And Josh, is this unilateral disarmament when it comes to this kind of stuff? I mean, what's Russia doing here?
Right. It seems as if all the concessions are on the U.S. side and none of the concessions are on the Russian side, which seems like pretty poor negotiating from where we sit. And there's just no doubt that the Russians have responded to all of the Trump administration's concessions and outreach by doubling down on their positions. They haven't given an inch, not with the Ukrainians, not with the Americans, at least not yet. Now, again, the Trump administration is prepared to defend that strategy until they get to the result, which is the talks about the Ukraine war. And it's possible that Russia is just playing a harder nosed game than the Trump administration here, but it's going to play out. And eventually, the Trump administration is determined to get into that room with Vladimir Putin, and then we'll actually see. Then we'll see if all of this activity on the Trump administration's part can get something from the Russians. If it fails, by the way, which I think most people who know the Russians and know Putin thinks it will, then the Trump administration's policy will turn again. So I just think we all have to sort of as much as odious as this seems and as counterproductive as this seems, we have to sort of understand that this is a process. And when we get to the end of the process, there's a good chance that Trump will figure out that Putin is not a deal maker, doesn't want to end the war, and then he'll take a new approach to Russia. So the thing to remember about Trump foreign policy is not where it is. It's that it can always change, and it'll change again and then again. And that's why I think that this story of the break between Ukraine and Washington is not over. It can be repaired. It should be repaired. And although the Trump administration is leaning heavily towards Russia right now, that might not be how it turns out in the end, because Putin has a vote and he tends to always do the wrong thing.
Colonel, Europe is counting on the relationship to work out and taking the view that Josh is that somehow this will get ironed out, because you had the Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, essentially saying that a peace plan could involve European boots on the ground and planes in the air, but even then, peace in Ukraine depends on U.S. assistance. I wonder if you see it that way. Is it necessary?
Well, I think it's a key factor, and the Europeans are basically looking at this as an enabler, a key enabler for their activities. They don't have the logistics that we have in the U.S. They don't have the intelligence resources that we have. The closest would be the British and then the French, followed by the Germans in terms of their abilities. What they lack is the ability to take intelligence, for example, and disseminate it down to tactical unit levels. The U.S. is pretty good at that. That's the kind of thing that the Europeans need, and they need to refine those kinds of capabilities. They have some of those capabilities, but not all of them. So when it comes to this, the Europeans could do this on their own. They would need to change some of their organizational structures and some of their ways of doing business. If they did that, they could definitely succeed against the Russians, because we've seen how poorly the Russians actually do perform in a military sense, given what we've witnessed in Ukraine.
Colonel Layton, Josh Rogan, appreciate the perspective. Thank you both for being with us.
Man, that's cap. All right. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. The United States has suspended every military aid to Ukraine. I'll say it one more time. Breaking news. This just happened tonight. Trump has given the go-ahead, the green light, to stop all military aid to Ukraine. Check this out.
The White House is going full court press on defending President Trump.
Not that one. Not that one. Here we go. Yes.
Our Lucas Tomlinson reporting the United States is pausing all U.S. military aid to Ukraine until President Trump determines the Ukrainians show a commitment of good.
What do you guys think about that? Pausing all military aid to Ukraine. Do you think that's a smart move? I don't know what you guys think. This is the art of the deal, ladies and gentlemen. This is the president we voted for. Well, this is the president I voted for, because I know he does things untraditionally in a way that you would not really understand. This isn't traditional way to do stuff, but he gets things done. That's what matters. Okay, this may seem like, what is this man doing? This man is going haywire. I believe that this man knows what he's doing. This is the art of the deal, and this is what I voted for. Mystery. I voted for mystery, ladies and gentlemen.
Our Lucas Tomlinson reporting the United States is pausing all U.S. military aid to Ukraine until President Trump determines the Ukrainians show a commitment of good faith peace negotiations. That's according to a senior Trump administration telling Fox. This is not a permanent termination of aid. It is a pause. The orders are going out right now. The official said this in response to Ukrainian President Zelensky's conduct over the last week and his words over the weekend. So it's all stopping, Brian.
Yeah, well, he needs an apology. President Trump says, I need a direct apology. This could be fixed with a phone call. Sorry if things went off the rails. Like the first 45 minutes of our talk. Didn't like the last 10. So let's get this thing back on track. I understand what you mean, and let's do it. And then you put the ball in Russia's court, and let's see how sincere they are. But it's going to take a call from Zelensky to Trump directly, and I'm sure he'd take the call. The guy does not hold grudges.
I don't know, man. I don't know now. But I voted for mystery, so whatever happens, happens. I believe in his judgment. He is the commander-in-chief. He is the president. He definitely said this. He definitely said they should stop the military aid to Ukraine. It is what it is. It has happened. I support my president. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. All right. Tim Walz. Okay. Tampon Tim is back.
The flag-burning pro-Hamas lunatics now wants to rebrand themselves as the party of pro-America country music blasting patriots. Democrats reportedly held a comeback retreat last month to reconsider the party's dumpster fire messaging and ditch the far left once and for all. According to Politico, some of the key takeaways were, quote, embracing patriotism, community, and traditional American imagery, pushing back against far-left staffers, and owning the failures of Democrats in large cities. Former Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel trying to give his party advice on the last one.
Yes, also, this is another breaking news, okay? Zelensky has also agreed to sign the mineral deal, okay? This is something that maybe you guys didn't know about. But Zelensky also said he's ready to sign the mineral deal. But it looks like the Trump administration wants more at this point because the Trump administration feels like he disrespected Americans and as well the Oval Office, the White House in general. So I think they are restructuring the rare earth deal to include an apology, I guess. But he's mentioned he wants to sign the deal now. That's Zelensky of Ukraine. However, Trump just pulled and paused the military aid to Ukraine. So this is negotiations run deeper. It's going deeper now because now Zelensky had the ball when he was in the Oval Office, but now he's left the Oval Office. He's shown the world and allowed the world to see what happened against or between him and the United States. And that may as well just allow this war linger a little bit more, which I don't like. But what happened in the Oval Office definitely is going to have some repercussion on Ukraine.
Safe streets, strong schools, stable finances. Focus on those three things and your city's going to be fine. We've gone through 5 years where people became way too permissive of culture. They were all, which is why everything's locked up at Walgreens and CVS, and that is a disaster. I don't want to hear another word about the bathroom. You better start focusing on the classroom.
But the party might be in some big trouble if this serial liar is making a comeback. Tim Walz says he might run for president in 2028 and saying, quote, well, I had a friend tell me, never turn down a job you haven't been offered. If I think I could offer something, I would certainly consider that. All right, I'll start with you, Jessica. Tim Walz, now he isn't known for his, ability to deal with a crisis like Minneapolis. And, he isn't like involved in things that Americans support, like tampons and boys' bathrooms. What do you think he could run on?
Well, we'll just put it out here. It's going to be a very crowded field in 2028. I doubt that our nominee will be Tim Walz, but he has a record from running for governor twice in Minnesota that a lot of people would be proud of. I think it's the 6th best state in the country to do business. And there's nothing on the Democratic Party platform for Minnesota about tampons in the bathroom. So I think he would be okay getting up on a debate stage. I'm not sure he would be the choice. I just want to mention that everyone got hot and bothered over the weekend because of this memo that came out of a Third Way meeting, which is a centrist Democratic think tank. And the memo basically said, stop saying crazy stuff. Don't alienate people. There's no reason for it. And the far left lost their minds over it and says, well, we're not going to work with people who think this way and we didn't get invited and blah, blah, blah. That is the correct answer to what happened in 2024. People picked folks that were talking to them like normal people. And you look at the results of the elections, moderate Democrats overperform by 0.5 point to 3.5 points, and far left progressives underperform 0.3 points to 5 points. The Justice Democrats performing the worst out of any cohort on the left. So people really need to stop poo-pooing the way other sides of the party are thinking about things. Just go out, run your race based on the district that you are in.
All right, Jesse. The party that, believes in, what is the reading hour in grammar school to the kids and the transgender and men and women's sport? Yeah, drag queen story hour. I'm sorry, it's not part of my lexicon. Burn down cities after, George Floyd. All of a sudden, they want to be patriotic. How doable is this?
Yeah, they're just trying to trick us by sounding like Republicans. Put on a flag pin, go to a football game, dumb the words down for the rubes. It's not going to work. Being patriotic means you want to gobble up Greenland. And you can't fake that type of patriotism.
No.
You know how I know who a phony person is? When the World Cup comes around. All of a sudden, these so-called men get really into sports. You see them at the bars on a Saturday with beer, and they're yelling all of a sudden. Argentina versus France, calm down, guys. We all know what's going on here. You're trying to impress people that no one cares about. And that's what's wrong with the Democrats. They're always trying to be popular with the wrong crowd, like foreign nations, like the media, like college professors or women. And they always end up sounding like these effeminate snobs who hate America. And everybody doesn't want to be around people like that. That's why the blacks and the Hispanics and all of the young men and all of the unions were like, guys, just get away from us. And they think they can fix this on TikTok. Like, if clicks meant something, then AOC would be their savior. No, Rahm's onto something. It's about classrooms, not bathrooms. If Democrats can focus in on this child safety, child health, child education space and build up from there, they have a real shot.
You know, one of the segments they lost was obviously the working class. Sandra, how did they get them back?
Well, letting people actually fly the.
One thing I do commend Trump for is the fact that he's eating the frog. He's eating the frog first. Okay. He's doing the hardest things first. That is commendable. Okay. This is what, 30 days plus, and he's already tackling Russia, Ukraine, the border, heavy things that could actually affect the prosperity of America. And you got to commend him for that, okay? I mean, for the past 4 years, we've had a man who never answers to the press, who goes to the beach, almost falling off stairs. Matter of fact, falling off stairs, airplane stairs, falling off stages, sleeping on the world stage, falling off bikes. This man has done a lot. You people say people are laughing at when I hear Democrats talk about the world is laughing at Trump right now. And I'm like, we just had a president who was falling off airplane stairs, Air Force One. He's literally falling off Air Force One stairs. And y'all talk about the world is currently laughing at us right now because of Trump. We just had a man who was falling off bikes, okay? Going into the Amazon rainforest to talk to the jaguars and the reptiles. Sleeping in Uganda. On the world stage. And y'all say, the world is laughing at us right now. No, the world is not laughing at us right now. This is what they want you to believe. The world was laughing at us when we had a president who didn't know how to get off the stage. But now we have a man who say, you don't have the cards. Elon, they don't have the cards. We have a man in the White House who nobody wants to smoke with. Show some appreciation, can you?
The American flag outside their home and not condemning them for that. That's a good start. Rahm Emanuel hit on a lot of really important things here. I mean, he, as the former mayor of a city that I dearly love, it's a city that is terribly struggling right now. He really hit on something for me when he talked about having to lock up the Walgreens and the CVS store shelves. Everyone in this country has one of these stores near them, and they've been living through this, and they're saying like, what have we come to, right? And you have to think about what party people associate that happening. That's letting things happen. That's not holding people accountable. That's lacking law and order. And that's what we saw get a whole lot worse over the past 4+ years. So I think he's onto something. I think if you're going to tell people, though, in these big cities that are struggling the most to embrace safe streets, strong schools, stable finances, you're going to have to shake up leadership and change things a whole lot before you can start to embrace those things and tout them as a party, because things are still a mess out there. So I think this is all going to take time, but perhaps this is the messaging that Democrats need right now.
And, Greg, they want.
Okay, I just wanted you guys to listen to this. Okay, so according to a CNN article that came out on the 30th of January 2025, it says, actually, there have been some Americans who volunteered, who signed up to be Ukrainian military. Some of them have actually passed away and could not be retrieved from the battlefield after being, after passing away in action. In the past 6 months, it says here, at least 5 Americans who volunteered to go to Ukraine, they haven't been able to make it back. At least 5 of them. So this is something really serious. And I commend Trump for even starting a conversation with Putin, because Biden never, he said, I don't want to negotiate with a war criminal. That's what he called Putin. But to to have peace, you have to be a diplomat. You have to be able to play both sides. And that's what I think Trump is doing. Kudos to him and power to him. Hopefully he figures this out, because this is a very delicate issue, especially for Ukrainians as well as Americans. Americans taxpayers are the one funding this war that has been going on for a while. But this is where we are.
Want to copy Joe Rogan, and they want to copy Donald Trump, and then now they want to copy patriotism. Any ideas?
Well, yeah, I have to say, I agree with everything Jesse said, but I'm going to say it in a smarter way. The Dems are acting like Republicans. Yeah. They're saying act like Republicans. The key word is act, not be, but act. To your, I hate to say to your point, we need to stop that.
It's hard.
We know Trump is real. Everything is in the moment. It's spontaneous. There is no act. He's not acting. So this is a group telling the rest of the group to pretend to be something else, which means then disowning everything that you were before. Rahm Emanuel is on to something 3-4 years too late. We were talking about the locking up of the drug. It's like, wow, is this supposed to blow our minds? Did you notice in Walgreens the toothpaste is locked up? Yeah, buddy. We've been talking about it on the 5 for 3 years. Where you been, you ballet dancer? Anyway. We know that 2024 was a blowout. We didn't know how much because we forgot to factor in the natural attrition of the Trump voter in the last 8 years. Some of them died. Some of them were too ill to vote. Trump still crushed it. So that means the contributions by the other identity groups were much larger than people give credit for. A huge, huge defeat for identity politics. So the whole strategy of the Democrats, these demographic boxes, has been crushed. They can't do it anymore. There's no way out because Trump did it. I mean, he's like, who got him in? It wasn't old white guys. You know, the boxes, race, gender, sexual orientation were crushed by one thing, individualism. And the Dems developed through identity politics an allergy to individualism because it was a threat to their strategy, which is voting in blocks. If you see yourself as your own person, you won't be part of a block. Then suddenly you are concerned about the everyday issues that everybody else is concerned about. You don't think as a black person, as a Hispanic person. No, you think as a person. And that gets rid of the ideology. The ideology, which is identity politics, is there. So you don't think about your concerns because your concerns are inferior to the greater goal, which is, of course, the ideology, identity politics.
Okay. I never thought of myself as a white person.
Well, everybody thinks of you that way.
What do you think of yourself as?
As a guy.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Up next, Boston's whack job woke mayor.
Oh my goodness, Jesse. This Jesse, man, way too funny, though. Talking about
ideology, identity politics.
Okay.
I never thought of myself as a white person.
Man, you a white guy.
What do you think of yourself as?
As a guy.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Same here.
Up next, Boston.
Yeah, same here.
The White House is going full court press on defending President Trump's blow up with the president of Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, we go.
Yet a new poll shows that more than half of Americans still are backing Ukraine in its fight against Russia. That poll conducted before that disastrous meeting took place, but still offers a good sense of where the American people are right now. CNN's Harry Enton is looking at it all for us. He is joining us right now. What are you seeing in terms of how Americans feel about Trump's handling of Russia's war against Ukraine?
Yeah, I think sometimes, Kate, we get a little too complicated in our questions. So I think the easiest way we can kind of just ask this is, do Americans like the way that Trump's handling his job and compare it to how they felt about Joe Biden? So this is the net approval rating. You look at Joe Biden back in 2024, he was 22 points underwater. Holy cow. You look at Donald Trump, it's just a different planet entirely. I mean, the gulf between these two is wider than the Gulf of America or Mexico, depending on which side of the aisle you stand on. He's at +2. So look, at this particular point, Americans are giving Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt. He's doing considerably better than Joe Biden was doing on the handling of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And so on this simple question, I think Americans are saying, okay, Donald Trump's doing all right on this.
What about specifically on how they feel about bringing the war to an end?
Yeah, okay. So, look, questions on this can be quite complicated, but I think this kind of gets at sort of where the American trend line is. Americans on the Russia-Ukraine war want a quicker end of the war, but Russia keeps its captured land. Look at this, 50%, bare majority coming in here. Support Ukraine's right to fight, even if it means a longer war. That's at 48. This is very, very close. But the trend line on this question is so important because that want a quick end of the war, look at this. You go back to August of 2022, it was at 31%. Now we're at 50%. I mean, that is a rocket ship upwards in terms of the Americans who want a quick end to the war, even if it means Russia keeps the captured Ukraine land. Americans are moving closer and closer to wanting a compromise, even if it means that Ukraine doesn't really get what it set out to want, at least at the beginning of this war.
And Americans' views on Russia are shifting as well.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why we're seeing this is Americans who say Russia is an enemy. You go back to 2023, it was 64%. In that CBS News YouGov poll, it was down to 34%. Now, there is a chunk that believes that Russia is an unfriendly nation, but the percentage who believe that they're either an ally or friendly, that's up to 34% as well, basically equal to the percentage who say that they're an enemy. So views on Russia have become, let's say, a little less isolated in terms of wanting Russia to be way out there on their own, thinking that they're an enemy. At this particular point, they're starting to see Russia a little bit more friendly, and I think that's part of the reason why Americans want to see a compromise at this particular hour.
President Trump is lashing out at Ukrainian President Zelensky again today, blasting him for comments that Zelensky made after this weekend's European summit, saying the end of war with Russia is very, very far away. In a social media post, Trump questioning whether Ukraine's leader wants peace. He said this is the worst statement that could have been made by Zelensky, and America will not put up with it for much longer. This is unfolding as that fallout from Trump's heated Oval Office meeting with Zelensky keeps spreading across the globe. The Kremlin is celebrating the verbal takedown, believing American foreign policy now aligns with Moscow. In the meantime, Europe is projecting a united front in solidarity with Ukraine. Leaders there holding a summit over the weekend, welcoming Zelensky while suggesting various ways that Europe can help his country defend against Russia. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is with us now from Kyiv. Nick, tell us how Ukraine is responding to this.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's fair to say that the quote from Volodymyr Zelensky that President Trump was responding to is reasonably selective, and he obviously didn't hear Zelensky in the same press conference talk about how he wished that peace wouldn't come to Ukraine today, that it would come to Ukraine at the start of the war, that the war had indeed never happened. In fact, we've seen a social media posting from Volodymyr Zelensky in just the last hours in which he says, "We're working together with America and our European partners and very much hope for US support on the path to peace. Peace is needed as soon as possible." He says talks and other steps are underway to try and get that to happen. Now, clearly, it's important to point out that no country, I think it's fair to say, wants peace faster than this than Ukraine, significantly damaged nightly by drone strikes by Russia, regardless of the damage done to their armed forces on the front lines. But the Kiev fear is that a fast peace, a rushed peace, a peace which encourages a ceasefire that Russia exploits to refit and then reattacks again, will leave Ukraine in a much more vulnerable position. And so there's clearly a big gap between how Zelensky feels peace needs to be implemented, with the need for security guarantees, with the need to show strength so Russia does not, as it has, Ukraine says, with factual evidence to back it up, allow Russia to ignore the ceasefires that it signed up to over the past years. 25 instances Ukrainian officials often cite in the past decade. So that comes too with a continued, I think it's fair to say, barrage of concerns from Trump cabinet officials about Zelensky's position in office, suggesting maybe Ukraine needs another leader. This all comes after Senator Lindsey Graham suggested perhaps he needed to resign or find a way to fix this relationship. That hasn't let up, and indeed Trump's Truth Social posting suggesting that America would not put up with it much longer, referring to that quote about peace being very far away, adds to that idea. Conversely, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has suggested that Trump is not interested in changing Ukraine's president. I just need to point out to people how incredibly complicated Ukrainian officials and analysts say the idea of changing a presidency in wartime would indeed be. On the constitution, you get the parliamentary speaker if the president resigns until you can hold elections, but you can't hold elections in wartime, so you would really need peace to lift martial law, and then most officials, including the deputy head of the election commission, position here, say you need 6 months to prepare because so much of the electoral infrastructure has been disrupted by war, and then there are 7 million Ukrainian refugees abroad. How do they get to vote? How do the million in the army get to vote? You would essentially end up, if rushed, with a pretty illegitimate sounding result. That would just fuel the Kremlin narrative. So Zelensky, I think, baffled by this persistent talk about his position, knowing fully well that the chances of him stepping away without causing chaos here are very low, yet still that persists.
Yeah, it does. Nick, Peyton Walsh, live for us in Kyiv. Thank you so much for the report. Boris?
Let's expand the conversation about these developments with Kurt Volker. He's a former U.S. ambassador to NATO. He also served as the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations during the first Trump administration. Ambassador, thank you for being with us. You heard over the weekend Republicans from Speaker Johnson to the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz suggesting that Zelensky needs to change his posture or step aside. What change specifically do you think the White House needs to see?
Well, I think Zelensky actually ought to think about how he is communicating right now. It's very important that we turn the focus of the discussion here back on Vladimir Putin, his aggression, his attacks, his unwillingness to have a just peace. By engaging the way he has the past few days, it's making everything about Zelensky himself. And even this tweet, even though it was taken out of context, or the statement taken out of context, where he says peace is a long way away, he should be flipping that around and saying, we are ready for peace today. We want to have a ceasefire. The problem is that Vladimir Putin wants to keep fighting. That's how he needs to flip that. And I do think we need to get back on track, put the emotions aside, and get back on track with where we were before Friday's meeting. And that is to get a ceasefire in Ukraine, a minerals deal with the United States that benefits both countries and provides sustainable support for Ukraine that Ukraine can pay for, and then deter future attacks through security assurances, through a European force presence, such as Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron are putting together. That's a good formula. We've got to get back to that and away from this personalization and tit for tat.
I do wonder, it seems like you're suggesting that part of this is an issue with the way that Zelensky is communicating and not perhaps a fundamental disagreement about how Zelensky and the White House view Vladimir Putin. A big part of the reason that things blew up on Friday was because Zelensky referred to Putin as a terrorist. Do you think that that fundamental disagreement is malleable or that is a bridge that can be fixed by Zelensky speaking differently?
Yeah, well, clearly there are differences, and there are going to be differences, but that doesn't mean you can't agree to do certain things together. And in this case, I think the United States and Europe and Ukraine have a shared interest, which is stopping Vladimir Putin's aggression in Ukraine, stopping it there before he goes elsewhere, stopping before more people are killed, and then finding a long-term solution. I think that's a shared interest. So we may have different assessments, probably do have different assessments about Putin or how to deal with him. If you're Ukraine, you think he has to be defeated. If the United States say, well, we can work with him. That is, President Trump thinks that. Either way, we ought to be able to agree on certain steps that are in both of our interests.
If the White House determines that it cannot move forward with Zelensky as the leader of Ukraine, would he step aside? What happens then?
Well, it's not for us to say who should be the leader of Ukraine. That's for the Ukrainian people. Zelensky won the election, and then once they were attacked by Russia, they had to put in place martial law, so they can't have a new election right away. And he enjoys widespread support throughout Ukraine, especially after this Friday meeting, where Ukrainians rallied around him as they saw him standing up for the country.
Let's see how long that lasts. Okay, so of course, the legendary 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, had an announcement to make today in the White House, an investment announcement. Listen.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a very big day for a lot of reasons, but this gentleman is a very unique man. It's, I think I could say in the world of chips, certainly, but in the world pretty much of business, nobody's done what he's done. For those of you that are into that world, you would say, wow, he's a legend, but he is a legend, and it's an honor to be with you. Very great honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Welcoming from TSMC, which is the biggest there is at a level that you can't even calculate, frankly. CC Wei to the White House for a very historic announcement. This is a tremendous thing for our country and hopefully for his company. We're also pleased to be joined by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and White House AI and SIP, the crypto czar David Sachs, another two very highly respected people. It's great to have you guys involved. And David, thank you very much for coming on. David is sort of the king of intellect in that world. We have some good people. Today, Taiwan Semiconductor is announcing that they will be investing at least $100 billion in new capital in the United States over the next short period of time to build state-of-the-art semiconductor manufacturing facilities. I think mostly it's going to be in Arizona, which is what I understand, which is a great state. I like it because I won it, but I won most of them, actually. But I did. We won it, and we won it big. The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America, and it'll be a big percentage of the chips made by his company. But as you know, they're based mostly in Taiwan, and they're far and away the biggest. There's nobody even close. This $100 billion in new investment will go into building 5 cutting-edge fabrication facilities in the great state that we just discussed, Arizona, and will create thousands of jobs, many thousands of jobs, and they're high-paying jobs. In total, today's announcement brings Taiwan Semiconductor investments to about $165 billion they've started already. Among the largest new foreign direct investments in the United States, Apple, as you know, made a big announcement last week of $500 billion, and we have some others that have announced. We have many that want to announce, but I don't have time to do all of these announcements, I tell you. But for you, I'm doing the announcement.
Thank you.
This will create hundreds of billions of dollars in economic activity and boost America's dominance in artificial intelligence and beyond. Semiconductors are the backbone of the 21st century economy, and really, without the semiconductors, there is no economy. Powering everything from AI to automobiles to advanced manufacturing. And we must be able to build the chips and semiconductors that we need right here in American factories with American skill and American labor. And that's exactly what we're doing. As you know, Taiwan pretty much has a monopoly on that market. And I think pretty much is not a term that's even appropriate. They do have a monopoly. And this is a tremendous move by the most powerful company in the world. It's a matter of economic security. It's also a matter of national security for us. And at the same time, Mr. Wei will be able to diversify and have his a tremendous presence in another place, and a very safe place. And I want to thank Taiwan Semiconductor for doing the announcement. And I'd like to ask Mr. Wei to say a few words, if you might. And I'd also like to ask Howard and David, you can say a couple of words, but maybe you should go first, because right now he's the most important man in the room. I'm sorry, fellas. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Great
Mr.
honor.
President.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit nervous, so I have to pull out my piece of paper. Mr. President, Secretary Larned, and David, I didn't know that your title. But, okay. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. President to give me this opportunity to announce our big project in the U.S. TSMC is the world's largest chip manufacturing, funded by Dr. Morris Chang in 1987. It's now at the forefront of semiconductor technology, supporting AI advancement and industry growth. In fact, I would like to wind back the time that in 2020, we have to thank President Trump's vision and his support. So TSMC start the journey of establishing the advanced chip manufacturing in Arizona. And now, let me proudly say, now the vision become reality. In Phoenix, Arizona, with 3,000 employees, we are producing the most advanced chip made on U.S. soil. With the success of our first fab, so we are now very happy to announce we are going to invest additional $100 billion in addition to our current $65 billion investment in Arizona. We are going to build 3 more new fabs after we promised 3 fabs already, and another 2 very advanced packaging fab, and most important, R&D center also in Arizona. For this, all the investment, $165 billion, is going to create thousands of the high-paid jobs, as the president just announced. And we are, most important, actually, we are going to produce many AI chips. We are going to produce many chips to support the AI progress and to support the smartphones progress. And again, with that, I want to thank President Trump again for his support. In addition, I also want to thank my customers in the U.S., such as Apple, NVIDIA, AMD, Qualcomm, Broadcom. They all support TSMC's manufacturing in the U.S. Without their support, we probably cannot make it through. So again, I want to thank them. Also, I'd like to thank the TSMC's employee. Without their effort, we just cannot make it today. That's all I want to say, and thank you.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you very much. Howard, please, David.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'm thrilled to be here today because President Trump has made it a fundamental objective to bring semiconductor chip manufacturing home to America. Under the Biden administration, TSMC received a $6 billion grant, and that encouraged them to build $65 billion. So America gave TSMC 10% of the money to build here. And now you're seeing the power of Donald Trump's presidency, because TSMC, the greatest manufacturer of chips in the world, is coming to America with a $100 billion investment. And of course, that is backed by the fact that they can come here because they can avoid paying tariffs. So the idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for the American customers, the Apple, NVIDIA, that whole list that Chairman Wei gave in order to bring production to America. So we're really, really excited. This continues the most incredible path you've ever seen in these first weeks and months of the Trump administration of incredible manufacturing coming to America. The keys that the president has called out are coming here. They're coming here in huge size because they want to be in the greatest market in the world, and they want to avoid the tariffs that if they're not here, they'd have to suffer. So I want to congratulate C.C. Wei for bringing in this incredible $100 billion investment, but it's on the shoulders of our President Donald Trump, which is why he's coming. So thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, sir. Well, the products that TSMC makes are literally the most important products in the world. I mean, these advanced chips power everything. They power AI, they power your phone, they power your cars. And Without them, the whole modern economy would stop, but they're not made in the United States. So for TSMC to move here is a huge, huge development, and we owe that to President Trump's leadership on the economy and Secretary Lutnick as well. And Cece, thank you for coming here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. So thank you very much. A big percentage of chips with this investment will be made now, a big percentage. Worldwide, we had very little, almost none. We used to have a lot with Intel, but we had very little. And we'll be at close to 40% of the market with this transaction and a couple of others that we're doing. That's a tremendous leap, like a leap that nobody would have really said was possible. So I just want to thank you all for being here. If you want a couple of questions, ideally on this subject, yes.
Please. Number of jobs that will be created. He said
you're probably talking about 20, 25,000 jobs, but it'll get bigger and bigger with time. Knowing this gentleman, it'll get bigger and bigger. There'll be no stopping him. Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
In addition to the job, you talked about national security, and that's one thing I think a lot of Americans don't understand. Explain the national security aspect of this.
Well, without the chips and semiconductors, nothing runs today. You can't buy a car without them. You can't get a radio, a television, you can't get anything. And we thought it was very important, obviously business-wise, but we thought even in terms of national security to have this large percentage of the chips, semiconductors, and other things that they make the most important product. And not a product that you can really copy. It takes years and years. You know, on the needle of a pin is total genius. I mean, they can put things, something the size of the needle, the point of a pin, they put information that is just not even believable. So if you would see this, it's just really something. Yes, Brian?
One aspect of that, Honda announced they're coming to Indiana because of the tariffs. Once again,
that's right.
Bringing additional jobs in manufacturing. You want to comment on that as well?
Well, Honda's coming, and I told you about Apple that they're going to be starting to build massively here, $500 billion. And we have many other companies going to be announced, but we had many that have already announced. And no, it's going to be great. It's looking really strong. I don't think this country has ever seen anything like we're seeing right now. Now, the tariffs, as you know, will start a week earlier than the reciprocal, which is going to be on a couple of weeks earlier. Reciprocal tariffs start on April 2nd. And I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to go April Fool's Day because that costs a lot of money, but that one day. But so we're going April 2nd. But very importantly, tomorrow tariffs 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico, and that'll start. So they're going to have a tariff. So what they have to do is build their car plants, frankly, and other things in the United States, in which case they have no tariffs. In other words, you build, and this is exactly what Mr. Wei is doing, by building here. Otherwise, they'll build, if they did them in Taiwan to send them here, they'll have 25% or 30% or 50% or whatever the number may be someday. It'll go only up. But by doing it here, he has no tariff, so he's way ahead of the game. And I would just say this to people in Canada or Mexico, if they're going to build car plants, the people that are doing them are much better off building here because we have the market. We're the market where they sell the most. And so I think it's going to be very exciting for the automobile companies, very exciting for, I can think of any, as an example, North Carolina, they had I used to go there to buy furniture for hotels, and it's been wiped out. That business all went to other countries. And now it's all going to come back into North Carolina, the furniture manufacturing business, please.
Is the Ukraine minerals deal now dead, or can it be revived?
Well, I'll let you know. We're making a speech. You probably heard about it tomorrow night, so I'll let you know tomorrow night. But no, I don't think so. I think it's a great deal for us because, Biden very, very foolishly, stupidly, frankly, gave $300 billion and $350 billion more accurately to a country to fight and to try and do things. And you know what happened? We get nothing. Just gave it. We could have rebuilt our entire U.S. Navy with $350 billion. Think of it, $350 billion. We could have rebuilt our U.S. Navy. So he gave it away as fast as the money could be gone. And what we're doing is getting that all back and a lot more than that. And we need It's very important for this business that we're talking about here with chips and semiconductors and everything else. We need rare earths. And the deal we have is we have the finest rare earths that you can.
Mr. President, what do you need to see from President Zelensky to restart these negotiations?
Well, I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us because, as you know, that's right there. That's the border. This country really was like the fence on the border. It was very important to Europe, and I'm not knocking Europe. I'm saying that they were a lot smarter than Joe Biden because Joe Biden didn't have a clue. He just gave money hand over fist, and they should have been able to equalize with us. In other words, if we gave $1, they should have given. Well, we gave $350 billion. They probably gave 100, but on top of it all, they get their money back because they're doing it in the form of a loan, and it's a secured loan. So when I saw that, which I've known about for a little while, I said it's time for us to be smart. At the same time, it's great for them because they get us in the country taking the rare earth, which is going to fuel this big engine, and especially the engine that we've in a very short time created. And we get something, and we're there. We have a presence there. With all of that being said, I want one thing to happen. I want all of those young people to stop being killed. They're being killed by the thousands every single week. Last week, 2,700 were killed. 2,700 young, in this case, just about all young boys from Ukraine and from Russia. And that's not young people from the United States, but it's on a human basis. I want to see it stop. The money is one thing, but the death. And they're losing thousands of soldiers a week. And that's not including the people that get killed every time a town goes down or a missile goes into a town. And I want to see it stop. Yes.
Are you considering canceling military aid to Ukraine? And can we get a reaction to what the Prime Minister said, that your administration is bringing U.S. worldview in alignment with Moscow's?
So this is a deal that should have never happened. This is a deal that would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. It didn't happen. It was never even close to happening. If I were president, it would not have happened. And October 7th would not have happened in Israel. And inflation wouldn't have happened. And Afghanistan, disastrous, the way they withdrew. Not the fact that they withdrew, but the way they withdrew would have never happened. And we would have had Bagram right now instead of China having it. It was 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. We would have kept Bagram, with one of the biggest air bases in the world. All of these things happened, and it's a shame. But it is what it is, and now we're here. I want to see it end fast. I don't want to see this go on for years and years. Now, President Zelensky supposedly made a statement today in AP. I'm not a big fan of AP, so maybe it was an incorrect statement, but he said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time, and he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying.
This project, could this minimize the impact to the U.S. with chips should China decide to isolate Taiwan or China decide to take Taiwan?
Well, it's a very interesting point. It's a great question, actually, but this would certainly, I can't say minimize. That would be a catastrophic event, obviously. But it will at least give us a position where we have, in this very, very important business, we would have a very big part of it in the United States. So it would have a big impact if something should happen with Taiwan.
Are you looking at relieving Russian sanctions if there is a peace deal?
Well, we're going to make deals with everybody to get this war, including Europe and European nations. And they've acted very well. You know, they're good people. I know most of them are friends of mine. The heads of state, the heads of the various countries, prime ministers from the different. I got four prime ministers and 5 presidents called me over the last 2 days, and they want to work it out. They want to get it worked out. And I think they're also, you know, they're talking money, but the money is less important than the deaths. We're talking thousands of young people a week. And people would say, why do I care about Ukraine? Young people, why do I care about, and not all young, but they're pretty young. You know, Ukraine is running a little bit low, and they're getting older. They're recruiting older people. It's a very, very sad thing that's happening over there, and we want to get it finished. We want to stop the death.
any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take
No
effect
room
tomorrow?
left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
Mr. President, just to follow up on my colleague's question.
And just so you understand, vast amounts of fentanyl have poured into our country from Mexico, and as you know, also from China, where it goes to Mexico and goes to Canada. And China also had an additional 10, so it's 10 plus 10. And it comes in from Canada and it comes in from Mexico, and that's a very important thing to say. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Have you decided if you're going to suspend military aid to Ukraine? Have you made that decision?
Well, I haven't even talked about that right now. I mean, right now, we'll see what happens. A lot of things are happening right now as we speak. I mean, literally, as we speak, I could give you an answer and go back to my office, the beautiful Oval Office. I could go back into the Oval Office and find out that the answer is obsolete. It's like his business. It's obsolete. You come up with a new chip and it's obsolete about 2 minutes later, right? But that's what's good about his business. That's why he's the only one that's successful in it. But
To follow up my colleague's question, from Russia saying that your foreign policy is largely in line with their vision, should that be concerning to Americans?
said what?
Should that be concerning to Americans?
Read the statement.
That Russia says that your administration's foreign policy is, quote, largely in line with their vision.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it takes two to tango, and you're going to have to make a deal with Russia, and you're going to have to make a deal with Ukraine. You're going to have the assent, and you're going to have the consent from the European nations, because I think that's important, and from us. I think everybody has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It can be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long, because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal. They've suffered more than anybody else. We talk about suffering. They've suffered. But if you think about it, under President Bush, they got Georgia, right? Russia got Georgia. Under President Obama, they got a nice big submarine base, a nice big chunk of land where they have their submarines. You know that, right? Crimea. Under President Trump, they got nothing. And under President Biden, they tried to get the whole thing. They tried to get the whole big Ukraine, the whole thing. If I didn't get in here, they would have gotten the whole thing. So I can only say, you can go back to Bush, you can go back to Obama, and go back to Biden. They took a lot. The only one they didn't get, you know what I gave them? I gave them anti-tank missiles. That's what I gave them. I gave them sanctions on Russia. I gave them javelins. You know the javelins? You know when they took out all those tanks? You know the tanks were heading to Kiev by the hundreds, and they were unstoppable. And I gave them javelins. So, you know, I really, Putin is the one that will tell you this has not been so good for them. The fact is that I just want fairness. I want fairness. But think of it. I gave Russia nothing except grief. I gave them nothing. I gave them sanctions and javelins. That's what I gave them. Obama gave them sheets, and you heard that statement before. It's a very famous. Trump gave them javelins, and Obama gave them sheets, and then they say how close I am to Russia. And let me tell you, we have to make a deal because there are a lot of people being killed that shouldn't be killed. But remember, Trump gave them nothing, and the other presidents gave them a lot. They gave them everything.
Mr. President, on trade, you met with Argentine President Javier Milei at CPAC. He wants to sign a free trade agreement with the United States. Is that something that you would consider even with Argentina?
I'll consider anything. And Argentina, I think he's great, by the way. I think he's a great leader. He's doing a great job. He's doing a fantastic job. Brought it back from oblivion. Yeah, we'll look at things. We're looking at the UK with things. It doesn't have to be tariffs, but tariffs are easy. They're fast. They're efficient. And they bring fairness. For instance, when people kill their dollar, their equivalent of the dollar, whether it's the yuan or the yen in Japan or the yuan in China, when they drop them down, that puts us at a very unfair disadvantage. So all I have to do is say, Howard, we're going to have to raise the tariffs a little bit, because I've called President Xi, I've called the leaders of Japan to say you can't continue to reduce and break down your currency. You can't do it because it's unfair to us. It's very hard for us to make tractors, Caterpillar, here when Japan, China, and other places are killing their currency, meaning driving it down. So all of these things add up. And the way you solve it very easily is with tariffs, because when they do that, instead of having to make phone calls every day like I used to do with certain leaders, President Xi a little bit, a lot of phone calls, talking about the fact that they're lowering their yuan, they're lowering it down, and that makes it very, very hard for us. So this way I just say, look, let them do that, and we make up for it with the tariffs. But
Will you be speaking with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum about
yeah, sure, I will. I have a lot of respect for her. I have a lot of respect for her.
Mr. President, tariff takes
Yeah.
effect. It'll be 20% on China now. How high are you willing to go against China?
Well, I can't say. It depends on what they do with their currency. It depends on what they do in terms of a retaliation with some kind of an economic retaliation, which I don't think they're going to retaliate too much. Hey, look, the United States has been taken advantage of for 40 years. The United States has been a laughingstock for years and years. That's why this gentleman is built in Taiwan instead of building here. It would have been better if he built here. If we had a president that knew what they were doing, and we had a lot of them very bad on trade. Look, I'm a huge fan of Ronald Reagan, but he was bad on trade, very bad on trade. He allowed a lot of people, a lot of businesses to be taken. So I say that with due respect, because he was so great on other things, but he was bad on trade. We are setting records right now, records like nobody has ever seen before. When you have companies like this coming in, and almost 40% of their company in one signature is going to be devoted to what he does, which is one of the most important businesses in the world. That's an unbelievable thing. When Apple now is going to start building all of their plants here, all because of what we've done in terms of, it's not because he likes me or they like me. They don't probably like me at all. I don't know. I think he likes me a little bit at least. But you know what? It's the incentive we created, or the negative incentive. I mean, it's going to be very costly for people to take advantage of this country. They can't come in and steal our money and steal our jobs and take our factories and take our businesses and expect not to be punished. And they're being punished by tariffs. It's a very powerful weapon that politicians haven't used because they were either dishonest, stupid, or paid off in some other form. And now we're using them. Say it.
Have you spoken with President Xi about this?
I don't want to tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Running for New York City mayor.
Well, people who don't respond to the
Shout out to the Commander-in-Chief for sure. Legend.
Former U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, was with me with breaking news on Friday. He's in focus with me today. We're going to dissect it moving forward. Now, what's next? Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy now outside the White House. Peter.
And Harris, there's quite a disconnect happening here at the White House and with their allies in Kyiv, because I have been told by a senior official here that nothing's going to happen with this minerals deal until Zelensky goes in front of cameras and makes an explicit public apology for the way that he behaved in the Oval Office with that meeting. But Zelensky is out there now saying that he thinks he can still get this minerals deal without saying sorry.
We are not making any steps back. This is our policy, to be consistent regardless of what happened before. We are constructive. If we agree that it will be signed, from our side we are ready to sign. I honestly think the United States will be ready as well. Maybe they need time to analyze some things.
Yeah, well, good luck, because there is still a desire by Republicans in D.C. to end the war in Ukraine and to make a deal with Ukraine on the way forward. But after Friday's Oval Office dust-up, Republicans don't care if peace happens with Zelensky in charge or somebody else, although nobody is saying yet who they think a suitable Zelensky replacement could be.
Something has to change. Either he needs to come to his senses and come back to the table in gratitude, or someone else needs to lead the country to do that. I mean, it's up to the Ukrainians to figure that out. But I can tell you that we are re-exerting peace through strength.
And we're hearing now that President Trump plans to talk about the end of the war in Ukraine at some point tomorrow, one day closer to his self-imposed deadline to end the war within the first 100 days back in office. Harris?
All right, great reporting on you to get that nugget. I mean, they want an explicit apology from Zelensky. Have we seen anything to maybe point to that actually happening?
No, nothing. I've heard that Zelensky's team have been calling their counterparts here at the White House, but it just does not seem like anything is going to happen unless President Trump changes his mind and doesn't want a public apology. Nothing is going to happen. They are not going to get this deal, and they are basically going to be in the timeout chair with the way that the White House sees it until he comes up and says, I am sorry for the way that I acted.
Wow, the Ukrainian president literally taking it. Call a friend when you're losing. But this isn't a game show. Peter Doocy, thank you. Well, it turns out that President Trump is not the first president to lose patience with Zelensky. Seems former President Biden lost his temper too, and we know he had one. We saw it many times. A 2022 report has resurfaced since Friday's Oval Office meltdown. And it says, quote, Biden had barely finished telling Zelensky he'd just green-lighted another $1 billion in U.S. taxpayer military assistance for Ukraine when Zelensky started listing all the additional help he needed and was not getting. Biden lost his temper. The people familiar with that call said the American people were being quite generous, and his administration and the U.S. military were working hard to help Ukraine. He said raising his voice, and Zelensky could not show a little more gratitude. He could. Biden wanted him to apologize, and he wanted him to say thank you. That's a familiar theme. Let's talk to someone who knows. Gordon Sondland, former U.S. ambassador to the European Union under President Trump. Look, when you hear that, now it makes Friday make more sense to me. What about you?
Well, no one's been a bigger supporter of Ukraine or President Zelensky, but I've got to tell you, Harris, he's really miscalculated this one in a big way. President Trump is trying to give him something that's actually better in the long run than an Article 5 NATO guarantee.
That's
and
right.
That is billions of dollars of American investment and thousands of Americans in the country working with the Ukrainians, alongside the Ukrainians. The rare earth minerals are only the tip of the iceberg here. He's looking at a long-term major joint venture with the Ukrainians. And then he can look Putin in the eye and say, listen, the next time you take 1 inch of Ukraine, you're going to hurt an American. And now it's not a proxy war anymore. Now you're going directly against our interests, and you know what we'll do to you if you do that, which is a much better guarantee than this ephemeral NATO type of guarantee where you never know who's on first. It's also ironic that the Europeans lambasted Trump for kicking Zelensky out of the White House, but this morning I was on a BBC program, and they don't want to send British boys, as they call it, to the front lines to act as peacekeepers. So which way do they want to have it?
You know how they want it. They have always wanted us to pick up the bill, us to be the people who are on the front lines and in danger, us not to lead the way, to follow them, but to act like we like that. That's a lot. Do you think that we get an apology from the president of Ukraine? A public apology?
I think there needs to be a public apology, and I think President Trump needs to ask President Zelensky to apologize to the American people, not just to he and to the vice president personally. Because I think the American people, by having seen what the sausage making that normally goes on behind closed doors, having seen that same sausage making going on in front of dozens of media representatives, now understand what President Trump is up against here.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we saw it. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what was going on.
Exactly.
And this administration promised transparency, and boy, was it ever. Let's get to this. Mark Thiessen's Washington Post column is titled, Zelensky Must Mend the Breach with Trump or Resign. He argues Zelensky's stubbornness has badly hurt Ukraine. Here's more from National Security Advisor Mike Waltz.
both sides are going to have to make compromises. I think a lot of people can see what those roughly will be in terms of security guarantee for some type of territorial concessions. Those broad outlines are evident. Does both sides have the will to sit down and drive this towards peace? That's President Trump's objective.
Ambassador Sondland, tell us how it works. When someone walks away from the table, from a deal, should they expect to come back to that same deal, or is there a penalty for that?
Well, I've learned two things in business negotiation. I've had the similar career to President Trump, maybe not as illustrious, but I know that 99% of the movement in a deal happens in the last 1% of the time available. And we're kind of there now. So I fully expect there is a lot going on behind the scenes between subordinates, whether that's between Secretary Rubio and the foreign minister, or whether it's between Steve Witkoff and President Zelensky. But there's a lot of talking going on right now, and I think that now a apology has to be curated. I believe that President Zelensky thought when he left Ukraine and flew to Washington, he thought he could either schmooze Trump into including security guarantees, or if that failed, bully him into, or embarrass him, I guess, into including security guarantees by showing those awful pictures, of dead Ukrainians in the Oval Office. And of course, neither of those worked, and he should have read the room better.
Yeah, real quickly, an opinion piece says Democrats led Zelensky and Ukraine off a cliff with pressure to reject the mineral deal. And it talks about a Friday tweet, or post, we should say, on X, from Democratic Senator Chris Murphy. It was posted right after his meeting with Zelensky and right before President Trump's. And it said, just finished a meeting with the president, Zelensky, here in Washington. He confirmed that the Ukrainian people will not support a fake peace agreement where Putin gets everything he wants and there are no security arrangements for Ukraine. I can tell you, everybody read that. I want to know how you take it in terms of the negotiations.
Well, first of all, it's completely an insult. I thought that, politics stops at the water's edge. And this was an opportunity for the Democrats, albeit reluctantly, to support President Trump. Because what President Trump is doing is he is putting Putin in a very difficult position. They just don't see how to connect the dots. And
Right.
I think for Murphy to say something like that, particularly given his position, is shameful.
Ambassador, it is always great to have you with your expertise. Thank you so very much and your time.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. It is currently 9:23 p.m. and today's date is the 3rd of March, 2025. You know what time it is. All right, everybody, join the membership. It is $4.99. Support the channel. Be kind to each other and have a good time.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from Washington tonight. This is a Fox News alert. A source telling Fox Trump is pausing all U.S. military aid to Ukraine until he determines the Ukrainians show a commitment to good faith peace negotiations. More news when we get it. But first, the new Red Scare. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, since their Nazi and Hitler strategy hadn't really paid off, Democrats have racked their tiny little brains for a new line of attack. Now, what is it? 2 words, starting with the letters K and O. Now, wait for it.
Everyone who signs up to work for Donald Trump is signing up for one single project, and that is the transition of American democracy to a kind of kleptocratic oligarchy in which the billionaires rule, in which they get to steal from regular Americans.
Wow, kleptocratic oligarchy, Chris. Big words. You must be smart. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the Democrats' early top contenders for 2028.
If that's the domestic project, then the way to normalize that kind of government is to associate yourself with similar governments abroad, like the Kremlin.
OMG, this isn't even a new strategy. This is warmed over Russian collusion. Oh, how original. It was just 3 days after the man dressed like Captain Spock was booted without lunch from the White House. We're getting a much clearer picture tonight of how things went down and why President Trump is the only politician telling the full truth here. But first, we have to remember how we got here. The U.S. government has been involved in Ukraine for many years, and, by the way, to mixed results. And no one knows that better than Chris Murphy himself, because he, with key Republican senators, helped usher in the ouster of Ukraine's President Viktor Yanukovych back in 2014. Now, Murphy himself explained why sitting U.S. senators were engaged in what certainly looked like election interference in a country whose president was democratically elected.
Yanukovych was elected. He was chosen in a relatively free and fair election, maybe not by U.S. standards, but we certainly recognized his legitimate right to govern. And when Senator McCain and I went to the square, we were very careful about the words in which we used. We went there in the wake of Yanukovych bringing the police forces onto the square to try to forcibly break up those protests. And we certainly got a lot of grief from people asking why 2 U.S. senators are going to the square to support a protest movement against an elected government.
Wait, really? Well, we have one problem now. Because they were upset because the president who had been elected was crushing protests. Well, Zelensky himself has not allowed elections. He's outlawed protests. He's banned many Orthodox church services, most of them. He's even banned the use of the Russian language in many instances. Now, some of these measures seem politically popular in Ukraine, but nevertheless, is he really the exemplar of a democratic freedom fighter? Now, look, we all know what Russia's position is. It's a one-man show with Putin ruling with an iron fist. But Trump didn't create this mess, and his handling of this is not the problem. A weak Biden presidency set the stage for this bloody mess. And the region's been in a bloody mess now for 3 years. Now, in November, voters had a choice. Elect Kamala and stay in Ukraine, as Biden said, as long as it takes. Or elect Trump, who pledged to end the war. Well, the voters obviously elected Trump. But the forever war chorus is trying to paint Trump as the outlier.
Ronald Reagan would talk about peace through strength, say you never get to peace with Russians through being weak. That's exactly what's happening right now, though. A show of weakness. Weakness leads to more war, more invasions, more suffering. It's that simple.
Oh, well, simple. Of course, maybe Joe forgot. Peace through strength wasn't just about rebuilding our military. It was about rejuvenating our economy. And ours is currently way down with $36 trillion and counting in debt. And interest payments on that debt exceed $1 trillion annually, and yet we're still deficit spending like there's no tomorrow. That is not strength. That is weakness. A dynamic Trump is trying mightily to turn all of it around. It's going to be hard. But again, the think tank crowd, and they live in an alternative reality, apparently still believes that America's patience and resources are unlimited. But given our economic condition and the public mood, Trump's dedication to peace toward reducing America's involvement in this war, as we learned tonight with a pause of military aid, it's perfectly in line with past Republican presidents. Remember, Eisenhower won the presidency in large part because he pledged to extract us from the Korean War, and that's what he did. So was he collaborating with the communists? And in 1956, of course, he didn't stop the USSR from taking Hungary. And we didn't get involved when they took Czechoslovakia in 1948 and when the Soviet Union crushed the Prague Spring in 1968. It was ugly. But it wasn't our battle to fight. Now, did any of this mean that these presidents were sympathetic to the people in charge? Of course they weren't. Of course, it's ridiculous to think that. And remember, our brave troops were bogged down and dying in the Vietnam War. And it was a war that Nixon ultimately had to end. Now, did this mean he was pro-North Vietnamese? Of course not. Reagan pulled out of Lebanon after 241 U.S. service members were slaughtered there. Was that weak? Or was it pragmatic? Now, neither Donald Trump nor his supporters are rooting for Putin, but they see the world as it is, not as some fantasy created by those who profit off bloodshed. Of course, the legacy media, though, they're going to always rally against the Trump agenda. They used to be for peace, but no longer. But they're going to rally against Trump no matter how reasonable his position is.
Some of your Republican allies are puzzled by the steps that President Trump has taken.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Okay, so this happened 1 hour ago. Senate Democrat, they have blocked the GOP bill to bar transgender athletes from women's sports. Okay, so that has been blocked from advancing and protecting women from men in their sports, or transgender in their sport. But this is what it is right now. One more time, Senate Democrat has blocked the GOP bill to bar transgender athletes from women's sports. That is sad, in my opinion.
Taken to placate Vladimir Putin. I want to bring up a post that Lisa Murkowski.
Well, which ones? What steps has the president taken to placate?
Let me show you. Let me show you what.
Are we arming the Russians? Are we providing economic assistance to the Russians? Have we given the Russians $180 billion? What are we doing to placate? The only thing we've done is say, "Are you guys willing to talk about peace?"
Trump's not naive here. He knows what Putin is like, just like Nixon knew what Mao was like. And Eisenhower knew what Khrushchev was all about. Voters want to take care of the home front, which is hurting. We all know it. They want us to have more friends and fewer foreign obligations. But look, we're not in a great situation now because the Uniparty blew the massive economic and geopolitical advantage that we had as a country, which Reagan's policies made possible. We ended up losing in Iraq, losing in Afghanistan, and now a stalemate in Ukraine. In a war, our money and our weapons, even if not, thank goodness, our men and women made possible, our troops. Public opinion is, so far, in Trump's favor. 51% favor his handling of the Russian-Ukraine situation, 49% disapprove. But compare this to how they rated Biden. 61% disapproved of Biden's handling of the war, only 39% approving. Those are the ones who still thought he had all his marbles. But here's the bottom line. The delusional types who promised us victory in Ukraine, remember it was going to be quick? And of course in Afghanistan and also in Iraq, the surges kept coming, the money and weapons kept flowing. Now they're wailing, but there is a reason why they are no longer in charge and why a pro-interventionist Republican has not won the presidency since 2004 and likely will never win the presidency, not in our lifetime. So right now, it's Trump's job to clean up the mess the old establishment left behind, and that is exactly what he's trying to do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a lot going on right here. But first of all, the most important thing is Zelensky has to take that deal, move forward, and let some peace reign. All right, so the First Lady, Melania Trump, she's leading a roundtable with Ted Cruz on the Take It Down Act. Okay, she is championing this initiative where it's like, take it down if it's going to harm kids. But she's really taking this initiative to the next level. Listen.
Well, welcome everybody, and I want to start by thanking the First Lady for joining us today, and thank you for your support of this incredibly important legislation, the Take It Down Act. which has already passed the Senate unanimously, and I am hopeful that the House will soon take it up and pass it and put it on the President's desk to be signed into law to protect young women and young boys and all of those who are being victimized across the country. I also want to thank our brave victims and victim advocates who are here: Elliston Berry, Francesca Mani, Brandon Guffey, and Breeze Liu. Thank you for being here. Each of you have endured the unspeakable, and your courage standing up and speaking for others is really remarkable. I also want to thank Stefan Turkheimer with RAIN for your advocacy and support on this issue as well. Thank you for your leadership. And of course, I want to thank Senator Klobuchar, who is the lead Democrat sponsor in the Senate, and Representative Salazar and Representative Dean, who are the lead sponsors in the House, who've worked alongside in this important bipartisan legislation. If you're a victim of revenge porn or AI-generated explicit imagery, your life changes forever. Most likely, you've been targeted by someone you know, and you're likely struggling to have that material removed from the internet. Disturbingly, many of these victims are teenagers at American high schools who are facing a surge in AI-generated sexual images. Hundreds of teens, often targeted by their own classmates, are enduring senseless psychological harm, knowing that these fake images exist and they're still out there. And in many cases, there's no recourse for these teenage victims. But this issue extends beyond high school. There are thousands of cases where predators have used non-consensual intimate images to extort victims, both sexually and financially. And the results can be even more traumatic than financial loss, as we'll hear today. In dozens of instances, parents and siblings have suffered unbearable pain, having lost their child or their brother or their sister to suicide because the victim felt there was no way out from sextortion. Outside of high school, many adults are also dealing with the very real and dire consequences of having their sexually explicit images shared online without their consent. I have heard from victims of sexual abuse, of rape, of human trafficking, who strongly support the Take It Down Act because they desperately want some of the most traumatic moments of their lives taken off the internet. The Take It Down Act empowers victims across the entire United States. It makes it a felony for these deviants to publish any non-consensual intimate images, including fake, lifelike pornographic images of real people. Just as importantly, our bipartisan bill requires big tech to have a notice and takedown process so that every victimized American, not just the rich and famous, but everyone, has a right to get these disturbing images taken offline immediately. We are today one step closer to making this dream a reality. Just 3 weeks ago, the Senate unanimously passed the Take It Down Act. Now it goes to my House colleagues, and I have every assurance and confidence that the House will take this up, pass it, and put it on the President's desk so that we can protect the victims of these predators. And we're very excited to be joined today by the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. Mrs. Trump has long been a champion for protecting our nation's children with her Be Best initiative. And I can think of no more important issue for our First Lady to lean on than protecting children online. Your success will mean our children's success and healing for thousands of victims. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. Well.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz.
I think that should be on.
Is this on?
It's not very loud.
Good afternoon. I'm here with you today with a common goal: to protect our youth from online harm. The widespread presence of abusive behavior in the digital domain affects the daily lives of our children, families, and communities. Addressing this issue is essential for fostering a safe and supportive environment for our young people. I hope today's roundtable builds awareness of the harm caused by non-consensual intimate imagery, and eventually the approval of the Take It Down Act bill in Congress. In today's AI-driven world, the threat of privacy breaches is alarmingly high. As organizations harness the power of our data, the risk of unauthorized access and misuses of personal information escalates. We must prioritize robust security measures and uphold strict ethical standards to protect individual privacy. As First Lady, my commitment to the Be Best initiative underscores the importance of online safety. In an era where digital interactions are integral to daily life, it is imperative that we safeguard children from mean-spirited and hurtful online behavior. Ensuring their protection is not just a responsibility, but a vital step in nurturing tomorrow's leaders. Here with us today is Alison Berry, a 15-year-old brave young woman. Alison Spears used AI to create non-consensual intimate images of her and then spread the images across social media. They superimposed her face into pornographic content without her consent, solely to humiliate her. And authored, Alison's family contacted the social media companies for help. Their efforts fell upon deaf ears. Ultimately, the fake images circulated worldwide. It's heartbreaking to witness young teens, especially girls, grappling with the overwhelming challenges posed by malicious online content, like deepfakes. This toxic environment can be severely damaging. We must prioritize their well-being by equipping them with support and tools necessary to navigate this hostile digital landscape. Every young person deserves a safe online space to express themselves freely without the looming threat of exploitation or harm. To the brave survivors of NCII, your strength inspires the courage in others. To the advocates, your voices power our youth and hopefully bring change. And to the families, your unwavering love is a pillar of resilience. Thank you again to Senator Cruz, Speaker Johnson, House Majority Leader Scalise, Representative Salazar, Chairman Guthrie, Chairwoman McCain, Chairman Hare, and Representative Kahan for being here today and for your dedication to this important cause. I was heartened to learn that Senator Cruz and Senator Klobuchar united to prioritize this fundamental matter. I must admit, however, I expected to see more Democrats, leaders with us here today, to address this serious issue. Surely, as adults, we can prioritize Americans' children ahead of partisan politics. I urge Congress to prioritize the passage of the Take It Down Act bill. This legislation is essential for addressing the growing concerns related to online safety, protecting individual rights, and promoting a healthier digital environment. By advocating this bill, Congress can take an important step towards ensuring accountability and fostering responsibly online behavior. The Take It Down Act bill represents a powerful step toward justice, healing, and unity. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I want to thank the First Lady for being here, and your presence and your leadership on this issue is incredibly important, and I'm confident it's going to play a critical role in accelerating the passage of this bill and getting it passed into law so that we can protect all our kids and young women and young men across the country. I now want to turn to the leader in the House, Representative Salazar, for her remarks.
There. Thank you to all of you, and thank you to the First Lady of the United States, to Senator Cruz, for having taken up this cause. The force, as Senator said, the force of your presence, Madam, is not only going to save children's lives, but will also make this legislation the law of the land. I have no doubt that the House of Representatives will make this law a priority, as I have spoken to the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. So thank you for making our jobs as legislators a lot more effective. As the Senator said, the name of the legislation that we're presenting is called the Take It Down Act. Its mission is very simple. It's profound and long-lasting. It stops cyber abuse. It prevents bullying one child against another. Even more important, is going to prevent suicide out of shame. It is outrageously sick to use the images, the face, the voice, the likeness of a young, vulnerable female, to manipulate them, to extort them, to humiliate them publicly just for revenge or just for fun. That is why we created this bill, and it's going to stop the abuse throughout social media. It is widely known that 99% of the time, the victim, most of them girls, don't even know that their faces, their bodies, their intimate parts are being circulated around the internet in fake, compromising pornographic images. But perception is reality, unfortunately. And even though these images do not belong to them, they are paying the price dearly. So they see it, they live it, they have to suffer it, and they don't have any recourse, as the Senator said, up until today, up until now. Our bill, the Take It Down Act, finally is sending a very big message to big tech that they have to bring down these images, fake images, within 48 hours. No more time than that, no more excuses. If not, big tech then will be just as guilty as the aggressors. Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok will have to comply within 48 hours when the victim demands that they take down those pornographic images. Now our messages to the bullies, to the perverts, to the predators. If you dare to do this to another innocent child, you are going to go to prison. You will serve jail time. That will be a great place where you can sit and ponder what you did and be consumed by your conscience. Up until now, the parents of victims found that the schools, they couldn't do anything. The police couldn't do anything. Nothing. Big tech couldn't do anything, according to them. No more. This legislation has taken the power away from the aggressors and the accomplices and have given it back to the victims and their parents. What a great honor for me to be part of this initiative. Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam, for making this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Salazar, for your friendship, for your leadership on this important issue. I now want to introduce our victim advocates who will share their stories and explain why it is important that we urgently pass the Take It Down Act. Here with us first are two teenage victims of AI-generated sexually exploitative images. Miss Elliston Berry of Aledo, Texas, and Miss Francesca Mani of Westfield, New Jersey. Both of these young ladies were victims of virtually the identical crime within weeks of each other. Elliston was just 14 years old when a male classmate of hers took an innocent photo off her Instagram page and used an app to create an explicit image, a deep fake AI, that in turn was sent to her classmates at school. Elliston helped inspire the Take It Down Act. And she's a Texan, and she and her mother contacted my office and relayed what happened, and we were horrified, and she was the initial inspiration for writing this bill. And Melania, I'll tell you an amazing aspect to it. When I was sitting down with Elliston and her mother, Anna, who's here as well, I asked in my office, I said, what's happened to the images? And they looked at me with enormous frustration, and they said, they're still up. It's been 9 months. Elliston's mom said she had called Snapchat, she'd emailed them, she tried repeatedly, take this garbage down of my daughter. And she had gotten no response at all, no movement. I turned to my staff in my office that afternoon and I said, I want you to get the CEO of Snapchat on the phone today. I want those pictures down today. Within 2 hours, they pulled them down. Now, it should not take a sitting senator or a sitting member of Congress picking up the phone to get a picture down or a video down. It should be the right of every American. Every teenage girl victimized should have the right to get this garbage taken down, and this bill will give them that right as a matter of federal law. And with that, Elliston, if you would share with the First Lady and share with everyone here just what happened to you just tell your story.
Thank you, Senator Ted Cruz. I was just 14 years old when a classmate created AI nudes of me from an innocent social media picture. I was 14 years old when I was violated all over social media, and I was just 14 years old when my innocence was stripped away. October 2nd, 2023, I woke up to messages from a friend notifying me that these photos of me were circulating social media. Pictures from a past Instagram photo with a nude body and my face attached, made from AI. Fear, shock, and disgust were just some of the many emotions I felt. I felt responsible and began to blame myself and was ashamed to tell my parents despite doing nothing wrong. As I attended school, I was scared of the reactions of someone could recreate these photos, and I lived in fear that they would resurface and that they would get brought up as I attended school. The school was little to no help and said that it was out of their control. I not only blamed the classmate Big Tech. The boy used a Google app called DNGG that existed to remove articles of clothing from a photo available for all ages for free. While that app is no longer available, thousands of other apps similar are available. Additionally, social media needs to be required to take action. It wasn't until Ted Cruz's office heard my story and reached out to Snapchat personally, and then my photos were removed. We need to hold Big Tech accountable to take action. I came here today to not only promote this bill, but to fight for the freedom of so many survivors. Millions of people, male, female, teenage, children, kids, all are affected by the rise of this image-based sexual abuse. This is unacceptable. The Take It Down Act will give a voice to the victims and provide justice. I want to say thank you to Senator Ted Cruz and his team. Thank you to all the advocates pushing this bill and this legislation. It is vital for the growing of technology. The situation is bigger than politics. This bipartisan bill is to protect America's children. Thank you to the First Lady and the House leadership for understanding how important this issue is and taking time to learn about this vital piece of legislation. I share my story to give victims a voice they never heard and had changed this horrible situation into something good. Thank you to everyone who is supporting this. It is so inspiring to know that my voice is being heard, giving hope to not only me, but to all the many people that have been affected by this. It is truly so amazing how this awful situation has turned into good. Thank you.
So I'll tell you, Elliston and I and her mother several months ago had the opportunity to do a number of TV interviews, and we went on Good Morning America. And at the end of it, I think Good Morning America was ready to offer Elliston an anchor spot. I think the folks interviewing us got nervous for their jobs because thank you, both you and your mom have enormous courage, and you're standing up and speaking the truth, and it has a power to change and protect others. What is remarkable is in the exact same month that Elliston was being victimized, 2,000 miles away in New Jersey, Francesca Manni was going through the exact same situation. She was also 14. She was also a target of this same predation. And like Elliston, Francesca has spoken out about her experience. Both Francesca and Elliston testified at a field hearing that I held in Dallas. Francesca recently appeared on 60 Minutes to tell her story. And she's another incredible young woman, along with her mom, who are standing up and fighting to protect others. And so, Francesca, thank you for being here as well. And would you please tell us what you experienced?
Okay. Is it on? Okay. At 14 years old, my classmates created deepfake images of me and other girls at my high school. The most disturbing part, not just that they thought it was okay, but that the school failed to hold them accountable. While the girls' names were announced over the intercom, the boys were quietly pulled from their classrooms, a blatant violation of privacy and disrespect towards us. Despite the seriousness of the incident, only one boy received a one-day suspension. 2 years later, those responsible are still in my school, representing in team sports as if nothing ever happened. That is not okay. When I asked my school why they weren't using the code of conduct or HIP policies, their response, they need to be updated to include AI. My response was, then update it. It took them 1 year to make changes, yet my mom's lawyers created an updated version within a week of that incident. The HIP investigation, which was supposed to take 10 days, dragged on for almost a year, completely unacceptable. The school's only response to the community was a single email dismissing the issue as widespread misinformation. This silence sent a dangerous message. To the girls, you are not worth fighting for. And to the boys, what you did is okay. I expected clear and decisive action. The school should have said, this is not okay, and you are expelled. In school, the question should not be about legality alone. It should be about what is right, what is ethical. Teenagers might not know all the laws, but they do know when something is wrong. Schools need to take immediate, serious action to ensure that AI exploitation, harassment, and deepfake abuse are met with real consequences. We need laws, and with the help of Senator Cruz, Congresswoman Salazar, and now the involvement of you, the First Lady, I truly believe we are on track to passing a federal law to protect women and children. Even though AI exploitation can happen to anyone, 96% of victims of AI misuse are women and children. So we are seriously vulnerable, and we do need laws. The Department of Education must finally step up and issue clear AI guidelines on how schools should handle these incidents nationwide. AI isn't going anywhere. It's here to stay. Schools must be proactive, not just in teaching students how to protect their image or avoid committing a crime through AI misuse, but also in teaching how to use AI as a tool for advancement. Throughout my advocacy, I have met incredible organizations, leaders who are focused on legislation and regulation, but that's just one part of the conversation. Since being named one of Time 100's most influential people in AI, I've had the privilege of meeting brilliant minds using AI to advance society in research, medicine, education, climate control, art, and more. Yes, AI needs regulation, but we also need to acknowledge its potential and prepare the next generation through AI literacy programs in schools ASAP. I love JFK's speech, where he challenges us to ask what we can do for our country. Lately, feels like everyone is asking what the country can do for us. With AI, we should all be asking, what can I do by myself to advance and empower my future using AI? Now, let's be clear. Every aspect matters, but it must start with legislation. A strong federal law is crucial, one that shifts powers back to the victims, ensuring they can remove harmful images within 48 hours. That's not just policy, that's real, tangible protection. That's take it down. We need this to pass. Thank you.
Francesca, thank you also for your courage and your strength and your clarity. Both you and Elliston are inspirational, and we're proud to have you with us today. As Francesca mentioned, over 90% of the victims of non-consensual intimate images are either women or young girls. It doesn't just affect teenagers. Adults can also be victimized. And Breeze Lou, when she was 24 years old, she got a nightmare phone call from her friend that an explicit video of hers had been posted on a pornography website. That phone call started a series of events in which Breeze would rise to lead the fight for the removal of these abusive images. Breeze, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Tell us about what you experienced and what you've done to try to stop it.
Thank you. It is both humbling and empowering for me to be here today. On behalf of millions of survivors, I'd like to thank you for giving us a voice and shining a spotlight on this critical issue. We stand at a defining moment in human history. Artificial intelligence has given us unprecedented power and brought profound transformation. But with extraordinary technology advancement, we also face immense challenges. In April 2020, my life changed forever. A friend called to tell me that a video of me was circulating on Pornhub. At first, I thought it was a mistake. I have never even visited Pornhub, but when I clicked the link, I saw my face on a pornographic video. The devastation I felt is indescribable. I was humiliated, dehumanized, and overwhelmed with shame. But when I sought help, the system failed me. I was victim blamed and slut shamed while the perpetrator faced zero consequences. As more videos spread to hundreds of malicious websites, I nearly lost everything. My dignity, my reputation, and I almost lost my life. For every victim, there is a moment when the ground disappears beneath you, when the shame, the violation, the loss of control, it all consumes you. And then when you reach for help, you find there is none. No accountability, no recourse, just a system that shrugs and says it's too complicated, it's impossible to fix, the internet is too big. But America is a nation that does not accept impossible. In 1969, an American set his foot on the moon and said, that is one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. This nation did something that was once believed to be impossible. With computing power equivalent to a basic calculator, we accomplished one of the greatest feats in human history. When it comes to ending online violence, America must lead. The Take It Down Act is an essential first step. It creates accountability where there was none before. It ensures that victims can have harmful content removed swiftly, lifting the unbearable burden survivors have long carried alone. If legislation is the foundation, technology is the bridge. History will not remember us for the tools we build. It will remember us for how we choose to wield it. The internet, AI, the digital tools are not inherently good or evil. They reflect the values of those who control them. This is a tech-enabled problem, and it requires a tech-enabled solution. The same technology that created this issue can also power its solution, and this is why we find hope. And this is what my work at Electo AI is about, building human-centered AI to combat AI abuse. To those who say this problem is too big, I say this: America is not in the habit of backing down from hard fights. Today, the smartphone in our pocket holds computing power thousands of times greater than what NASA used during the Apollo program. We have the technology to fix this. We have the legislation to create accountability. Now we need the will to act. This is a nation that has always led the world in shaping the future, not waiting for someone else to do it first. The future is being decided now. So let us rise to this challenge, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. It is time to reclaim our humanity in a digital age. Let history show that when faced with injustice, we did not stand idly by. We fought, we built, we progressed, and we won. Pass this bill. Take action. Let us build a digital future that is safe, just, and worthy of the generations to come. Do not let my yesterday become their tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Breeze, thank you very much for your courage and your clarity. What you experienced and Elliston experienced and Francesca experienced was a grotesque violation of your privacy and your fundamental rights. And each of you has used that pain to advocate for others and to try to stop someone else from being victimized the way you have been. Although the vast majority of the targets of this abuse are women and young girls, young boys can be targeted as well. And the FBI has warned that there's a growing threat of sextortion deliberately targeting minors online, where evil people use either real or fake explicit images to extort their victims both sexually and financially. And in some instances, the results can be even more devastating and catastrophic. And that was the tragic situation that South Carolina State Representative Brandon Guffey and his family experienced in 2022. Representative Guffey, would you please share what happened with your son?
Thank you, Senator Cruz. July 27th, 2022, I lost my oldest son, Gavin Guffey, to suicide. We quickly found out that he was being extorted online, that someone pretending to be a young female at another college requested images to be shared back and forth, and as soon as he shared those images, he took his life. It was an hour and 40 minutes from the time that he was contacted until the time that he took his life. At that time, I had never heard of the crime of sextortion. I was always a more liberty-minded politician, even though I hate to say that word. And, you know, I wanted freedom as much as possible. But as I started looking into this, I started to see that big tech operates, and they are the equivalent of big tobacco of today's generation. The account that targeted my son, that caused him to take his life, was taken down online once Homeland Security reached out. However, they left the additional accounts up. If I send a friend request, I can choose remove this account and any other accounts associated. Yet they left these other accounts up, and those other accounts began to extort my 14-year-old cousin, my 16-year-old son who had just lost his brother, and myself as well, going as far as sending a message saying, "Did I tell you that your son begged for his life?" From that day forward, I have made it my life's mission, politics or not, to fight to protect children online. Since December of 2022, whenever I took office, within 4 months, we were able to pass Gavin's Law in South Carolina, which criminalized digital sextortion. And the first person that we were able to convict under Gavin's Law was actually under an AI photograph. I have helped thousands of children since then. Matter of fact, I've dealt with 3 within the past 48 hours of families that are reaching out, that are being extorted in these situations. I've worked with groups such as Nkosi and NCMEC here on the Hill. I have showed up with parents, and unfortunately, the amount of parents that are losing children are growing daily. Since my son took his life, there's been 40 other teens that are public about this. I can tell you there's more than a dozen that I know of that just do not feel comfortable sharing their stories. But I'm witnessing teens constantly take their life. And as you said, Senator Cruz, trying to get an image down. Now, granted, I'm just a state representative, but I have a little bit more pull than the average citizen, and I'm able to get some of these taken down occasionally. But that's generally not the case. And with something such as Take It Down, it would allow families to be able to have those images taken down and to have the voice that my son did not have. There was no recourse of being able to know, to be able to get these images down. And in his mind, no one had his back. And this wasn't talked about. So since then, it's been my mission to speak up, scream it from the mountaintops on how we have to hold big tech accountable, and Take It Down does that. So for everyone involved, I really thank you for your involvement and urge for passage within the House.
Brandon, thank you for being here. Thank you for speaking out. You have endured every parent's nightmare. There is not a parent in America or on the face of the world that is not terrified of the pain and tragedy you experienced. And thank you for using Gavin's memory to spur action to protect other children. Our final speaker will be Stefan Turkheimer. Stefan Turkheimer is the Vice President of Public Policy for the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. RAIN is one of the nation's leading anti-sexual violence organizations that works diligently to ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. Stefan, I want to thank you and RAIN for your avid support and hard work to advance the Take It Down Act. And we've had a lot of discussion today about the use of AI to create fake sexually explicit images of real people. We've heard from those who've been impacted by those heinous acts. Can you describe what you're seeing across the country, how technology is changing the threat, and why Congress needs to act?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. And thank you.
You can push the power button.
Oh, I already turned it on.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your advocacy, Senator Cruz, and thank you for being here, Madam First Lady, and thank you, Representative Salazar, for your leadership. I'm Stefan Turkheimer, Vice President of the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, and what we're best known for is running the National Sexual Assault Hotline. And the hotline's really two parts. There's a phone call, and there's also an online hotline. And during the pandemic, more than half of the people reaching out to the online hotline were children, which was very surprising to us. And we thought, well, it's people stuck at home with their abuser. There's no other ways to report. After the pandemic ends, the children will fall away from the hotline, but they didn't. And what we started seeing in the data was that things that started as maybe 1 or 2 cases a month started doubling every month from 2019 to now. And it's all image-based sexual abuse. Image-based sexual abuse is often a part of in-person sexual abuse, but it often exists on its own. And all these kids that are calling the hotline, that are reaching out, they're suffering the same trauma, the same harm, very similar harm as what happens in person. And the difference is that it keeps happening over and over and over again, every time the images resurface. And all those people on the hotline want to be able to say, is this ends now? We have a way of stopping it. But the reality is we do not. We do not have good options for those kids. We don't have an ability to get these images taken down, which is why I'm so grateful for a bill like this that will say, in 48 hours, this is done. You won't have to be re-traumatized every time you open a laptop. Every text you get, every time you hear that noise, is someone else telling you they've seen you online. That ends when this bill passes. And thank you for your advocacy, and thank you for everyone for being here.
Stefan, thank you. Thank you for your hard work and for RAIN's hard work protecting the victims of sexual violence and exploitation. It's enormously important work. I now want to give an opportunity for each of the congressional members here to either make a comment or ask a question of any of our victims or victim advocates, and we'll start with Speaker Johnson.
Thank you, Ted. Senator, great work on this. Representative Salazar, our extraordinary First Lady, for bringing this to the public's attention. I want to thank these extraordinary witnesses that we had today, Breeze and Brandon and Steph, and the ladies, Elliston and Francesca. You're so articulate, you could serve in Congress. In fact, I'll recruit you in a couple of years to be here. Look, I'm just going to say very briefly, state the obvious. As the dark side of technology advances, and these unspeakable evils become part of the culture, the law has to keep up. And I'm really grateful that we have thoughtful legislators here who take the reins on this and are willing to pass legislation to address it. We are anxious to put it on the floor in the House, to get it to President Trump's desk for signature, because we've got to do what we can to stop this. And I am a full supporter of it. I'm grateful to have a moment to be with you all. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your being here, and I appreciate your leadership getting this passed into law so that we can protect these victims and prevent further victims. Majority Leader Scalise.
Well, I as well want to thank Senator Cruz and Congresswoman Salazar for your leadership. We came incredibly close last year to getting this across the finish line, but I think with the leadership and the voice of the First Lady, I just want to applaud First Lady Melania Trump for lending your voice and the strength of your office to this, because I have no doubt this is going to be the year that we actually get the Take It Down Act signed into law. And I think, as you heard from Elliston, Francesca, Breeze, the horrible stories, you could have easily just walked away and hidden and had somebody else pick up the mantle to do this. But you said, no, nobody else should have to do and go through what I've been through. So I'm going to lend my voice and my experience so that we can stop anybody else from having this happen again. And when you then hear, okay, well, it's going to take an act of Congress to fix this, you probably really get concerned and say, well, I've heard how long that takes. And believe me, it can take a long time unless you've got the right coalition. And this time, I think you've got the right coalition. You have the right leaders, a bipartisan coalition. I want to thank my colleague Ro Khanna, Senator Klobuchar, for being a part of this too, because when you look at where we are now, I go back to my days in the State House of Representatives, and this is before social media. But back then, the technology for cameras was getting very, very small and more high definition. And video voyeurism was the crime of the day back then. And you would have people that would put cameras in places where you couldn't even see them and record people, willing or not, and then use it later, usually for similar kind of things, to try to shame somebody, to try to extort somebody, to try to get revenge on somebody. And what shocked us is when we started hearing these stories, when mostly young girls, and I think Elliston was the one that ran the stats, it's 96% of the victims are typically young girls or children. But what shocked them the most was that that was not a crime. Even when you found out who did it, it wasn't a crime. So guess what? We created the law of video voyeurism, and all of a sudden people started going to jail, and the word got out. And it still happens, unfortunately, but it doesn't happen at the extent that it used to, because now people know there's consequences. The same thing will happen with the Take It Down Act. And I know he's going to talk as well, but I want to applaud Chairman Brett Guthrie of the Energy and Commerce Committee, because he and I have talked about this a number of times. And we have a high commitment, not only to bring it through his committee, but when the bill comes through committee, it will be a priority to bring the bill to the House floor quickly, to get it to the president's desk for signature, because it's going to give victims two things. One, it's going to give them the protection that they deserve. To say within 48 hours, this will be taken down. The platforms will have to take it down. And then it's going to do something else that just doesn't exist at the level it should. And that is the accountability to the perpetrator. Because those boys shouldn't still be in school, strutting around as if nothing happened, as if it's your problem to deal with that they created, because nobody's going to touch them. Will you tag the word felon to the end of that name? All of those athletic ventures go away. A lot of other things go away, and people will think twice. So again, thank you, Senator Cruz. Thank you, Congresswoman Salazar, and thank you, First Lady, for lending your voice. But I really applaud the victims, because we want you to come back. I know somebody in the White House that may be able to get us an invitation to be at that signing ceremony, but just envision the day where all of your work to not just sit quietly, but to speak out on behalf of others, so that there aren't victims in the future and that there are consequences in the future. Your work will pay off. We're going to get this done this year.
Well, and thank you, Steve, for your friendship and leadership. And just to underscore something that Steve just said, I feel confident that when this bill is signed into law, that each of the victim advocates, that you'll receive a signing pen that the president used to sign it into law. And by the way, they're about this big. They're massive. Your husband does nothing small. Representative McClain, the head of the House Republican Conference, the number 3 Republican in the House, if you have any comments or questions.
Well, I have a lot to say, but unfortunately I got a short time to say it in. So let me start with thank you. Thank you for putting this on the floor. Thank you, Maria. And thank you to the First Lady to drawing attention. It is disgusting that we have to put this common sense legislation on the floor, but here we sit today, right? Representative Khanna, thank you so much for being here, because this is not a partisan issue. Taking the innocence away from the most vulnerable, our children, this isn't a partisan game. This is games with our children's lives. And as parents, where are you parents? I can't even begin to imagine your emotions. I mean, I applaud you for your decorum. And for the victims, you want to talk about courageous? You want to talk about winners? You want to talk about young people with some guts? You're looking at them right here. We can't thank you enough. We're sorry from the bottom of our hearts for what you've had to go through, and for the parents, for the suffering that you have. But it is darkest before the dawn, and it starts today. So thank you for having the courage to stand up to be true winners. And we will, like the leader and the speaker said, we will get this done. We must get this done. So take a moment and reflect in your courage in everything that you've accomplished at such a young age. And parents, I don't know how much more proud you can be of your children. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for your leadership. Now I want to recognize Congressman Kevin Hern, who is the chairman of the Republican Policy Committee, for any comments or questions.
Thanks, Senator, and First Lady, thank you so much for making this, pushing it forward. This is going to be something that, as the Speaker said, this is something we need to modernize law for what's happening with technology. And somebody that's old enough to have 3 children, from 36 to 25, and now 3 grandchildren, and just had a 4th one that's a little girl. And the reason I say all that is the evolution just in our lifespan of the technology that's happened and what's happened to our generations. Bringing this to the forefront is so important for us to make a law that will fix this for future generations. It's tragic. And it shouldn't be, as you said, Senator, for those who have influence. It should be for every American to be able to protect their innocence. Artists and musicians and actors are doing it every day. They've been doing it now for 2 or 3 years. We need to make sure the least of us can have the same opportunity. And as the First Lady said, we should have everybody involved in this. This should be one of the easiest things that's ever gone through Congress. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to address any issues that might come from any of our colleagues. But again, thank you, Congresswoman Salazar, Senator Cruz, and First Lady. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate you being involved.
Thank you, Kevin. Now I'd like to recognize Representative Brett Guthrie, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, my colleague, Congresswoman Salazar. Thank you for doing the First Lady. Thank you for being here and all our advocates. I will say that the Energy and Commerce Committee is going to have a hearing very, very soon. This bill is going to pass out of the House of Representatives. And I would have no doubt that the president would sign this bill. But I certainly have no doubt the president will sign this bill in a way that has everybody who's been part of this to be a part of it. And I'll just say, it's just kind of interesting to point out, if you think about how this started, so Senator Cruz, I just became chairman of the committee. We had a meeting right after I became chairman, called and say, hey, let's get together and talk about our issues. This is the number one issue. Our committees have a lot of jurisdiction. This is the number one thing that he brought up is the most important thing to him this session, to get through the House, from the Senate to the House of Representatives. And it started by a constituent going to visit her senator. And if you think about that, here your constituent goes to visit her senator in America, and now you're sitting next to the First Lady of the United States. This is how it's supposed to work. We're seeing how it's supposed to work. It's a horrific situation, but the response to it is the way that we're supposed to respond. So we have to respond to it. And I'm sitting here just going to guarantee you the House Energy and Commerce Committee, working with our leadership, is going to respond to it. And thanks for all of you for your advocacy being here and bringing this attention. Thanks, Senator Cruz, for stressing this in our very first meeting, and this is going to be a top priority over the next few weeks for the Energy and Commerce Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your leadership at ENC, and it's incredibly important. Final speaker, Representative Ro Khanna. Thank you, Ro, for joining us, and you're recognized for any comments or questions.
Well, thank you, Senator Cruz. Thank you for your leadership on this for many years. Thank you, Congresswoman Salazar, for your leadership. Speaker Johnson and Leader Scalise, thank you for, on issues like this, working in a bipartisan way. First Lady Trump, I really appreciate your bringing your humanity and looking at this as a parent and as a leader and not through politics. Your presence here obviously is going to make a big difference, and I appreciate your being here and doing so for the country in a bipartisan way. Mr. Guffey, sorry for your loss. Thank you for being here. And to Francesca, Elliston, and Breeze, I mean, you inspire all of us. And I just would say this, look, Francesca invoked John F. Kennedy. My parents came here in the 1960s from India when Kennedy was talking about going to the moon, and I know Breeze talked about that. We've got to be able to figure out some ways of coming together as a country, as divided as we are. I represent Silicon Valley. I'm very proud of the innovation. I'm very proud of the technology. But America should lead in making sure that technology protects kids and protects people. And I think this bill, as you've crafted it, Senator Cruz, balances the free speech concerns with the protections, and I'm looking forward to supporting it.
Well, Ro, thank you for being here. And let me say thank you for the bipartisan support we have in this bill. In the Senate, Senator Klobuchar is the lead Democrat author, and we've passed it unanimously through the Senate. And in the House, Madeline Dean and Ro Khanna and other Democrats are supporting it. And I'm confident there are issues that divide us on partisan bases, but this should not be one of them. This should be one that we all come together and say, look, we need to protect our kids. We need to keep them safe. I will say to the victim advocates, you guys are extraordinary, you are courageous, you are inspirational, and you're making a real difference. So thank you. I will say to the House members, you're seeing something that I'm sure you thought was impossible, which is the Senate doing anything briefly and expeditiously, but this was scheduled to last 1 hour, and we are at 59 minutes, precisely on time. And Madam First Lady, we are grateful for your leadership. Your presence and your advocacy brings people together, inspires them, and is producing real action to fight for these young women and young boys and Americans across the country, and we're grateful. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks to all of you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Yes, protect the children, protect the ladies, and support the men. You know what time it is. All right. God is great. God is great. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships, show your boy some love. All right. Are you guys being nice in the chat room? Are you being nice in the chat room? All right. We got Senator
Mr. President,
John Kelly.
Last week, President Biden,
John Kennedy.
I wish him well.
There we go.
gave his farewell address to America. He said a number of things, but one in particular got my attention. He warned America about, quote, his words, not mine, quote, a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of very few ultra-wealthy people. President Biden went on to say, and I quote again, today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead, end quote. Now, I don't know who President Biden was talking about. But I know one particular circumstance about which I'm going to speak that fits his warning. Again, I don't know if the circumstance I'm about to describe is what President Biden meant, but if the shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella. Let me cut to the chase. Mr. George Soros is an oligarch. He's one of the wealthiest people in the world. He's a friend of President Biden's. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, President Biden just gave him, I think, the highest civilian honor that a president can give to a civilian, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Mr. George Soros is buying WWL AM radio in New Orleans. Let me say that again. That may not mean much to you, Mr. President, but it means a lot to my people in Louisiana. Mr. George Soros is buying WWL AM radio in New Orleans. WWL AM radio is practically an institution in my state. It's been around since 1922. 1922. Over 100 years. It's a clear channel. It's what the communications experts call a clear channel Class A station. Its transmitter power output is about 50,000 watts. That's a lot, folks. That's the maximum for commercial AM stations in the United States. It's the lead station on the New Orleans Saints radio network. It's an important station. And Mr. George Soros is buying it. Now, what does that mean, and how did this happen? WWL is owned by a national company called Odyssey. A-U-D-A-C-Y, Odyssey. Odyssey has about 220 radio stations nationwide, one of which, of course, is WWL. Second largest radio network in America. It reaches, I think, 45 different markets throughout our country, Mr. President. 165 million Americans. It's huge. Odyssey borrowed too much money. They took on too much debt. They took on about $1.9 billion worth of debt, and they couldn't service that debt with their revenues. So what did they do? They did what many other corporations do when they can't service their debt. They went into what's called Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Not Chapter 7. Chapter 7 is when they liquidate the company. Chapter 11 bankruptcy is when a company goes into bankruptcy in front of a bankruptcy judge and says, Judge, We want to get all of our creditors and debtors together and restructure our cash flow and our debt so we can come out of this bankruptcy a surviving entity. They went into Chapter 11 with a bankruptcy plan. Mr. George Soros immediately pounced. He, of that $1.9 billion in debt, he bought about $415 million of it, cash on the barrelhead, paid 50 cents on the dollar. One of the tenets of the reorganization was that all the current shareholders would be wiped out. The new creditors would assume equity positions in the company. I know that sounds complicated, and it can be, but really what it means is that the bondholders, one of which is Mr. Soros after he bought the $415 million worth of debt, became a shareholder. And Mr. Soros is now the largest single shareholder in Odyssey radio stations, including WWL AM in New Orleans, an institution. Now, in America, you can't just go do this. Why is that? Because those airwaves on which WWL and the other radio stations broadcast, they don't belong to the radio stations. They belong to you, and you, and you, and you. These airwaves, the spectrum, if you will, they're owned by the American people. And years ago, we created the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC. We set it up to be in charge of the airwaves that belong to the American people, to make sure that those airwaves were being used prudently by radio stations. For example, if a radio station is bought by a bunch of foreign nationals or foreign entities, the FCC has got to approve it. For example, anytime a broadcast license, as is the case with Odyssey, is transferred, the FCC has to approve it. So Mr. Soros's purchase of WWL radio and the 219 other radio stations had to go before the FCC. And it did. And it went, the approval for Mr. Soros went through the FCC like green grass through a goose. And it was a party line vote. It was last September. All three Democrats, there are 5 people on the FCC, all 3 Democrats said, let it go. And they short-circuited the normal process. Now, I'm not an FCC expert, and I'm not a communications law expert, but I've read, this has been widely reported, and I've read about it in many reports. Normally, on a deal of this size, when 220 radio stations are being transferred, their licenses, using airways that belong to the American people, and there's a substantial percentage of foreign owners, it would take about a year to get through the FCC. FCC would do a complete investigation. Not this time, no. This time was special. What happened was what some members of the media have called the Soros shortcut. They just got together and rammed it through. Did I mention it was like green grass through a goose? 3-2. Now, the 2 Republicans on the commission, they're screaming the whole time, whoa, Nellie, whoa, whoa. Why aren't we taking this seriously? Why aren't we investigating this? Why aren't we doing our due diligence? They were outvoted, 3-2. You know, when even in a democracy, when you've got the votes, you can make a porcupine like hot peppers. if you got the votes. It doesn't make it right. A number of people petitioned the FCC and said, please don't do this. One of the groups that petitioned the FCC was a group called Media Research Center. The FCC, 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans, dismissed them. But this is what the Media Research Center said. Quote, their words, not mine. There is no question that George Soros and his affiliated businesses are looking to control these radio stations to advance their particular brand of activism, close quote. And the MRC urged the FCC not to create, quote, a special Soros shortcut, quote, that would circumvent their rules and allow the deal to move forward. It did it anyway. Here's what Mr. Troy A. Miller, NRB president and CEO, said. He said, quote, my words, or his words, not mine, quote, the fact that the FCC is apparently willing to bypass the usual protocols, that means the normal procedures, to get this transaction done just weeks before a presidential election and right after the President of the United States gave Mr. Soros the Presidential Medal of Freedom, seriously undermines the Commission's credibility and raises unwarranted questions of whether administrative processes are being manipulated to exert political interference and preference, end quote. Here's what one of the Republican members of the FCC in dissent said, quote, Commissioner Brendan Carr, who's soon to be chairman of the FCC, now that there's a new sheriff in town. Here's what Mr. Carr said. The Commission's decision today, approving Mr. Soros's plan, is unprecedented. Never before has the Commission voted to approve the transfer of a broadcast license, let alone the transfer of broadcast licenses for over 200 radio stations across more than 40 markets without following the requirements and procedures codified in federal law. Pass me the sick bucket. This isn't right.
Yeah.
But they did it. Now, this is America. You're entitled to believe what you want. If it's legal, you're entitled to do what you want. And Mr. Soros is certainly entitled to his opinion. He is. I don't agree with him, but he is certainly entitled to it in America. I'm not much into this cancel culture, and hopefully we've seen the end of it. But when you're acquiring radio licenses which can influence public opinion, and you're doing it in part, not exclusively, but in part with foreign money, well, that's why we have the SEC. But I want to make this clear. I believe in free speech and free expression. You're not free if you can't say what you think. You're not free if you can't express yourself. And Mr. Soros has that right. But here's where he stands. I want my people in Louisiana to know who's buying WWL radio in New Orleans. Mr. Soros is a billionaire. God bless him. He made his money himself. He has poured much of his wealth into what, in my opinion, are radical causes. He's now working with his son, who I understand is a very smart young man named His name is Alex Soros. Mr. George Soros and Mr. Alex Soros hold some, how should I put this, non-mainstream American beliefs. For example, Mr. George Soros has called the United States, quote, the main obstacle to a stable and just world. Mr. Soros believes that our country is, quote, the main obstacle to a stable and just world. Not China, not Iran, not North Korea, the United States of America. Pass me the sick bucket. Mr. Soros has also said that China has, quote, his words, not mine, China has a, quote, better functioning government than the United States of America. Mr. Soros does not believe that the United States should have secure borders. He once called national borders a, quote, obstacle, end quote, to his plan for widespread immigrant resettlement. Mr. Soros and his family, as you probably know, have spent millions and millions of dollars to elect prosecutors throughout America who believe that violent criminals are the real victims. These prosecutors believe, for the most part, that if a cop has to shoot a criminal, it's always the cop's fault, but if a criminal shoots a cop, it's always the gun's fault. These prosecutors that Mr. Soros has backed with millions of dollars all believe that if you are concerned about crime, you're automatically a racist. Mr. Soros and his son Alex have called for, Alex in particular, have called for softer sentences on violent criminals. This is what he has said. I'm quoting his words, not mine. But if we are serious, Mr. Alex Soros said, but if we are serious about ending mass incarceration, we must also rethink our response to crimes that are more serious, including violent ones. Even those who have been victims of violence increasingly do not believe in long-term prison sentences. In short, Mr. Soros, both George and Alex, believe that America would be better off if we had open borders. They believe that if America would be better off, in my opinion, this is how I read their writings, if we ended jails and if we ran our government like the Communist Party of China. I don't agree with that. But Mr. Soros, both of them are entitled to their opinion. But my people in Louisiana are entitled to know whose opinion they're hearing on the radio. And this has not been reported once in Louisiana. Let me say it again. Mr. George Soros, through a expedited procedure, I'm trying to be even-handed here, who received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Biden, and who is close to President Biden and all of my Democratic colleagues, on a 3-2 vote at the FCC, has been able to buy over 200 radio stations throughout America, including WWL Radio. And I want my people to know about it. And I want to make sure that it was done legally. I'm not saying it wasn't done legally. I am saying that it looks funny. Not funny, ha-ha. It looks weird the way this was done. It has the aroma of politics. And I hope the new FCC revisits this issue. These licenses And these airwaves do not belong to me or the FCC or to Odyssey or to WWL. They belong to you and you and you, the American people. And we're supposed to make sure through our FCC, that's why God created the FCC, that these licenses are not just given to anybody.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. All right, J.D. Vance, let's get it.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us.
Good to see you, man.
Appreciate it.
Great to be here.
Let's go back to the Oval Office Friday.
Yep.
From your perspective.
Yeah, great TV. As the president said. Yeah, well, you know, it's funny. So we have a 45-minute press conference, and the president normally does this. I mean, I've seen this now 3 or 4 times with foreign leaders where he likes to bring the media in, likes to have a conversation, but answer questions with the press. As you know, he's very open with reporters. And what I noticed is that for the first 25, 30 or so minutes, he tried to sort of bend over backwards to be gracious and kind to Zelensky, even when Zelensky was kind of needling him, even when Zelensky was saying things that I thought were untrue. The president just tried to be diplomatic, right? I think that's his natural instinct in that situation. And then when it really went off the rails, of course, is when I asked, or you had a Polish journalist who asked a question, the president answered it, and then I answered it, and then something about my answer just really set Zelensky off. So then he came at me.
So you're blaming yourself.
And then I went back at him, and what I tried to do originally was actually try to diffuse the situation a little bit, because I'm like, you know, we're having this meeting. Obviously, there are 100 television cameras here. Let's try to have this conversation in private. And then the president, as we kept on going back and forth, I tried again to say, well, maybe we should have this conversation in private. And the president was like, nope, actually, I don't want to have it in private anymore. I want to have this actual conversation in public for the American people to see. And I do think that there was just a certain sense of, there was a lack of respect. There was a certain sense of entitlement. And most importantly, look, we can look past all of that stuff, but the president has set a very clear goal for his administration. He wants the killing to stop. And I think that it's very important that President Zelensky and, of course, President Putin, too, they've both got to come to the negotiating table, and that's ultimately where things broke apart. I really don't care what President Zelensky says about me or anybody else, but he showed a clear unwillingness to engage in the peace process that President Trump has said is the policy of the American people and of their president. That's the real breakdown, is I think Zelensky wasn't yet there, and I think, frankly, now still isn't there, but I think he'll get there eventually. He has to.
My understanding is he tried to get back in, or tried to stay a number of times, and then made numerous calls to come back. Is that true?
I don't know about numerous calls, but they certainly made at least one request to come back in and continue the conversation. The president was like, look, first of all, they were disrespectful, and second of all, what are we even going to talk about? They've shown a clear unwillingness to discuss the peaceful settlement that President Trump is trying to bring to this situation. I think a lot of Americans are sort of, you know, it's useful to step back and ask ourselves, what is the actual plan here? You can't just fund the war forever. The American people won't stand for it. And by the way, Sean, if you look at European opinion polls, the Europeans aren't going to stand forever for it either. We need to bring this thing to a peaceful settlement. The president was trying to do that. He'll continue to try to do that, but you've got to have two to tango. You've got to have a negotiating partner in the Ukrainians who recognize that, you know, of course they have their views, and of course they're not always going to agree with us, but they've got to participate in the conversation. They weren't willing to do that on Friday, so the president said send him home.
He said today that the war he expects will go on a very long time. I don't know where he's going to get the money to fund that war. I have my doubts that Europe will fund the war to the level that Biden and Harris were funding it. And then the issue now has come up whether or not this administration will continue to offer money and arms for this war to continue. Because without America, I would argue the president was right in saying they have no cards.
Yeah. Well, Sean, I think our European friends, frankly, are being really they're doing a disservice to the Ukrainians because their own populations are saying, we're not going to fund this war indefinitely. The American people are saying, we don't want to fund the war indefinitely. So the only thing that is in the best interest of America, of Russia, of Ukraine, and of Europe is to bring this thing to a close. What happened, Sean, is you have Zelensky. He goes to Europe, and a lot of our European friends puff him up. They say, you know, you're a freedom fighter. You need to keep fighting forever. Well, fighting forever with what? With whose money, with whose ammunition, and with whose lose lives. The president is actually taking a much more realistic perspective and saying this can't go on forever. We can't fund this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't fight forever. So let's bring this thing to a peaceful settlement.
When I interviewed Zelensky, he wouldn't give me direct answers. I asked him about the mineral deal to pay the U.S. back. To me, there's three phases in this. And my understanding was Friday was supposed to be relatively ceremonial.
It was.
And then that it was supposed to be we signed the mineral deal. That's part one. Part two would be a ceasefire. Part three would be the hardest part, the negotiated settlement with Putin, who, correct me if I'm wrong, said he's willing to talk peace with Trump.
Yeah, he said he's willing to talk peace. And of course, we trust but verify. We want to have the conversation. We don't assume that everything that anybody tells us is true. That's why we want to engage in this conversation. But you're exactly right, Sean. When the Ukrainians came to Washington on Friday, it was supposed to be ceremonial. You know, there had been some public back and forth, some disagreements, some words spoken in public. And the president was like, let's have this moment. We give some credit to the brave Ukrainian fighters. And of course, it's a very brave army that they have there in Ukraine. Let's sign this minerals deal, which importantly does two things. It allows the American people to get some of their money back, but it also shows the Ukrainian people that America has a long-term investment in their sovereignty. You do those things, we'll sign this thing, we'll have a rah-rah moment, and then we'll get to the tough talk of negotiating peace. We couldn't even get the Ukrainians to a point where they could talk about the peaceful settlement. And look, in some ways, Sean, I get it. I get the frustration. I get the rage. It's their country. Of course, it's not our country. But you've got to accept cooler heads have got to prevail. This thing cannot go on forever. This is the important point. I'd say this to our, of course, most importantly, the Americans who are watching, but people all over the world. When you talk to leaders in private, whether they're Ukrainian or European, when you talk to people in private, they will tell you this cannot go on forever. There aren't enough Ukrainian lives, there isn't enough American money, and there isn't enough ammunition to fund this thing indefinitely. The only realistic pathway to bringing this thing to a settlement is President Trump's pathway. We encourage both President Zelensky and President Putin to follow that path.
Well, I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent, and this came up in the discussion Friday. The Biden administration called Putin every name in the book, and they've been trying to get the president.
And he still invaded anyway.
Okay, he still invaded anyway. Well, remember, it depends if it's a minor incursion. Let's go back to that moment, which I thought as troops were amassing on the border. Yep. But I go back and I think about this. And Biden spent all of this money, called Putin, all of these names. The media and the Democrats, they want Donald Trump to call him names. And the president addressed that.
Thing.
And then he's supposed to call him and say, Vladimir, you ready to talk a peace now?
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
No, it's diplomacy 101, right? Is you have to have a reasonable relationship with somebody to be able to even start the conversation. We have to remember, Sean, Ukraine, half of the country, a third of the country is totally destroyed. The economy is depressed. You've got hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians. Of course, a lot of dead Russians as well. The president wants to negotiate a settlement. How can you negotiate if you can't even talk to somebody? And that's what he said. He's not saying, like, nobody's suggesting, as Secretary Rubio said, no one is suggesting that we give the Nobel Peace Prize to Vladimir Putin. What we're saying is it's important for President Trump to be able to have a conversation. That's not well served by standing up at a press conference and calling the guy every negative name in the book. By the way, as we just said, President Biden called Putin every single name in the book. What did it lead to? It led to war. It led to destruction. It led to conflict. President Trump is trying to bring this thing to a close. You got to be able to talk to somebody to do that.
Is the door open? President Trump said Friday he can come back if he wants peace. Is that door still open today?
What President Trump has said clearly and consistently is, of course, the door is open so long as Zelensky is willing to seriously talk peace. You can't come into the Oval Office or anywhere else and refuse to even discuss the details of a peace deal. Look, this is not going to make anybody happy. The Russians are going to have to give up stuff. The Ukrainians are going to have to give up stuff. You can't come to the Oval Office and say, give us security guarantees. We won't even engage with you about what we're willing to give up. That's been the Ukrainian posture. When that posture changes, as President Trump said, when they're willing to talk peace, I think President Trump will be the first person to pick up the phone.
Well, I got to imagine that they're probably rethinking it. What did you make of European leaders leaders, quote, their voices of solidarity this weekend, because it's Lindsey Graham, who's been very supportive of Ukraine in this conflict. I mean, he was livid.
Yes.
And he said, if they want to now defend their own continent, let them go ahead and do it. Good luck to them.
Yeah, and my message to Ukrainians, by the way, to President Zelensky is, when you've lost Lindsey Graham, that means you need to come to the negotiating table and recognize Donald Trump is the only game in town. He's the only person who I think has a meaningful plan to save that country. But, Sean, here's the problem with the Europeans. And a lot of these guys are our friends. They're our allies. We, of course, the president has a great relationship with a lot of European heads of state, and so do I, but they need to be realistic. Mm-hmm. And the craziest part about this, Sean, is that sometimes you'll have European heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelensky for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So I honestly don't care what the Europeans say in public. What I care is what they say in private. And what they need to be saying to President Zelensky is, this can't go on forever. The bloodshed, the killing, the economic devastation, it's making everyone worse off. The only pathway to, I think, back to peace and prosperity is what the president is trying to accomplish.
And now we look back in time and we see Joe Biden was beginning to understand that the patience of the American people is running thin.
That's right.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. We're a nation with nearly $40 trillion in debt. Yep. I mean, it's too much.
Well, Sean, this is an important point, though, because I was a United States Senator, for the last 2 years of the Biden administration. I got elected in 2022. I think you like this job better? I think I like this job a lot better. I certainly like the president a lot better. And here's the thing, when you would talk to the Biden administration officials in private, this is another example of a terrible situation the Biden admin left the Trump administration. When you ask them, what's the plan? Okay, we're going to spend tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars in Ukraine. What is your plan? And they would honestly tell you, well, we're just going to send them weapons for as long as we can and hope eventually they can turn the tide. Hope is not a strategy. Throwing money and ammunition at a terrible conflict, that is not a strategy. The only guy in town with a strategy is the President of the United States, and everybody needs to follow his lead.
What scares me is Zelensky, when he says it's going to go on for years, how many more lives are going to be lost? He's not going to have a country to save at the end of that. The minerals deal would have provided the monies to rebuild their country and a strong U.S. presence and maybe European troops as well.
And this is an important part of it. The president knows that, look, if you want real security guarantees, if you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years. The security guarantee and also the economic guarantee for Ukraine is to rebuild the country and ensure that America has a long-term interest. You're not going to do that if you come to the Oval Office, insult the president, and refuse to follow his plan for peace.
If he called, and I hate hypothetical questions,
sure,
forgive me. If he called tomorrow and said, I am ready to adopt your plan for peace, he can come back?
I think that if he called and had a serious proposal for how he was going to engage in the process, look, there are details that really matter that we're already working on with the Russians. We've already talked with some of our allies. He needs to engage seriously on the details. I think once that happens, then absolutely we want to talk to
you convinced Putin and the Russians are willing to meet them, I don't want to say the word halfway. They're willing to do their part to achieve a negotiated settlement.
Am I convinced? No. But do I think that there's a real pathway? You got to trust but verify. You've got to engage in the negotiation. You've got to see what steps people are willing to take. This is another thing, Sean, obviously I'm biased because I really love the guy. But when the media attacks President Trump as somehow on the side of Putin, two big problems with that. First of all, the only president in 20 years where you haven't had the Russians take a bunch of territory was under the first term of Donald J. Trump. The second part of that is you've got to actually accept that President Trump, he's not just assuming that everything the Russians tell him is true, he's negotiating with them. There's a give and take. There's a trust but verify. That's called diplomacy. We used to have some respect for that in Washington, D.C.
That was solid. Anyway, so for people who don't know, this is the conversation. Well, this was the aftermath of the conversation that has led to more conversation from Zelensky. Watch this.
Welcome back to Special Report. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did, and do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale innovation. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners, and even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest, and we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's for us very necessary to President Trump, and I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war, we are in this battle, and battle for freedom for our lives. So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, you know, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we are speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and you know Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President, and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. You know, this is so sensitive. You know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees, this is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side, and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe, and they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of path is I mean this we have. I mean, this is not good for both sides anyway, and I very open, but I can't, change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think, Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting? Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for the invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raise this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop, have to be just to guarantee that they are with the Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong, it became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. This is the question from all our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to the front lines with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. It will be tragedy for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, for all Europe. Yeah.
So the question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values, our people. We can't lose our freedom. So a lot of people, Russians came to our territory, you know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody know, everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, you know, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine, yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans.
Right.
If you stay with us, thank you so much, but let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people, that America stay with us. That's great. We count on it. But just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end? How do you get to a deal? You're at a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I think that Europe is ready for contingents and to help us with financing of big army, such big as we have now. This is our army, is the part of security guarantees. Now we want to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how the United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy. To diplomacy, yes, with Russians, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now, for now, we don't see really big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today, we'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that we are focusing on this word. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And you see that no NATO countries, for today, no NATO countries been under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has been a big proponent of you and of Ukraine, said this today after the meeting.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
So he says you need to consider resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
You're not going to step down to do a peace deal.
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is a good idea for this such proposals. But anyway, I always said if United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do. And if somebody is not this happy with me, okay. But between us, yes, Americans vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and only Ukraine. With all respect to Lindsey, if I can say Lindsey, we know each other, yes, and only Ukrainians.
Democrats
vote
have had
for their president.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to the Oval Office meeting. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut posted this: "What just happened in the Oval Office was a planned ambush designed to help a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment." Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know? You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I don't know about it. I think no. I think it was just a really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad? Because they said your tenor and tone.
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad. You see, how to say, when you are in the United States, and for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, it doesn't matter, big politicians, yes, when they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's it. This is filling. And that's why I do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first time. I said it by phone, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich meetings, and I said, please, please, be correct. Just, I want to be very polite. I mean this, be correct with this number. When you say about the number, each person is important. When you say about 1 million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. Just when you speak about the territories, maybe some territories and etc., it's not just territory, it's houses, it's people's lives. You know, their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandfather, they died or this. I mean, this during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it, a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not. I mean, this. That's why I said it's not good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that if journalists asking questions to president, with all respect to vice president, I mean, this he has his interview.
Mr.
This
President,
is our dialogue.
Shouldn't this dynamic, if you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors, not?
Of course. And
so, do you regret that? Are you regretting that happened today?
Regretting? Yes, I think it was not good. I think it was not good because we had a lot of different dialogues. I'm always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation correctly, and I want to understand everything correctly. That's about us. Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps in your mind? Here we are today.
Yeah.
What are the next steps?
I think so. United States wanted this deal very much, and we've been not against this deal, but we wanted to understand what part in security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand for our people. During the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks. And now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign. That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So
exactly.
the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because, for example, President Trump shared that I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in minerals, that Putin will never come on this territory where we are. And I said to him, don't trust Putin. Why? I said, because it's not, I mean we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States, but I said to him that we had more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine, and we had offices even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American or European company or Ukraine. It doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries. But it's not just these will not save us.
I read what the Democratic senator said, that Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
We spoke about it, and I think today very openly President Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want really, I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory to our families. Sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. From one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together in this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
Americans are worried about where the money has gone.
Yeah.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the money has gone? It seems like there is some question about whether there's corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we've got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Yeah. Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes. But we have, in fact, because 67 came like a weapon. It came through the border. It's checked and it's fixed by everybody, and we shared it not once with the American side. And 31.5, it was direct financial support to the budget. Again, it's very open. It's digitalized. It's open, free, and please, if somebody wants to check it again, we are very, very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Can be? Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents. It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people, from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people help to save our people. People, the first. Human rights, the first. This is very, very important. And we are thankful. And sorry for this. I mean, we wanted very much to have only strong relations, and I very count that we will have it.
Mr. President.
That was something, wasn't it? He was still ranting right here. It was still ranting like he was ranting in the White House. However, I'm not saying ranting like he's saying total BS. What I'm trying to say is ranting basically, because he's in the United States. This is the United States media. And well, this is the world's media. However, it's like you are in the United States, in the Oval Office with the United States president who is trying to advocate for peace. So, there should be ways that you should be able to communicate it, communicate whatever you're trying to say that may be offensive in a very calm and light manner. But it didn't happen like that. It became something that would go down in history, because this is going to go down in history between Ukraine and the United States. This is like facts, okay? People are going to watch this in the next 20, 30 years, But this shouldn't have happened, but it happened. And it's just sad to see. However, the next leader, the next generation of leaders would watch this and say, you know what? Heck yeah. I will support my country first. America first. And that's the movement Trump has created.
We're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Today.
Nope. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are the best. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. What do we have here? What else do you guys want to talk about? You want to keep going or you want to pause? What do we have here? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. All right. All right, it was a Republican and Democratic debate on energy and pollution related legislation in the House today. We can check that out. Listen to what they got to say. If you got to educate yourself, you got to learn, because these folks, you're going to sell us.
HJ Res 61, SJ Res 11. Before I discuss these three measures, let me make one thing abundantly clear. Gone are the days of the government knows best mentality that Americans suffered under the Biden administration. For 4 straight years, the Biden administration worked hard to deny freedom of consumer choice in all aspects of our lives. Like the American people, the private sector also found itself under the thumb of an administration hell-bent on mandating subservience and control. Companies found themselves twisted in regulatory knots because the Biden administration issued misguided mandate after misguided mandate. The onslaught was never ending. But it's a new day. We have a Republican-controlled Congress, and President Trump is back at the White House. We're determined to give American consumers choice again and allow the business community to flourish and create unbridled value without the threat of government encroachment. Now on to our first measure, HJ Res 42, a Congressional Review Act resolution that would nullify a Department of Energy rule that pushes arbitrary product mandate.
Some people are saying, in the books of history, in future, people would say America effed up. Okay, America, I was about to say the F word. Okay, but all right. People are saying that in future, the world would say America effed up. And so what? Everybody could be against you, and so what? Because at the end of the day, everybody who is saying America effed up, they were not the one giving aid to Ukraine. America is the one giving aid to Ukraine, as well as Europe, but America is giving more. So it's like, what do you mean? They're going to say America effed up. They should be the one paying the aid to Ukraine then, if they want to say America effed up. Everybody has words. Look, words is cheap, okay? Word is cheap. Everybody can talk. Action is what matters. And America has shown that they actually are allied to Ukraine by helping Ukraine with action. They've done it. People are around the world saying America is bad. Words, no action. America has actually helped Ukraine in real life.
That drive up costs for consumers and hamstrings consumer choice. I said this during our last meeting, and I'll say it again. Consumer choice is not something to be trifled with. This rule is devoid of any reasonable solution to increase the efficiency of consumer products. Ordinary consumers stand to gain absolutely nothing from it. Our next measure is HJ Res 61, a Congressional Review Act resolution that will nullify a midnight rule issued by the Environmental Protection Agency that slaps dubious emission standards on the manufacturing of rubber tires. What's particularly risible about the EPA's rule is that the agency's own risk review found that the rule was not necessary to protect public health and, in fact, may even increase carbon emissions. That same risk review could not quantify any public health benefits from the rule. The sheer level of incompetence that went into formulating this rule in the first place is mind-boggling. Our last measure is SJ Res 11, a Congressional Review Act resolution that would nullify another midnight rule issued by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management that specifically targets American energy producers with a barrage of unnecessary regulations. The justification for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's rule is to, quote, better protect shipwrecks and other cultural resources on the seabed from potential harm due to offshore oil and gas activities, end quote. The mandate is completely misguided, and it will force American energy producers to spend untold resources on scouring ocean seafloors for potential shipwrecks without having a single indication of whether they exist in the area. We're returning to American energy dominance again in our country, and this rule acts as another regulatory cog that will do more harm than good. It's time that we put these 3 Biden administration rules through the shredder and move forward. Common sense has returned. With that, I look forward to today's discussion, and I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of our former Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart. Lincoln served on the Rules Committee, and while we didn't always agree, I respected him because he believed in the power of good governance and fair debate. He understood that our role as lawmakers is about working for the American people, and it was an honor to serve with him, and my prayers go out to his family at this difficult time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I appreciate your doing that.
And now on to the business of the day. Madam Chair, last week, Republicans passed a budget resolution that paves the way for their betrayal of the middle class, stealing from hardworking people so they can give tax breaks to billionaires. This week, they are doubling down, dismantling protections that keep people healthy and safe. Even worse, while Republicans complain about home appliances and car tires, issues that don't even crack the top 100 concerns that I hear from my constituents, the GOP is quietly pushing Trump's broader agenda of destruction. Now, just look at what is happening. DOJ sacked hundreds of workers who keep our nuclear weapons safe, then scrambled to rehire those workers when they realized they screwed up. They fired critical staff from VA hospitals, including disabled veterans. They decimated the NIH office responsible for groundbreaking research on Alzheimer's and dementia. They dismantled Ebola prevention teams along with other critical disease surveillance programs, despite there being a nationwide measles outbreak for the first time in decades. They cut experts working on the bird flu response, you know, the thing that is making eggs so expensive and causing shortages. And now they are working to try to hire them back. I mean, talk about efficiency. We have wildfires raging in South Carolina as Elon guts FEMA, Trump golfs in Florida, and J.D. Vance hits the slopes in Vermont. Can you imagine if Joe Biden went golfing during the California fires? You guys would have a meltdown. But when it's the dear leader, Donald Trump, suddenly it's all fine. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the disgraceful spectacle in the Oval Office last week. You know, I just got home from meeting with my constituents in a town hall, and I called Coffee with Your Congressman in Leominster, Massachusetts. It isn't exactly a Democratic stronghold. Normally I get about 30 or 40 people show up. This week we had well over 300 people show up. And the people who showed up were overwhelmingly disgusted, embarrassed, and angry over what transpired at the White House on Friday between President Trump and President Zelensky. I watched the entire video. Not once did Trump or J.D. Vance say a single negative thing about Vladimir Putin. Not a single bad word for the bloodthirsty dictator who invaded Ukraine. Not a single word of support for our allies in Ukraine who are just fighting against Russian aggression. And it seems like people need a little bit of a history lesson. You know, when the Soviet Union fell in the late 90s, Ukraine was left with the world's third largest stockpile of nuclear weapons on the planet. In turn, they signed an agreement with us, the United Kingdom, and Russia, in which they agreed to give up all those weapons if we, the other 3 signers, agreed to uphold Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. So Ukraine and Russia already had a peace agreement. Russia violated it. Russia invaded Ukraine, and the fastest way for this war to end is for Russia to stop the invasion. We, the United States, we also signed that agreement. We promised to help protect Ukraine's freedom, and Trump is not living up to that agreement. So long as Trump backtracks, no one is going to trust our word, and that's exactly what Russia wants. Just after the meeting, the Kremlin spokesman said, and I quote, "The new U.S. administration is rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely coincides with our vision," end quote. Do you know what that sounds like? It sounds like our national leaders are in the pockets of the Russian government. It sounds like Trump and Vance are playing right into Putin's hands, undermining our allies and aligning with our adversaries. In fact, just for the sake of argument, let's say we had a president who was doing Putin's bidding, who was secretly trying to undermine the United States, and that president wanted to destroy us from within. You know what they would probably do? Well, they would dismantle our professional civil service. They would withdraw from the world and threaten to leave NATO. They would shut down foreign aid. They would turn their backs on our allies and embrace our adversaries. And they might weaken our ability to fight off Russian cyber operations against U.S. critical infrastructure. Do those things sound familiar? Because I think they do. And let's be clear, everything I have mentioned, dismantling regulations, destroying institutions, abandoning our global commitments, makes Americans less safe, not more. And let me make one more thing clear. Republicans own this. You control the House, you control the Senate, and you control the White House. We do not live in a dictatorship. You could stand up to this stuff, but you don't. You could provide oversight on the very real, very massive scandals happening right now, but you won't. You could pass real policies to bring down the cost of food, stop the egg shortage, help middle-class families, and protect this country, but you're not. Instead, you're stealing from the middle class to enrich billionaires, trying to overturn Biden-era rules no one has ever even heard of, and offering the Western world on a platter to dictators. So, well, we're not going to stand by while extremists dismantle our government and hurt everyday Americans. The Republican agenda comes at the expense of the people we were all elected to serve. Enough is enough, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses have will be included in the record. I welcome our first panel, Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone from the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. I remind our witnesses that your full statement may be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Guthrie, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm pleased to speak in support of 2 resolutions of disapproval introduced under the Congressional Review Act to repeal some of President Biden's overreaching regulations. H.J. Res. 42, introduced by Congressman Andrew Clyde, seeks to repeal another Biden-Harris rule that increases red tape and costs for manufacturers and ultimately American consumers. This final rule amended or created new certification, labeling, and enforcement provisions for 20 different products, including dishwashers, central air conditioning, heat pumps, clothes washers, and many other appliances that American families and businesses rely upon. Several appliances subject to these new requirements are products with energy efficiency standards recently amended by the Biden DOE in an unworkable manner. Over the last 4 years, nearly 30 energy efficiency regulations have been issued, totaling over $60 billion in costs. The Biden administration's DOE proposed and finalized new standards to regulate virtually every appliance American consumers rely on in their homes, forcing families to spend more for less reliable options. Implementing these layers of requirements will further solidify the disastrous standard promulgated under the last administration. Today, homeowners spend about 34% more on appliances than they did 15 years ago. From 1995 to 2005, the average homeowner replaced their appliances every 12 to 13 years. Now that timeline has shrunk to every 8 to 9. Unreasonable certification, labeling, and reporting requirements will further increase costs and slow the development of reliable products. In fact, DOE itself estimates these requirements will increase annual costs by $213,000 for manufacturers and result in nearly 3,000 hours of additional paperwork for companies to complete. And while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will argue this rule will not impact consumer choice, these additional costs placed on manufacturers will be passed down to American families, households, and businesses. While some wealthy homeowners may be able to afford the increased burden, millions of hardworking Americans can't. And last November, Americans clearly demanded a return to common sense policies where homeowners drive decisions, not Washington bureaucrats pushing an agenda. And unfortunately, the ultimate harm falls on the American consumer. We need to end this failed approach. I'm also here to speak on H.J. Res 61, led by my good friend and Environmental Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Griffith, member of this committee. Madam Chairwoman, there is a misconception coming from our friends on the other side of the aisle that we heard several times last week here in this committee and on the House floor, that Republicans do not care about the environment and do not want to reduce emissions, and those statements are simply not true. We do not support policies that put unnecessary burdens on businesses in an attempt to appease the climate lobby, and this is why EPA rule must be repealed. Tire manufacturing companies already comply with existing EPA standards to reduce emissions or hazardous air pollutants from rubber mixers. This Biden rule put forth in the waning days of his administration will add emissions limits for total hydrocarbons to the existing national standards for hazardous air pollutants, or NESHAP standards. Madam Chairwoman, there is not a correlation between these two pollutants, and yet EPA wants to impose serious financial burdens that would drive facilities out of business and destroy domestic manufacturing. This rule by the Biden EPA amounts to arbitrary virtue signaling by the last administration and ultimately fails even to identify how implementation of this rule will reduce HAP emissions. To meet these limits, facilities will need to install regenerative thermal oxidizers, or RTOs, which require significant amounts of natural gas to combust pollutants. In 2020, the EPA even released a risk assessment that stated that the tire manufacturing industry's HAPs were under an acceptable threshold. As such, this rule must be repealed. Urge my colleagues to join me in supporting these important resolutions, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Pallone.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank you, Ranking Member McGovern and the other members of the Rules Committee. I'm here to testify on HJ Res 61 and HJ Res 42. I strongly oppose both of these resolutions. Now, Mr. McGovern talked about town meetings in his opening, and Chairwoman Fox talked about the business community. But I will say that when I go back home, including this weekend, I don't hear about any of this stuff that we're dealing with today. I mean, what I hear, because you said, what do you hear? I hear that people are very concerned about the economy, right? In other words, I hear, with all the federal workers being laid off, with all the freezes on money, particularly for infrastructure in New Jersey, and with the tariffs that the president says he's going to impose tomorrow in Canada and Mexico, people are really worried about the economy. They think that these policies are leading to a recession, and that's what the business community is concerned about, and the public. So, the president made a lot of promises to the American people, promised to lower costs, promised to make America healthy again, promised to put America first. But I don't see any of those things happening, anything being done really to promote the well-being of Americans. And I also worry that Elon Musk is, trying to gut our federal government to the harm of the American people. So I don't think the resolutions before us today do absolutely nothing to help the American people, Mr. McGovern, in answer to your sort of question. And in the case of HJ Res 61, the first one with regard to rubber, it would actively harm Americans' health. So HJ Res 61 would hamstring EPA's ability to protect the public from the most harmful air pollutants, literally cancer-causing air toxics, at a time when Republicans are also on the cusp of taking away health care because of the potential cuts in Medicaid. It's not going to do anything to repeal this rule. Because the rule is essentially a common sense, cost-effective way to ensure that rubber tire manufacturers stay competitive, and the rule promotes innovation by recognizing top performers in the industry and promotes current technologies that reduce emissions and make these facilities better and safer. What I see today with both of these rules and what I saw last week when we were dealing with the efficiency standards and other things is that these standards actually protect the good actors, the good manufacturers, the one that want to do the right thing, right? And it's the bad actors, the foreign manufacturers who want to sell cheap stuff that's not safe or not healthy. They're the ones that benefit, right? So nobody benefits here. America's not put first. America's put last, in my opinion. If Republicans want to make America healthy again, then they should start by insisting on clean air and not free passes for corporate polluters. And EPA's rule doesn't apply to the entire rubber manufacturing industry, just a handful of facilities that process rubber, and they have years to comply. But I also want to say, because we have the chairman of the committee here today, you know, it's not even clear what these resolutions are doing. We've had no regular order in our committee on energy and commerce. You have a hearing in the subcommittee, you have a markup in the subcommittee, you have a markup in the full committee, and that's an opportunity to actually see what is going on here. And particularly with the second one, which I'm going to get to now, I mean, I have absolutely no idea what you're trying to accomplish. This is the one with, it doesn't even apply to the appliance efficiency. It targets how manufacturers certify that they are compliant with the efficiency standards. And I have a document here. I can submit it for the record, Madam Chair, if that's all right.
Without objection.
Thank you. From the American Appliance Business Association. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there's one paragraph because it talks about these certifications, because again, we're not talking about the standards, but the compliance with the standards and the certification of those compliance. It says that in comments on September 2023 proposed rule for certification requirements, the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers said, and I quote, that consistent, clear, transparent certification criteria are a critical part of the program, and that we appreciate DOE's proposals that are aimed at ensuring consistency between testing to support certification and testing DOE does to support its enforcement efforts. I think that's what you're talking about here, and they have no problem with it. I don't know if the manufacturers have no problem with it. I don't understand why we're even doing this, because I said the resolution doesn't target efficiency standards like last week with the water heaters, but instead targets how manufacturers certify that they are compliant with the standards. So what does that mean? In my opinion, it means you have nothing else to do here. I mean, did you just like open the Federal Register and search for what fell under the Congressional Review Act window and then find some, non-controversial rule that's supported by the manufacturers? I have no idea. Who gains from the passage of this resolution? As I said, the answer is very similar to last week's resolution attacking water heaters, only foreign manufacturers. You create regulatory uncertainty. Bill creates an opportunity for cheap foreign imports to flood the market and mislead American consumers because the American manufacturers don't support the resolution. It doesn't help American consumers. It doesn't help lower costs. It doesn't help American manufacturers. I don't even think it helps Republicans' polluter friends, to be honest. I don't know who it helps. I just think that, you guys are out of touch, frankly. The government funding runs out in less than 2 weeks. And rather than talking about what needs to be done there, you're talking about certifying the standards. And again, this is not what the American people are interested in. It's certainly not what you talked about. And we really need to go back to the committee, Mr. Chairman, and have a hearing on these things before they come before rules. But with that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
Thank you. And I will pass and I will yield to Mr. Griffith.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman Guthrie, for being here. I really appreciate you here to talk about my bill. It's interesting. Heard my good friend saying, Mr. Pallone saying that this isn't what people are talking about back home. I can assure you that's what they'll be talking about in my hometown of Salem, Virginia, and in Roanoke County when formerly Mohawk, now Yokohama Tires, been that way for about 20 years, who makes tires in my hometown and employs a lot of people in the 9th District, starts having to maybe lay off people, because many of our tire plants in the United States won't be able to meet these standards, and some of them will cut back production or go out of business. So, yeah, you're right. They may not be talking about it today. They may not have talked about it on Saturday. But when the layoff notices go out, they're going to be talking about it. And that's why we're doing this, is we're trying to prevent those layoff notices from going out. In my home region, I'm proud to use those tires on a regular basis, because I know that when I buy those tires, one, they're good quality tires, they're going to last a long time, and I'm providing, even if it's a small measure, my little 4 tires on my vehicle aren't going to keep the plant open or keep it from having layoffs, but it goes a little bit of the way of helping there. And unfortunately, I'm afraid what the EPA has done for many years, Madam Chair, is it has not looked at the job consequences in the community. It has not looked at what the economic impacts are. It's okay if we send these plants to other parts of the world where they will pollute outrageously, instead of doing it here more reasonably. Now, Mr. Chairman, is that kind of your understanding of why I put this bill in?
Absolutely. I don't think I can improve on what you just said.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I would ask you, was the EPA able to quantify whether hazardous air pollutants would be reduced by this rule?
They were not.
They weren't even able, they didn't even try. This was just something they thought, oh, it looks like we ought to be doing something, so we're going to do something, without making a detailed quantification on whether the hazardous air pollutants that they're trying to control would even be reduced by this rule. That's what makes this so hard. You know, my folks could be negatively impacted, but the EPA didn't take the time to make sure of what they were doing. Now, if we repeal this rule, would other EPA NESHAPs apply to rubber tire plants? That's other regulations that they have?
Yes, they would.
And would the repeal of this rule prevent the EPA from issuing a modified rules for rubber tire plants? Not exactly like this one, but on other categories of air pollution?
My understanding, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it's my understanding too. You know, this is the problem with the EPA. They come out with these rules, and it won't be the first time that my district's lost jobs. Towns, I mean, I had a town that basically gave up its charter this year. Why? Because a number of years ago, EPA came out with rules. The local industry shut down because of those rules. A month after they shut down, might have been 3.5 weeks, but roughly a month after they shut down, the rule of the EPA was stricken by the Supreme Court. They hadn't done it right, and they took it down, but the plant didn't reopen. And the jobs were lost, and local businesses closed. And as a result, this year the town turned in its charter, and is just one of those census areas now as opposed to being a town. That's the kind of bad stuff that happens when we don't go in to check what we're really doing and make sure that the impact of the regulation is actually quantifiable to make air better. We just go forward because it sounds good. Isn't that right?
That's correct. And also, to comply with the rule, you have to use more energy. So it estimated it actually will increase carbon dioxide.
Wow. Wow. And in the meantime, many of the facilities making tires in the United States will have to either shutter or reduce their production, as a result of which there will be more and more foreign tires coming in, and frankly, I'd rather buy American. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Ranking Member McGovern.
Mr. Plone, do you want to respond to any of that?
Yeah, I thank you. Again, you know, part of my concern here that I expressed is that with both of these rules, no hearing in subcommittee, no markup in subcommittee, no markup in full committee, which is regular order. And I think, you know, Mr. Griffith, you mentioned, you know, that we don't really check what we're doing. I think that that's the problem here. In other words, look, my understanding is that Yokohama, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Isn't even covered by this EPA rule or by this resolution, because the EPA rule, as I said, doesn't apply to the entire rubber tire manufacturing industry, just a handful of facilities that process rubber, as I said, who have years to comply. And that is the case with Yokohama. They're not actually covered by the rule. And I don't even know if Yokohama is part of this group, but as I mentioned, the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers has said that they have no problem with this EPA rule. Maybe Yokohama is not part of that group. I have no idea. But I just feel that, you know, it's kind of like the same thing. A gentleman from Georgia last week on the home water heaters, you know, talked about his company, this Japanese company that was manufacturing these things in his district. And it turned out they were the only group that opposed this. And what we found out was that all they had to do was spend, I don't know how much, I think it was about $10 million, and they were making so much money in order to do what the American manufacturers were doing. And they refused to do it. And so they were the ones that were saying, well, we should get rid of this rule. So again, I don't know what to say. I think if we had an opportunity to look at this, we would find out who isn't impacted. Yokohama is not impacted based on what I've been able to find out. And the American manufacturers, I mean, I know Yokohama makes them here, but they're still a Japanese company. And I love Japan, so I'm not trying to say, you know, Japan's no good. But thankfully, at least they're manufacturing here. But the bottom line is, these resolutions come before rules without having any input from Energy and Commerce. Examples are being brought up, which I don't think the rule applies to, and with the exception, maybe no exceptions, the American manufacturers have no problem with it.
Well, I
don't know what to say,
You just made
Mr.
the
Chairman.
case why hearings are important, and hopefully in the future, my Republican colleagues will actually take the time and do hearings and bring these bills to the floor under regular order. Chairman Guthrie, as you heard in my opening statement, I just find it really hard to believe that these are the most pressing items on your agenda as the chairman of the committee with broad jurisdiction over this country's health care system. And I've read that you guys have been told not to do town halls anymore, but as I mentioned in my opening, I've been doing a lot of town halls, and several hundred of my constituents showed up just on Saturday to tell me it was on their mind, and none of them brought up tires or appliances. But they did bring up how disgusted they are with DOGE cuts, and they objected to the awful budget that you guys jammed through, which goes after Medicaid. So I just want to ask you some questions about some things that actually matter to a lot of Americans. Chairman Guthrie, last month, rape crisis centers that support domestic violence survivors had to stop taking on new clients because the administration froze funding for CDC's Rape Prevention and Education Program. Do you have a date when your committee might do an oversight hearing on that matter?
We don't have a date set for that.
All right. What about when the administration slashed funding for NIH clinical trials? I convened a roundtable in my district at UMass Medical School. I not only listened to researchers, but to parents of sick children who are counting on these trials and are very scared and upset. I just met today, some of you may have as well, with individuals who have type 1 diabetes, and they're in town. Again, really deeply concerned about cuts in NIH as well as cuts in Medicaid. But do we have a date for a hearing to address the cutting of medical programs for?
We don't have a date for a hearing on that, but in the last hearing that we had, we discussed this, our last markup, we discussed this, and we're going to do oversight to make sure that we have the right research in NIH and FDA you're also referring to as well.
Yeah. What about the fact that 1/10 of the workers have been let go at NIH's Center for Alzheimer's and Related Dementias, including leading Alzheimer's researchers who have, again, I mean, it would seem to me that that's urgent enough when there should be hearings scheduled on that at the very least. You know, and let me ask you about what's on everybody's minds, and that is the cuts that are proposed to Medicaid, which would threaten 80 million children and adults who receive health care through Medicaid and CHIP. I mean, will your portion of the reconciliation bill cut Medicaid?
My assessment, we haven't sat down and had our markup yet, but you won't have children that are, what we will offer will not affect children, disabled, people in the traditional Medicaid program.
Who will
able-bodied working adults.
So you're going to cut, I mean.
When we won't cut, we'll ask them to work.
Yeah, I mean, and Mr. Pallone, how much does the budget propose to cut Medicaid?
Well, 880 billion, but that was instructions to the
Right.
committee, but my understanding is they're looking for another 500 billion across all the committees, and so it'd probably be over $1 trillion for us.
But we have broad jurisdiction, so it's not all going to be in Medicaid.
But this is actually good news. If you're going to tell me that you're going to find all those savings and nobody is going to lose their health care, no one's.
Just say this, Chairman Guthrie mentioned work requirements. First of all, in Georgia, which is the only state that has it right now, we found that nobody was eliminated. With the work requirements, all they did was eliminate people that were already working. Right. It's just that the paperwork prevented people from actually filing the paperwork, and they lost their insurance. But even if you did that and you had that across the board in every state, and everyone lost their insurance because they didn't file the paper, you're talking less than $100 billion. So where's this trillion coming from?
But put me down as skeptical that somehow you're going to make these cuts and there's going to be no adverse impacts. But as we speak, and one reason why I am skeptical is because as we speak, people are beginning to feel the actions of this administration. I just met with a group of veterans who are deeply concerned about the firing of veterans from the VA health system. The suicide prevention hotline was shut down because of some of the layoffs in the New England region. And so I know you've only been chairman for 2 months, so, but I think I'm stating what you already know, but part of your job here is to provide oversight, not just of the previous administration, but more importantly of this administration right now. And it's to make sure the American people are protected by preserving programs like Medicaid that in some cases, keep them alive. And I don't think it's the job of the committee to turn a blind eye when programs that impact Alzheimer's research are being cut. And again, I certainly don't think that the American people want to see these deep cuts in Medicaid. I think most Americans think that victims of domestic violence should not be adversely impacted by what Elon Musk is doing, and there ought to be an investigation into that. And I think that's where I wish your committee were focused on right now, not on these CRAs that, again, with all this happening, I mean, there's an urgency here. So I would hope that the next time we see you that we'll be talking about something more substantive and something, quite frankly, that responds to what most of my constituents and countless people all across the country are really concerned about at this moment. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. And I just wanted to remind the members that what we are here for today is HJ Res 42, Energy Conservation Program for Appliance Standards, and HJ Res 61, which is National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants, rubber tire manufacturing. And I'm sure that what the ranking member was going off on, and it will be dealt with in committee. For the hearings that you were asking about earlier, there'll be hearings, and I'm sure that there will be sufficient discussion in the committees soon. But we are here for HJ Res 42 and HJ Res 61. And with that, I would yield to Mr. Jack of Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And first, I want to thank the ranking member for your comments on Mr. Diaz-Balart. And likewise, I want to commend the chairman for passage of HJ Res 20 last week. And to the ranking member, I've got to at least rebut on behalf of my constituents as it relates to that very specifically. That the issue last week that we found was that a company within my congressional district that manufactures water heaters, non-condensing tankless water heaters, was the victim of this rule and regulation. I think you find that a lot of its competitors wanted this rule to go forward because it limited competition in the American workplace. It would have put these folks out of business. So I'm proud that we passed that. I want to commend Chairman Guthrie for your leadership on that issue specifically, and look forward to seeing what happens in the Senate. But I did encourage and I did welcome our debate last week on the floor. On this specific resolution that the chairwoman just noted, I want to thank Mr. Griffith for his leadership. You know, I too have tire manufacturers in my district. I've got Bridgestone, an American company that is imperiled by this. I've got Bridgestone, works in the same county as the water heaters, so it's very a good county for American manufacturing. But if I could ask the chairman, just for the record and for everyone that may be watching, just to walk through just what tire manufacturers what costs they would incur if this rule were to go forward.
Well, they would have to do it's a regenerative, I said RTO, regenerative, I have to get that actual term in front of me, they would have to expend money putting RTOs, it's regenerative, I've got the one in front of me, let me find exactly what that stands for, so I'll make sure I get it right for the record. But they will have to expend money to for the hydrocarbons out of the air that I don't have the exact number. I'll give you the number, but the hydrocarbons out of the air that really didn't have a finding through EPA, but they would also have to expend energy to do that. So the argument is that they would have to use more CO2 than is normally required. So instead of getting a minimal or no benefit from one pollutant, would allow the other, what some others would call a pollutant as well, with an increase in the others.
And we found this rule was issued just after Thanksgiving, which seems consistent with the last administration's policy of issuing rules right after holidays when not a lot of folks are watching. And I just was curious if, for the record, you could walk through, to the extent you're familiar with the history of it, how did this come to be at the time that it came? What data did EPA collect to put us in this perspective?
So the word for RTO is regenerative thermal oxidizers. I'm not familiar with the data that they brought forward.
Sure. And then as it relates to the other resolution that we're debating here today, curious with respect to some of the appliance industry, some of the requirements and regulations that were foisted on them through this most recent rule. Could you walk us through, for manufacturers of those appliances, what these labels would, additional challenges that would come from some of the labeling process?
Well, a lot of them are duplicative and into ongoing reporting requirements. They have to submit to EPA, and they already submit to EPA in the Energy Star program, and it requires the collection of unnecessary data in order to meet the collection provisions. And the unnecessary and duplicative nature of this final rule will increase work for manufacturers while doing nothing to lower costs for consumers.
Well, I want to commend your committee, again, on passage last week. That was very important to my district, very important to my constituents, and likewise, Mr. Griffith, appreciate your leadership on this specific resolution. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. I have to share the concerns raised by the ranking member and by my constituents that we're kind of wasting time rolling through these CRAs when there's certainly more pressing issues, including a budget cliff coming at us full steam. But we're considering more CRAs today. And once again, it does appear that our Republican colleagues are putting company profits over clean air and family budgets. Like all of the CRAs we've considered here, they have the same goal. They help companies make more profit by shifting the costs of their businesses onto the American people. We just had a question about the cost that tire manufacturers would incur in order to comply with a rule rather than poisoning their neighbors. So I've spoken repeatedly about the benefits of energy efficiency standards for American consumers, both in reducing energy costs and protecting the environment. So I won't repeat those points today, other than to say that I remain opposed to efforts such as HJ Res 42 to gut those standards. But I have to address the second CRA before us, HJ Res 61, which would roll back protections to the public from hazardous air pollutants generated by rubber tire manufacturing, and particularly the dangerous and carcinogenic chemicals and waste products produced in that process. Over the years, my district has seen up close the health hazards caused by tires and tire fires when they release toxic smoke and carcinogens. We know firsthand both the immediate impact of such emissions on those who have asthma, and children in our region have the highest asthma rate in the country, and the long-term impact of carcinogens on those who come in contact with these processes. The EPA rule under attack here would ensure that companies that make tires emit fewer hazardous air pollutants. In other words, this rule ensures that tire manufacturers don't inflict health burdens on the people who live downwind from their companies. Tire manufacturers emit 171 tons of carcinogenic emissions every year. And evidence shows that there's a significant health impact on those who live nearby. But apparently, our Republican colleagues think that tire manufacturers' profits are more important than Americans' health. The trade-off that this CRA represents is not a one-off, but a hallmark of the policy priorities we're seeing from congressional Republicans in the Trump administration to put their billionaire friends and corporate profits ahead of the health and well-being of the American people. They're rolling back regulations that protect our health and environment. They're slashing programs that support Americans' health, whether it's teeing up drastic cuts to Medicaid in their budget bills, firing thousands of workers at the VA, NIH, and Social Security Administration, stopping development of next year's flu vaccine. I had a number of constituents concerned about that this weekend at home, and mishandling the spreading outbreak of measles across the country. So I think our colleagues have made themselves clear. They're willing to sacrifice the health of Americans to justify giving more tax cuts and profits to their corporate buddies. But of course, none of this addresses underlying issues of the cost of eggs or mortgage rates. So before we move on, Mr. Pallone, there was a suggestion that the EPA hadn't weighed either the monetary or health costs that are implicated in devising this rule about toxic, hazardous air pollutants from rubber tire manufacturing. Can you tell us about that process?
Well, I appreciate you bringing it up. I spent a lot of time talking about the fact that, it wasn't even clear what these resolutions did because it didn't go through the committee, or that actually, the good manufacturers actually don't have any problem with these rules because it's only the bad actors that do, right? Or the foreign manufacturers or foreign companies. But I think the more fundamental thing, which you brought up, Ms. Scanlon, is that, this is being done because we want to protect American consumers, right? Mm-hmm. So what happens with the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act, whatever, is that the EPA has an obligation under the law to periodically review what's going on and see whether it's harmful. And they have determined that with regard to these rubber tires, that their manufacturing is increasing air pollution and toxics and therefore affecting Americans' health. They don't make this stuff up. They have an obligation to do it under the law. They then go out and do the testing, and they meet with the manufacturers. And generally speaking, what happens is they come up with an agreement with at least the good manufacturers, good actors, that say, okay, if we do this, we'll reduce the amount of air pollution into the atmosphere, and at the same time, we won't harm your business. And so for the most part, everything we're discussing today and last week as well on the floor are things that are in that the most manufacturers, particularly the American ones, agree with and don't really have a problem with. So that's the process. They're required to do it under the law. They meet with the manufacturers, and the good guys come up with a way of doing this that is articulated in the rule.
Yeah, it was interesting just reading the limited information that we have here because, of course, there was no markup to actually dig into this, that this goes back to 2002 when the standards were initially set up, but additional information, the science has advanced over time to disclose additional dangers to the American people. So if there was no markup and it's bad actors who were involved, it kind of makes you wonder why this bill is before us, who pushed for it, how much did they contribute to the inaugural fund in order to get this bill on the floor. Well, I thank you for the information, the attention you paid to this, and I would yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Norman?
I want to thank both Mr. Pallone and Mr. Guthrie for being here. Let me just and we are here to discuss the HRES 61 and SJ-Res 11, but for those who are viewing this at home, for the ranking member to say he went to town halls and heard all these complaints, let me tell you the things that I'm hearing from the public. I'm hearing about the $784 million for the new embassy that Elon Musk discovered in South Sudan. I'm hearing about the $45 million that was spent on DEI in Burma. I'm hearing about the 36 contracts across 6 agencies that spent $165 million of taxpayers' money for climate surveys. I'm hearing about $500,000 in Politico, which is a partisan magazine or paper. I'm hearing about the $182 million in HHS, and of that, $168,000 went to the Fauci exhibit. So I'm hearing about the great things that are being discovered, and if the ranking member has a problem with that, there's more to come. This is just one agency. I hadn't heard the exact amount that Stacey Abrams got, but I hear it's a pretty good sum of money that had been funneled to her. All that to say that what we saw on TV with Zelensky, it's such a relief to have a president who is in charge, who's not letting these foreign actors come in here and basically have their way with our tax money. So it's a welcome relief. The American people understand it, and we've got a president now that's not asleep. He can just make decisions, and the American people saw the last 4 years of what this administration has done to housing costs, what they've done to inflation, what they've done to basically try to destroy the American life and way of life, which, thank God, is under a new leadership now. But on these 2 resolutions, Brett, Mr. Plum, I take issue with you on the manufacturers agree with regulations being put on by EPA. I sat in one on the manufactured housing. It wasn't either one of these, but the regulations the Biden administration was going to put on them, they violently agreed with. On this particular one, I've heard from makers who, in my district, who make dishwashers, who their livelihood comes from the sale of dishwashers, which, by the way, is in a competitive market. They have to compete with other manufacturers. And to say that I don't think they make up this $213,000 cost. I mean, that comes from those who are in the business and who know. The 2,905 hours of paperwork, companies are sick and tired of this being imposed on them. And Congressman Guffey, why did Biden do this at the 11th hour? Why do you think he put this on as he was leaving office?
Know why he did it at the 11th hour, but as we said, I don't know why he added these at the 11th hour, but they're right. These regulations have been getting tighter and tighter over time. From 1995 to 2005, the homeowner replaced their appliances every 12 to 13 years. Now with the new stringent standards, it's every 8 to 9 on average, and the price keeps increasing. And I've heard, sort of anecdotal, but me being one, my family, that we had to buy one because it was always available, and it doesn't do as good a job as the old one did.
And on the tire, on the regulations on the tires, that directly affected South Carolina. We've got Michelin, we've got Continental, and I think it's 11 major source facilities in 9 states, and South Carolina was one of them. I guess this is the same issue. Did any of your major manufacturers say they went along with these regulations? Did they write and say we would like to, because I didn't hear from them.
I didn't hear anything specific. But I would also like, if I could enter into the record, a statement of administration policy for HA Res 61 and one for HA Res 42, if that's possible.
Without objection.
Well, thank you for putting these up. Thank you for, I think it's the businesses that have to compete on a daily basis are sick and tired of unelected bureaucrats putting regulations on them, which make no sense. Just add to the cost of the final product. So with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to yield some time to my ranking member.
Yeah. No, I find it interesting that I get admonished for going off topic, but Mr. Norman doesn't. But anyway.
I was responding.
I would like to have inserted into the record a letter that Lech Walesa, who was the man who collapsed communism in Poland with the help of Ronald Reagan and Pope John Paul II, and 38 other former political prisoners have just put out, in which they strongly condemn the way President Zelensky was treated at that White House meeting. You know, this new view that somehow Vladimir Putin is a good guy, that he's somebody we should hold up, that we can't criticize. I never ever thought that I would hear any members of an administration or members of Congress shower Putin with praise and go after someone like Zelensky, who's fighting for his life because of Russian aggression. I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Excuse me, just one. Did you ask for a letter?
Okay,
you kept going.
Well, yeah, I want the letter in the record. So,
Without
yeah,
objection, it is entered.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for being so thorough, and thank you so much, Ranking Member, for raising that, because we are in a moment now where it is important to say who you stand with. And Republicans used to be the party that was so adamant against the USSR, against Russia, against Putin, who recognized him for the danger he was to the world. And it is really sad that we are not hearing more Republicans stand up for those ideals that they expressed. But tonight, you know, we're on these rules, and tonight, you know, we're watching Republicans protect home appliances rather than home health care. They're going to protect rubber tires rather than firefighters. They'll raise Americans' utility bills and health risks rather than raise concerns about Trump's tariffs or his love of Putin or the pardons of violent January 6th attackers. And tomorrow, Trump will impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico. And since we're talking about tires, let's look at the impact of those tariffs on cars and driving. Auto manufacturers have said they would pass the tariff costs on to consumers. Republicans have been quiet about how Trump's tariffs, wrecking ball, will increase inflation. Chairman Guthrie, do you know how much the tariffs are expected to raise the cost of buying a new car?
I don't have that in front of me. I didn't prepare for that, but I would hope that what happens is that the threat of tariffs will bring the tariffs down for other countries so we can have lower tariffs for everybody. I think that's the objective.
Well, that's really not the objective, and that's not what he said. He said it's about something completely unrelated. And what you're hearing from the auto industry, from the industry that you have sat before us today and said you're concerned about, is they are alarmed, they are against it, they are very worried, and the number that you don't have right before you, and I can understand why, is that it would raise the cost of buying a car $3,000 and $10,000 for a truck. Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce the article, U.S. Auto Industry Could Be Collateral Damage in Trump's Trade Wars.
Without objection.
And there, you know, it's pointed out that it would pose an existential threat to the $300 billion in trade just affecting the auto market. And I think that that's really key, because if we're going to sit here and talk about the importance of manufacturing, because we're integrated, Canada is our ally. They're not our enemy. Mexico is an ally. They are not our enemy. Are the plants that exist, you know, in my colleague states depend on the trade that happens with Canada and Mexico. And this is going to increase the cost and make it even harder for families to afford not just a new car, but even an old car. Because once you raise the prices for something, you raise it for everything else. And let's talk about, okay, you can't afford a car, you've got your old car, doesn't have great gas mileage maybe, but you got to go fill it up at the pump, right? So under President Biden, America set records for oil and gas production, but we still import Canadian oil because, you know, it serves in the middle part of the country. It's useful. Some gas refineries use it. And this is what has been said about the Trump tariffs. And this is from the Cato Institute. You know, I'm always introducing material from the Cato Institute because nobody can say that's, you know, Democratic or liberal. That's a right-wing institute, but they're very honest about certain things. He said, on the tariffs, how the heck does that shake out? My guess is that shakes out just through higher gas prices, particularly in the Midwest. So, Chairman Guthrie, have you spoken out against the tariffs? You haven't, because you just told me you think it's going to lead to good. Is that right?
Well, I just heard that President Trump has said, of course, this is something that he has the authority to do, that Congress has granted the authority to do. But I've heard him say, we're going to put tariffs on people that have tariffs on us. And I've heard him say that hopefully we could go, they won't tariff us and we won't tariff them. But I think but he does feel, and it kind of his whole being is, America's always been the one that's been taken advantage of, and he wants to equate that moving forward. So we're talking with some people in Europe just a couple of weeks ago during the presidential weekend, and they were talking about, well, they don't tariff us as much as the other. And then I brought up, well, your value-added tax. That adds about, can depend on the country, could add 26% to the price of an American product. And so what I hope that President Trump does is uses this process to get where we have all lower taxes on everybody with our allies, as you mentioned. They are allies, they are our friends, and hopefully they'll treat us the way that we'll treat them.
Well, I mean, what's interesting is tariffs are kind of a complicated thing. They can be used surgically, they can be used wisely, but what he's doing is just blanket tariffs. Right? Like everything else he's doing, it's just chaos and confusion, just impose it on everything, rather than carefully thinking through what do you want with your policy objective. And the idea that it's not going to get passed on, Americans know that. Everybody is saying it's going to get passed on. Everybody knows it's going to be passed on. So for people who are saying it's not, I mean, that is just not the way tariffs work. They get passed on. But, I want to move to the issue of the utility costs. Ranking Member Pallone, efficiency standards help American households save money, right? And I've seen some numbers across the board about the different efficiency standards, because this is not the first time, we seem to have these home appliance bills. We saw them a lot last year, right? They had all those catchy names, hands off or refrigerators, they were just, because we used to say hands off our bodies, and so they were like, okay, let's use their catchy phrases. For women, it means our lives and our health. But can you elaborate on why these energy efficiency standards, including this one, which is about certification, why is it important for Americans and what they pay in their utility bills?
Well, first of all, you pointed out, as I have, that this resolution is not about the actual efficiency standards, but the certification that they're complying with the standards, which, again, I just don't know what, I guess they've been doing the efficiency standards for so many weeks now that they have to move on to something else that seems totally redundant, but whatever. Again, it's like my response to Ms. Scanlon. In this case, the Department of Energy, in the case of the rubber tires, the EPA, they have an obligation under the law that, was passed many years ago, that periodically they have to look and see whether the appliances are efficient, because consumers want efficient appliances, right? They don't have to use as much energy. They want better stuff that costs less. And so that's what they did. The DOE looked at these standards and said, look, we can do this with less energy costs. It'll cost you significantly less for this appliance over a certain period of time. And then they meet with the manufacturers and they say, what is your opinion on this? And in almost every one of these cases that we've talked about now for several weeks, whatever the appliances, the refrigerator, the washing machine, whatever, these standards have been put together with the consensus of, I'll call them the good actors, the good manufacturers, who said, yeah, we can do that, and then we can save money to the consumer. It's not, there's nothing obscure here or surprising here. And these things for years were done on a bipartisan basis and nobody had a problem with it. I just think that the Republicans are running out of things to do here. And so they, they keep going. They look at the Federal Register and say, what can we do this week? I mean, this isn't even the standards. This is now the certification. So we're going to have one for certification of standards this week and next for certification of some other standards. And then where do we go from there? It's just,
Yeah, but the other thing that strikes me that with all of these energy efficiency standards, with these things, it's like none of this brings down the cost
just
for
the
American
opposite.
families.
Just the
And
opposite.
the opposite, right?
Right, because when
And
they review this, they have to look at the costs. And they only put these standards in effect if the cost is reduced. Now, my colleagues will say, oh, well, they have to pay for the upfront costs. Well, that may be, but over a period of time, whether it's 5, 10, 20 years, whatever it is, the consumer saves money.
I hate to interrupt, but we are at the 11-minute mark.
Okay, great. So what we're seeing is I think that there is a pattern. So Trump gutted, they gutted the Consumer Financial Protections Bureau. No Republican raised a concern. There's talks about taking away the ability to negotiate with Big Pharma, standing with big corporations, standing with industry, and not standing with our consumers, not standing with working families. And, in contrast, Democrats passed laws that would actually reduce the cost to consumers I saw a number like $1 trillion. And so these kinds of things where we've been working on bringing down the cost, and Trump has been doing the opposite. Everything he's doing is raising costs. No wonder Trump is heading into tomorrow's address with the lowest favorability rating of any incoming president in history. Wait, actually, the lowest was last time Trump was an incoming president, because everything he's doing is not serving the American public and consumers. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Roy.
I thank the chair. I'll speak quick, and I assume, Mr. Guthrie, you might have a few things you might want to respond to and all of that. I'll just open by saying that, number one, while I'm happy to work with organizations like Cato, they're hardly a far-right organization. They're a libertarian organization, which means I agree with them at times, and I disagree with them at times, which is true on both sides of the aisle, by virtue of their being a libertarian organization. That being said, Mr. Guthrie, let me just ask this simple question. Do the regulations that we're trying to address here increase the cost of appliances for Americans?
They do increase the cost of appliances for America.
Do they make it more complex and more difficult and more time-consuming for manufacturers to produce the products and deliver them to consumers?
That's correct.
So is the objective to minimize that so that consumers can have more cost-effective products and manufacturers can produce them more easily and more readily?
Well, that is our hope, because as my colleague here had mentioned, he said, well, we talk about the upfront cost versus the payback period. Well, the payback period can be years. So even if you do achieve lower energy bills with an appliance, but the upfront costs, it's far more than what I've seen. It can be up to 10 or 20 years, far more than typically people invest on a 5-year payback period. And so it's not economical for people to do this as well. It's not benefiting them in terms of when you throw in the upfront costs, which you can't dismiss.
Do you have anything else you want to add in response to?
I think I've covered it.
I yield back.
Thank you. And thank you both for being here today. The witnesses are excused. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And I would now like to welcome our second panel, Chairman Westerman and Representative Elfreth from the Committee on Natural Resources. And I would like to remind the witnesses that your full statement may be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Westerman, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. First, I want to thank my colleague, Senator Kennedy and Representative Ezell, for championing this effort and collaborating with my team to advance this bipartisan resolution.
SJ Res 11 nullifies a rule submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to the protection of marine archaeological resources. The rule mandates costly, time-intensive archaeological reports for all oil and gas exploration or development plans, burdening operators with unnecessary red tape. The Biden administration replaced a flexible, risk-based approach where archaeological reports were only required in high-risk zones with a sweeping mandate requiring energy producers to develop reports for all offshore oil and gas activity. The National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106, already provides a robust framework for a thorough review of offshore archaeological resources, engaging the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, stakeholders, and the public before final decisions are made, ensuring both energy development and historic preservation are addressed effectively. Due to this rulemaking, operators must now conduct extensive surveys using high-resolution geophysical tools to develop reports for every oil and gas exploration or development plan, even if archaeological findings have already been documented, or if there is no archaeological risk at all. BOEM's analysis estimates an additional 500 annual burden hours for the agency due to this rule, plus equipment and contractor cost. While framed as a safeguard for marine heritage, the rule imposed excessive regulatory burdens on domestic energy producers, increasing compliance costs and driving up energy prices for Americans still struggling to make ends meet after 4 years of record-breaking inflation. Offshore oil and gas production in U.S. waters puts America first, supports lower domestic energy costs, and creates good-paying jobs. This rule was part of a broad pattern of Biden administration policies that hindered offshore energy development and placed red tape on America's energy producers. Passing this resolution will support American energy security and further American energy dominance, allowing for the protection of historic sites without burdening energy producers with unnecessary regulation. I urge the committee to report an appropriate rule so this resolution may be considered in the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Representative Elfreth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member. Thank you. Should I start over, Madam Chair? Okay. Material and cultural exchange, the history of science and technology, the history of shipbuilding, history of war, prehistoric civilizations, and natural changes to the Earth. When the seabed is disturbed without careful archaeological surveys, these priceless pieces of history can be damaged or destroyed, like they were in the Micah shipwreck, which was bisected by the ExxonMobil pipeline in 2001, which very importantly cost that company $250,000 in fees to survey the damage and gather data on the vessel that would have been prevented had they done the survey in advance. That is why the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management established these guidelines in 1982, over 40 years ago, to ensure that artifacts are found and preserved prior to drilling, thus protecting the history and, again, importantly, protecting oil and gas companies from the liability of unknowingly destroying irreplaceable pieces of history. In 2006 and 2011, this rule was updated to ensure good faith compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act and the National Environmental Policy Act, but BOEM recognized that the language required updating in order to provide oil and gas companies with more clarity and consistency and to ensure the best available science is utilized in these pre-drilling surveys. Senate Joint Resolution 11 seeks not only to undo that rule and the decades of modernization benefiting both, again, the archaeological discovery and, in this case, the oil and gas industry, it intends to prevent such a rule from ever being enacted again. Just a few key points. This 2024 rule is not burdensome. In fact, companies are already doing these surveys. The rule simply codifies industry standard practices for these surveys to ensure consistency, very important to the business community. It also allows archaeologists to compare apples to apples when evaluating the archaeological reports oil and gas companies have already been submitting for years. Number two, this rule will not cause a substantial financial burden to operators. BOEM reported that the total annual financial impact to the entire oil industry is less than $400,000 a year. For an industry with a reported pre-tax profit of $83.9 billion in the U.S. last year alone, I don't believe $400,000 is a fair amount to contribute to ensure preservation. This rule does not negatively impact America's energy dominance and independence. Again, as I'm sure this committee knows, the United States is already the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world. We are producing so much oil, more oil than any other country. In fact, so much that we are exporting that energy, which is actually leading to increased prices for our constituents. This rule did not even meet the threshold to require a statement for energy effects report, as it has such a negligible possibility of impacting energy supply, distribution, or use. This rule helps to protect oil and gas companies. It brings the agency and these companies into compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act. Without these surveys, operators could discover these archaeological resources as they go to drill, forcing the costly delays, which is what we were trying to prevent. Companies still have to adhere to laws protecting shipwrecks and mitigate impacts to sites that were once above water and home to indigenous peoples. These sites, with or without this rule, are protected by the NHPA and in some cases by international treaties protecting historic shipwrecks. Lastly, this rule actually promotes efficiency, providing consistency to the business community, and protects oil and gas companies from wasted time and money. By mitigating the extraction and preservation of these artifacts, we are saving time and money in the long run, and it is much more damaging to the company's bottom line to have to stop operations if they are actually going to impact a sensitive area and suddenly handle that than if they had just surveyed up front. Rolling back this rule not only damages our ability to recover pieces of history that teach us about our predecessors and ancient civilizations, it also can hurt productivity and profits for oil and gas companies. Good policy, of course, we know means collaboration and compromise among stakeholders. It means that you may not get everything you want, but everyone will get something they need. This final rule is just good policy and benefits all stakeholders involved. It would set a dangerous precedent and prohibit this kind of solutions-oriented policymaking and roll back decades of bipartisan effort to preserve history. I urge the members of this committee to consider the cost of this action, and we will continue to be leaders in discovery or instead lead to the destroying of our own history. And I yield back my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Elfreth. I understand this is your first time at the Rules Committee.
Yes.
So we particularly welcome you to the Rules Committee. Chairman Westerman, this joint resolution already passed the Senate with bipartisan support. Why do you believe it's gained support across the aisle, given the remarks of Ms. Elfreth?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the bill, I think, gained bipartisan support because if you look at the senators that supported it are from Western states where they're already seeing burdensome red tape in mining and energy production, and I think they, even though they're not producers in the Gulf, they see how the red tape's getting out of control, and I think they're saying enough is enough.
And to be clear, as Ms. Elfreth said, there's already a regulatory process in place to ensure that archaeological resources are preserved when the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has a reason to believe they are present. Doesn't the current standard make sense?
Yeah, Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act already protects these archaeological areas, and it requires BOEM. It applies to BOEM and energy production offshore. And, you know, what we're talking about most of the time are shipwrecks. And there's already been a lot of extensive mapping in the Gulf. There's a process there to account for artifacts. And this is just another duplicative rule that I think is being put in place to create extra burden on our offshore producers. And the rule really didn't even, or the agencies didn't consider the impact on small businesses. A lot of these operators in the Western Gulf are small operators, and these costs can be substantial to them.
Lastly, this mandate is sure to be inflationary, imposing compliance costs on energy development. Is that not correct?
Yeah, it's just another rule requiring mandatory and costly surveys that are unnecessary. There's already a process and a rule in place to account for this.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. Am I correct? There hasn't been a markup in the House, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And the rule did go through cost-benefit analysis at the relevant agency and got feedback?
Again, from what I understand, this current rule only costs the industry $400,000 a year. Again, an industry that is 89% $83.9 billion in profits alone. And again, it's our contention that this could actually save money and, importantly, time if a project were to run into one of these protected sites. They would have to stop, delay, pay more in fines than if they had just surveyed to begin with.
So it's essentially a tweak to an ongoing process that has the potential for cost savings.
That's our contention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you want to respond to any of these things they've been saying about this good little resolution?
Well, it's like you got a belt, now let's put some suspenders on and add a few $100,000 here, a few $100,000 there, nobody's going to miss that.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and people who come up with these regulations don't always look at the long-term economic impacts. Is that what you're saying?
Right, and it appears that these regulations a lot of times aren't necessarily about protecting something or saving something, but to throw another obstacle out there to prevent more energy production.
That's always been my feeling, too. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Question to the chairman, trying to understand the impetus of this rule. I know we've touched on it during your testimony, but was there a surge of damaged archaeological sites in the past few years? I'm trying to understand the impetus of this and would welcome thoughts for you as to why you believe the Biden administration rushed this rule after he lost the election. Why did that happen?
Not to be cliche, but it's another one of those solutions in search of a problem.
Wonderful. And as it relates to the cost analysis, just curious, I know the industry group notes that this rule is very ambiguous. So it's hard for me to understand how they could specify a specific cost, or whoever the proponents of this rule may be, they say 400,000. As I understand it, it's very ambiguous, and it actually could be far adjusted, much, much higher. Any comments on that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and I'm not familiar with the costs that have been put out there, but I do know that the agency didn't include small businesses in their analysis. And, again, the small businesses are the ones that are going to get hurt the most by the regulations that they have to follow, just like the big producers do.
Sure. Well, I appreciate your leadership on this. Appreciate the committee's time and attention to it. Very passionate about CRAs because you've no doubt heard me over and over speak about the CRA last week. HJ Res 20 on tankless water heaters very specifically impacted my congressional district. So I applaud your efforts as it relates to this issue, and I will be in support of this rule. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Westman, for bringing this up. It's been through the Senate. This is, I think, as you mentioned, just another regulation on top of regulation. None of the manufacturers, none of the oil producers thought this was, didn't express an interest in passing something that like this. That would add, I think, $5.9 million in compliance costs.
No, nobody's been beating our door down asking us to increase the regulations that they already have to go through to produce energy in the Gulf.
And Ms. Alfred, thank you for coming. This is your first time. Did I hear you right to say America is now producing oil from our reserves, because didn't the Biden administration pretty well shut it down, including the Keystone Pipeline?
Well, sir, I was not here in Congress during the Biden administration, so I can't speak to that. But currently, we are producing more oil than we ever have before, and it's our contention that we are, in fact, energy independent, so much to the fact that we are exporting excess oil.
We are now under Trump, or will be, but what's happened in the past, we're buying it from OPEC. A lot of those countries don't like us, and now we're finally going back and using our reserves, and we'll be exporting, and we'll be helping the economy that way, because we're producing it. We've got a 100-year supply of oil and natural gas. Thank you for bringing this up, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. McGovern? No remarks. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
I yield.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized. Thank you. I do want to make one quick comment. Ms. Elfreth, you said this only cost some kind of millions. I couldn't catch the number, but, you know, people in my district think millions are a lot. And we had a famous senator many years ago who said, a million here and a million there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money. Now we're doing that in billions, but I think if you spend a million here and a million there again, you really are talking about real money. So when somebody says it only costs so much, and you're talking millions, I think that's significant. But thank you both very much.
Sure. I think, I don't think she said millions.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. 400,000 is our estimation. And again, to do these pre-surveys, and again, in order theoretically and arguably to save money in the long run. So these projects without this survey could be affecting or impacting sensitive areas. And at that point, it would cause a stop work order. It would cause hundreds of thousands of dollars more in fines per violation. And so this is actually preemptively saving money.
And how much these companies make?
$83.9 billion.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay. We appreciate our witnesses being here. You're excused. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair, or 5 minutes.
We're good to go.
The committee will reconvene. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee grant H.J. Res. 42, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the Rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program for applying standard certification requirements, labeling requirements, and enforcement provisions for certain consumer products and commercial equipment. A closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 61, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 of the United States Code of the Rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants, rubber tire manufacturing, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 11, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the Rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. Finally, the rule provides 1 motion to commit.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, just I want to make sure I'm clear. All 3 measures that are that we discussed today are being brought to the floor under closed rules. Am I correct?
Correct.
I just want to again say that's unfortunate given the fact that there were no hearings on any of these matters or no markups in the committee of jurisdiction. But thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
For a roll call, Madam.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach.
Yes.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman.
Aye.
Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin. Aye. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Scott. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith. Aye. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, Mr. Langworthy will be managing this rule for the majority.
And Mr. Neguse will be managing it for the minority.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is? All right. It is currently 1:04 a.m. and today's date is now the 4th of March, 2025. How has your year been so far? It is time to call it a night. Mm.
All right, we continue tonight from Washington, D.C. Here is part 2 of my exclusive Interview with the Vice President, J.D. Vance.
Every time he talks about tariffs, I'm like, is the media and Democrats that ignorant? Have you not figured out that means, oh, let's negotiate?
Exactly.
And they seem not to want to understand that part of them. You said at the Munich Security Conference, and I want to quote it directly, biggest threat to Europe is not Russia or China. You talked about the retreat of Europe from fundamental values. The threat is from within.
Yes.
And you went on to talk about digital censorship and canceling elections. That was a powerful condemnation of what is really happening there.
I appreciate it. And it's also, by the way, Sean, a condemnation of what the Biden administration was doing. This is one of the things that I think the Europeans didn't appreciate about the speech is the biggest driver of mass censorship in the last 5 years. It actually wasn't the Europeans. They were the victims of it in a lot of ways. It was coming from the Biden administration. This whole crazy left-wing idea that we're not allowed to debate ideas, that we're not allowed to discuss things, that we have to silence people, censor them, throw them in jail for silently praying outside of an abortion clinic. These ideas are going to destroy Western civilization. They're going to destroy Europe, and they would destroy the United States of America if we allowed them to fester. Thank God we have a president now who believes in free speech, but the danger is still there. The danger is there in Europe. The danger is there in the United States of America. We have to ask ourselves the questions as leaders. Are we willing to defend people even if we disagree with what they say? If you're not willing to do that, I don't think you're fit to lead Europe or the United States of America.
If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you.
Exactly right.
You said it at the same conference.
That's exactly right. There's nothing that we can do for you if you're terrified of your own people. And Sean, you see this every single day. What are some of the biggest drivers of violence in these European societies? It's mass migration. It's people who haven't assimilated into European societies, who are driving cars into Christmas festivals, killing tons of innocent people. And very often, the European response to that is not to say, oh, well, maybe we should get control of our own borders. The response is to try to silence and shut down their own citizenry. That is a danger in Europe. It was a danger under Joe Biden in the United States of America. And look, of course, China is a major threat. It's a major competitor over the next few years, over the next few decades. But I have no doubt that America and Europe could take on whatever threats so long as we're strong internally. That's the biggest risk to our civilization. It's that weakness internally. That's what we have to fix.
The Democratic Party now, they want long protracted wars. The Democratic Party championing men to play in women's sports. The Democratic Party putting the rights of illegals over the safety of Americans and defending what will be hundreds of trillions of dollars in waste, fraud, abuse, corruption. How does that end for them?
I think it ends very, very poorly. And the American people are a lot smarter than the Democrats give them credit for. You cannot shut up your fellow citizens, force biological men to play in sports with girls, which, by the way, it's just insulting to the girls. It's actually dangerous to the girls. Title IX, it's some of these sports are very violent. You don't want to have biological men against women. It's crazy. And the Democrats, again, there's this crazy idea in the Democratic Party that if you just repeat insane ideas, eventually the American people are going to believe them. We actually think the American people are smart and we should listen to them rather than preach at them. And I think that's the core right now of the president's political strength.
Last question. Tomorrow, you'll be sitting in a very prominent seat. Are you excited about your seating chart for the State of the Union?
I'm excited about the speech. It's going to be a little unusual to have the camera on me for, an hour and a half and every reaction that I have. But I think, as the thing that I've learned, Sean, is people always say when you're on camera, try to be stoic and try not to show your cards. I'm going to have fun tomorrow because the President of the United States, he's going to make a lot of good arguments. He's going to talk about a lot of the successes that we've had in these first 45 days. He's also going to be himself, which means he's going to poke a little fun, and we're going to have a good time tomorrow, so I'm just going to try to enjoy it.
Well, it seems like when I first interviewed you, it seems like it's sunk in. You now know you're the Vice President. So you're like, okay, this is a little new, but Mr. Vice President, you're always generous with your time. We really appreciate it.
J.D. Vance. Tomorrow, the President of the United States is having a meeting with Democrats and Republican senators. And, yep, It is what it is. Thank you for tuning into the live show one more time. You know what time it is. We will be back here tomorrow. Shout out to everybody who tuned in. Mr. Booski, God bless you. He is the moderator for tonight. Well, we have been streaming for like what, 6 hours? Yeah, so the OG, the 45th, the 47th president of the United States, President Trump, is going to be addressing the joint session of Congress tomorrow, 9 p.m. Oh, today, 9 p.m. So it is going to be fun for sure because obviously he has unfinished business with Zelensky, and the Democrat Party is supporting Zelensky instead of supporting the United States. But it is what it is. Anyway, God bless you guys. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. And instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. God bless you guys. I love you guys. Stay strong. Life is hard, but stay close to God. And have fun, okay? Just like the president would say, have fun. Have fun. All right. Have fun. Take care of your kids. Fathers, love your kids. And have fun. All right. See you soon.